We kick things off at the Demon Academy's entrance ceremony, where the headmistress makes her grand entrance before the crowd of hopeful applicants. Just seeing her is enough to freeze everyone in fear, and she wastes no time declaring that their mental grid is about to be put to the test. Instantly, she unleashes a crushing pressure so intense that the applicants find it hard to even breathe, let alone stand straight. One by one, they drop like flies right before the faculty, who honestly look bored since they see this exact mess every single year. 5 minutes in, and only 8 candidates are still on their feet. By the 10-minute mark, there's only a single guy left standing. Yet, the instructors are fully convinced that this last survivor will also bite the dust any second now. Out of nowhere, this dude counters by releasing a massive pressure of his own, leaving the faculty completely speechless. Even the headmistress herself is caught off guard by the sheer magnitude of his energy. In fact, one of the staff members feels so intimidated that he gets the sudden urge to take our main lead out right then and there. However, the headmistress holds him back and decides to crank her own spiritual pressure up a notch instead. Even that extra pressure does absolutely nothing to faze him. Our protagonist keeps standing tall and unaffected until the entire examination wraps up. The crazy part is, just a few days back, he was merely a human author named Nam Woo-hyun, living a normal life in our world. Right after wrapping up the final chapter of his book, he got a mysterious letter that somehow sucked him straight into his own story, trapping him inside the body of the doomed antagonist he created. Following his sudden transformation, Nam Woo-hyun wakes up lying down in a strange room. He has no clue where he is, and his physical form feels completely foreign to him. When he checks his reflection in the mirror, he spots some unsettlingly familiar traits: blood-red hair, a cunning smile, and sharp, emotionless eyes. That's the exact moment reality hits him like a ton of bricks. He has taken over the body of Arsene Adele, the absolute strongest bad guy from his own novel. The real issue here is that according to the plot, his assassination is scheduled to happen in just a few days. But before we dive deeper into his predicament, let's look at the history behind this antagonist. To put it simply, the Arsene lineage is of mixed heritage, containing both human and demonic blood. With this dark power flowing through their veins, they used to be one of the most influential noble houses in the entire empire. However, their downfall came swift when 6 rival houses teamed up specifically to ruin them. Given that tragic history, it's easy to see why Adele ended up choosing the dark path. He set out to exact vengeance on the houses that destroyed his family, but his plans flopped completely. This desperate failure is precisely why the original Adele reached out to his creator to begin with. If things play out normally, those 6 families' knights will hunt him down and end his life miserably in a matter of days. And here is the twist. Adele is actually one of the most talented powerhouses in the book, possessing skills that easily eclipse even the protagonists. But regardless of how overpowered he was, Woo-hyun had penned the plot so that the villain could never actually win against the main lead. No exceptions allowed. To make matters worse, Adele is currently unable to access any of his mana. If Woo-hyun had known that his own writing limitations would trap him like this, he would have thought twice before designing such an unfair setup. The odds are entirely rigged against him. While he is busy lamenting his terrible fate, he spots a letter identical to the one that transported him here. As it happens, this message was left specifically for Woo-hyun by the original owner of this body. Hoping for some useful pointers to navigate this mess, our guy is disappointed to find nothing but a blank page. Seriously, there isn't a single ink mark on it. But out of nowhere, glowing words start writing themselves across the sheet. The text forming on the page is a direct query from the original Adele to his author. If Woo-hyun wishes to unlock the secrets to controlling this powerful body, he just has to reply with a simple yes or no. Predictably, Woo-hyun loses his temper again, realizing he's communicating with the very character who trapped him here. The writing on the paper stubbornly prompts him once more for a decision. Ultimately, our protagonist relents and writes down yes. Now that they have a deal, Adele clarifies that he will address any questions written on this magical sheet. While some answers are free of charge, others will require a steep fee. The more critical the information, the higher the price tag attached to it. Right away, Woo-hyun shoots for the stars and asks the ultimate question: how can he go back to his own world? Adele's written reply comes back instantly, stating it is flat out impossible. Woo-hyun had already braced himself for that answer, so the rejection didn't shock him too much. So he moves on to a more realistic query: how to manipulate mana and unlock Adele's signature skills. Fortunately, this particular request turns out to be free. Adele instantly transfers the entire manual straight into Woo-hyun's brain. The second the transfer completes, Woo-hyun feels a sudden rush of energy coursing through his veins. The first skill at his disposal is darkness, which allows him to strip away an opponent's 5 senses. The second technique is killing intent, using pressure to completely paralyze his enemies. As Woo-hyun tests it out, he can tell the skill is functioning perfectly. This small victory actually lifts his spirits a bit. Even if he can't freeze elite knights, at least he has a way to keep normal people at bay. The final major technique he needs to master is Adele's most broken skill, known as position transfer. True to its name, This ability lets him instantaneously swap locations with any chosen target or object. It functions as the perfect tool for surprise attacks and escaping tight spots. When he gives it a try, the air warps with magical energy, proving that the skill is indeed active. However, it is currently in a highly limited state. He can only swap with things within a short 20-yard range, which feels pretty weak compared to the massive scale he wrote in his book. Knowing that consistent practice is key, he decides to run a quick test by swapping places with a decorative suit of armor in the room. The moment the spell triggers, he disappears on the spot, and the heavy armor takes his place. While the swap goes through, his landing is incredibly clumsy, proving he still has some training to do. While he trains, a unit of heavily armed knights is already heading straight for his mansion, determined to take his head. It doesn't take long for the executioners to reach the gates of the arson estate. The stern-faced Captain Feltz, representing Leon County, is informed by the staff that the young master is inside his bedchamber. The household staff mentions that they are concerned since Adele has locked himself inside and hasn't budged in days. Kicking the door open, Feltz and his squad break in to find their target relaxing, who mockingly notes how cruel it is to hunt down a mere teenager. Ignoring his remarks entirely, Feltz coldly commands his squad to put the boy down immediately. However, they have no idea about his teleportation ability, which lets him swap spots with anything within his range. Focusing on the sword aimed at him, he triggers his skill, instantly trading places with the weapon and seizing it midair. This sudden counterattack catches them off guard as he slashes the soldier, leaving the remaining guards utterly stunned. Stepping back from his first victim, the villain calmly waits to see who is brave enough to step up next. Still relying on his numerical advantage, Feltz commands the remaining forces to charge him at once. Instead of engaging in a pointless melee, Adele shatters a nearby window and leaps outside. Showing quick thinking, he tosses the captured sword straight down toward the courtyard below. Right before hitting the ground, he swaps places with the weapon. By doing so, he completely bypasses any fall damage and escapes without a scratch. Now, his main priority is to seek refuge in the nearby Arson family woods. As he flees into the thick trees, Feltz commands his soldiers to pursue and ensure the target is dead. Deep in the Arson forest, our protagonist is running out of breath, pushing his body to the absolute limit to put some distance between them. But deep down, he knows that simply fleeing his land won't save him from being hunted down eventually. Instead of running aimlessly, he decides to locate the hidden gate within the forest that leads directly to the demon realm. Since the demon continent took massive damage during the war, he hopes they might accept an alliance with him, even if he looks like a human. But while he makes his plans, Feltz and his trackers have already caught up and are fanning out through the woods. Fortunately, he remains undetected for now, but he has no clue where the gate is actually hidden. As he searches blindly, he accidentally steps on a dry branch, and the loud snap instantly alerts his pursuers. Losing his patience, Feltz releases a massive shockwave of energy, obliterating the trees around him. He finally spots our protagonist, which is terrible timing given that the kid only has 2 teleports left. Avoiding a direct confrontation is his best bet, but the author trapped in this villain's body is starting to panic. Desperate, he consults Adele's soul through the note, demanding the coordinates of the portal. Since this is top secret information, the book demands either 100 gold coins or an A-rank relic as payment. He is absolutely furious that the spirit is trying to cut a deal while his life is literally hanging by a thread. Before he can react, Feltz's powerful strike hits him dead on, sending him crashing into a nearby tree trunk. Standing over the injured boy, the cold captain draws his weapon, mocking him for thinking he could actually run from his fate. With a grim smile, Feltz guarantees that today will be the villain's final day on Earth. Even though he's battered and bruised, the youth doesn't show a single ounce of fear. He might not know how this world works, but he is absolutely set on staying alive no matter what. Accepting that he is cornered, Adele gets back on his feet to play his final trump card. Feltz finds this stubbornness irritating, yet he respects the half-demon's pride as the head of the Arson clan. But Adele mocks him right back, pointing out that a bunch of grown men ganging up on a single kid shouldn't talk about honor. Our boy delivers a savage burn, suggesting Feltz quit his job as a captain and become a babysitter instead. Oof, that is going to leave a massive burn mark. Utterly enraged, the captain aims his sword at Adele, swearing he won't show a single shred of mercy. He intends to run the kid clean through the chest. Feltz charges in for the kill, completely unaware that he is walking right into our hero's trap. He pulls out the magical page and slams it directly against the incoming blade. If you're confused about what just happened, let me explain. Our protagonist is a genius. He used the captain's high-tier weapon as the sacrifice needed to pay for the secret info. This not only gives him the location of the gate, but also leaves Feltz completely unarmed. Adele wears a smug grin as the captain's blade turns to dust right before his bewildered eyes. With the portal's location unlocked, our protagonist immediately activates his swap ability to escape. Feltz tries to grab him, but the useless captain is already too late. The villain slips away easily to locate his ticket out of here. He soon locates the portal, which is radiating a dark, crimson aura, confirming he has reached his destination. But Feltz is proving to be incredibly hard to shake off. He hurls a massive log at Adele, but right before impact, our boy uses his very last teleport, bidding the captain farewell with a smirk. Feltz is left fuming, knowing his target has successfully slipped into the hostile territory of the demon realm. Sometime later, we find Adele resting alone, quietly chewing on some rations. He loses track of time, wondering how long he has been wandering since crossing the portal into this dungeon. This place turns out to be a man-made labyrinth, constructed using forbidden demonic sorcery. He is quite shocked to stumble upon dried meat left near a makeshift bed. Adele contemplates whether this entire layout was set up to guard a hidden relic. Furthermore, a unique force field blocks any physical weapon attacks from the front. The presence of a massive stone sentinel only deepens the mystery of this artificial cave. The stone construct radiates a genuinely unsettling presence. And Adele is smart enough to realize that if he steps past the barrier to fight it, he'll get swatted away instantly. So, he decides against doing anything stupid. Suddenly, the magical page glows as the original spirit sends a warning about a penalty for cheating the transaction system. This penalty is due to him using the captain's weapon as an unauthorized sacrifice. The note warns him that this loophole won't work ever again, but our writer is just glad he managed to pull it off even once. Plus, he didn't even get hit with an active penalty this time. Suddenly, he notices a peculiar stone in the wall that looks out of place. Upon touching it, he realizes he can only see these hidden details because of Adele's enhanced perception. A cold, mechanical voice echoes, informing him that he lacks the authorization to access this device. He strongly believes that this mechanism is supposed to deactivate the barrier. Since he can't bypass the locks, he begins looking for an alternative exit. Beyond the force field, he spots a loose fragment that must have chipped off the sentinel. Even though it's just debris, it might be exactly what he needs. Using his teleportation skill, he swaps places with the fragment, easily bypassing the barrier without touching the console. However, he gets too excited about his escape and completely forgets about the stone monster waiting outside. The beast lets out a deafening roar right in front of him, snapping him back to reality. The scene shifts to the Demon Lord's castle, where Crete, the head of the Bear Clan, watches over his busy servants. He notes that his staff is working late hours, primarily due to his daughter's upcoming raid. Crete is honestly at a loss on how to handle her stubbornness. If she succeeds, she'll earn admission into Sighton, the prestigious demon academy. And even if he commands her to throw the test, she'll just rebel against him anyway. After all, she is completely driven by a desire for vengeance against the humans who took her mother's life. That's an incredibly heavy weight for someone so young to carry. Either way, her father is terrified of her being mistreated in that brutal academy. Suddenly, a maid rushes in to report an urgent issue. Crete is highly annoyed at being interrupted during his contemplation. The trembling maid apologizes and reports that an intruder has been spotted in the restricted zone. They detected magical signatures showing that someone actually unlocked the chamber door, causing massive alarm. As of now, the intruder's identity remains a complete mystery. The only clue they have is that the suspect attempted to access the console from the inside. This piece of news leaves the Demon Lord deep in thought. He questions whether this might be a human summon left over from the Great War era. Convinced that any intruder will perish on their own, he shrugs it off as a minor issue. For the moment, his sole focus is ensuring his daughter's test goes smoothly. Still, he keeps the idea in mind, thinking he might gain a useful human puppet if things play out right. Meanwhile, our protagonist immediately regretted stepping outside and swiftly teleported back to safety. The guy certainly didn't sign up to be dinner for a massive stone beast. As the monster glares at him from beyond the barrier, he realizes how terrible his predicament has become. Even if he leaves the safety of the field, he'll just walk straight into a death trap. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him. The beast outside is entirely composed of stone, which means his position swap should theoretically work on it. Triggering his skill once more, he targets the stone wolf on the other side. The strategy works flawlessly, locking the creature inside the barrier while leaving him free outside. It takes the monster a moment to process that it is now trapped. No matter how much it struggles, it cannot break through the force field. Adele sprints off to find an exit, only to run face first into another nightmare from the depths. He quickly catches on that every floor has a boss, and this massive insect looks way scarier than the stone wolf. Amusingly, Adele just keeps spamming his swap ability, repeatedly locking these beasts behind the barrier. Because these creatures are made of stone, he can exploit his teleportation limits to the absolute maximum. As soon as he steps into the final chamber of the hidden domain, a mysterious voice echoes, offering congratulations for making it to the ultimate challenge. The greeting feels weirdly polite, which is pretty unexpected for a human like Adele in this place. Our main character instantly realizes this has to be the boss room, but the sight waiting for him is absolutely bone-chilling. Standing there is a Death Knight, completely flexing his dark aura and showing off his flawless, shiny armor. Judging by the sheer power radiating from the beast, Adele estimates its combat level to be on par with Captain Felt. Instead of wasting time talking, our guy completely ignores him and just spams his position-swapping skill. Before the boss can even complete his grand monologue, the poor monster finds himself trapped inside a barrier. Without looking back, Adel walks right past him and spots the exact treasure chest he came all this way for. However, the box is quite unusual, featuring an intricate engraved emblem he wasn't expecting to see. This particular black dragon emblem signifies the elite ranking among the demon family hierarchy. These high houses represent the 7 sins, including sloth, lust, gluttony, wrath, envy, and greed. And this black dragon crest specifically represents the bear family, which rules over the sin of pride. As it turns out, this is the very same family under Crete's direct leadership. Just realizing this fact is enough to send shivers down our main character's spine. Hoping for a miracle, he cautiously cracks open the chest, searching for any tool that could help him get out. Right now, his single-minded goal is simply to survive and flee from this demon territory. But his luck runs out as a dark, eerie mist bursts out of the chest and flies straight toward his face. This sinister dark energy forcefully penetrates his body, invading him completely. Wait a minute, let's keep it clean here. It is literally just entering his body. I just know the comment section is going to go wild over this scene. With his ordinary human body unable to cope with such raw demonic power, Adel screams in absolute agony. The toll is incredibly gruesome, looking as if his head is about to shatter into a million tiny fragments. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, and he wakes up a short while later, fully intact. The dark liquid had actually transformed his eye, gifting him the Eye of Superbia, an ocular power that enhances his reflexes and vision, though it only triggers after defeating a foe. Armed with this upgrade, our guy feels completely invincible, confident that he can face a whole army single-handedly. He actually pats himself on the back for stepping into this demon territory, bracing himself for whatever challenges lie ahead. Staring at the massive door past the chest, Adel starts to panic, knowing a whole battalion of enemies is probably waiting outside to capture him. Stepping out the front door is essentially a suicide mission, forcing him to brainstorm an alternative plan. He briefly jokes about surrendering at lightning speed, but as hilarious as that sounds, it's definitely not going to save him. The real problem is his connection to the arson family. If the demons spot his brand, they'll execute him immediately, so he quickly covers the mark on his neck. Meanwhile, the trapped Death Knight is aggressively hacking his sword against the barrier, screaming to be let out. The panicking knight warns Adel that the princess is on her way, though Adel doesn't have the slightest clue who she actually is. At that exact second, the reason behind the random stone beds and food rations inside this domain finally clicks in his head. This place is actually a private training ground designed for the noble demon families to test their young heirs. Knowing he needs solid intel to survive, he quickly pulls out his magical journal to contact the original Adel's consciousness. Our author queries the book about which major character is currently nearest to his location. As usual, the spirit demands a heavy price just to answer a simple question. Running low on options, the author has to sacrifice a hefty 100 points of his precious mana instead of gold, which is a massive blow to his reserves. The text finally reveals the truth. The person right outside is Renee, the youngest daughter of the terrifying leader of the bear family. Our protagonist instantly feels his heart sink, knowing he stands absolutely zero chance of defeating someone like her. To make matters worse, that powerful Eye of Superbia he just swiped was meant to be her grand prize for clearing this trial. So, our guy basically just robbed her of her rightful reward. Given her formidable status in the demon army, Adel assumes she will easily smash through the security and corner him directly. And right on cue, Renee slices the mighty Death Knight into ribbons and steps forward to confront the terrified human. With a chilling stare, she coldly demands to know who he is and what he's doing there. Understanding that fighting back is futile, Adel immediately drops to his knees in a show of total submission. He tries to smooth things over by flattery, claiming she successfully passed the test and proved her worthiness. However, the demon princess is completely furious and clearly isn't buying his cheap flattery. Drenched in sweat and fearing for his life, our main character cooks up a massive lie, claiming her father appointed him as her personal bodyguard. At the same time, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief that she hasn't noticed he stole the Eye of Superbia yet. Glares at him with pure disdain. She mockingly remarks that he looks far too pathetic and weak to protect anyone. Adel quickly defends himself, asserting his hidden strength, while quietly hoping this lie might actually save his skin. Slowly lowering her sword, she lets out a cold, amused laugh. In a bid to prove his usefulness, Adel swaps places with her weapon, instantly materializing right in front of her face. Without making any threatening moves, he casually asks if she's finally convinced of his unique talents. Renee angrily grabs his hand for a brief second before quickly jerking away. Her silence leaves him completely on edge, desperately wondering what she's plotting next. Trying to act cool, he casually suggests they leave immediately since her father is anticipating her return. Seriously, our protagonist is an absolute master of deception and gaslighting. Adel adds that he also needs to handle some confidential errands ordered by the patriarch himself. Deep down, though, he's screaming at himself to run away as fast as possible before his cover is blown. When they step outside, Renee is completely taken aback to find her father waiting right at the entrance. She certainly didn't expect him to show up in person alongside his elite guards. Amused by the unfolding scene, Crete locks his intense gaze onto the mysterious human standing beside his daughter. Meanwhile, our main character is having a silent panic attack, trying to cook up a believable story to fool the ultimate boss as well. If the truth comes out, he is dead meat. But curiously, Crete remains completely calm and doesn't attack. Crete turns his attention to his daughter and asks if she successfully conquered the trial. Once she nods in confirmation, the powerful demon lord orders Adele to follow him inside. Clueless about what lies ahead, the author's mind races with anxiety over his fate. He trails behind immediately, unable to even use his magical diary since he has no mana left to pay for answers. Once they reach the massive Bear family estate, Crete orders all the guards to dismiss and return to their posts. Thrilled to get a perfect window to slip away, Adele is throwing a mini party inside his head. But his hope is crushed when he spots the hidden sentries keeping a sharp eye on his every move. Back in his private quarters, Crete commends Renee for finally overcoming the brutal trial. Even so, he wants to make absolutely sure she's ready for the harsh realities of the elite training academy. Unfazed, Renee stands her ground and firmly confirms her decision. Crete falls silent briefly, before inquiring about the mysterious human she met at the end of the trial. Thinking back to how easily he dodged her blade, Renee admits that the human possesses impressive skills. This glowing review deeply intrigues the patriarch, making him even more curious about Adele's potential. Wrapping up their talk, he officially signs off on her entry to the legendary Citan School. However, Crete's mind isn't even focused on his daughter right now. He is far more fascinated by the human who managed to survive and conquer the domain entirely by himself. Most importantly, he knows Adele swiped the eye of Superbia, which proves the patriarch is already onto his little secret. Hearing Renee vouch for the human's strength was the final confirmation he needed. All signs point to a single conclusion. He can easily exploit this powerful human to serve his own hidden agenda. Meanwhile, our clueless author is waiting outside, anxiously wondering when this conversation will finally end. Finally, a guard approaches and escorts Adele straight to the patriarch's private study. As soon as he enters, Crete locks onto him with an incredibly heavy, terrifying glare. Trembling with anxiety, Adele wonders what kind of punishment the demon lord has planned for him. Gathering his courage, he asks why Crete spared his life instead of executing him on the spot. The patriarch smirks, mocking the sheer audacity it took to play his daughter like a violin. Suddenly, he unleashes a crushing wave of dark aura, forcing Adele down to his knees from the immense weight. Despite the pressure, Adele deduces that Crete has no plans of killing him, which genuinely amuses the demon lord. Withdrawing his overwhelming aura, Crete lets the sweating human stand up and catch his breath. Even so, Adele's heart is beating out of his chest after tasting such near-fatal power. Highly amused by his survival instincts, Crete demands to know his actual name. Adele quickly states his first name, carefully omitting his family connection. Suddenly, the patriarch uses his dark energy to paralyze and control Adele's body. Our protagonist is left completely baffled, with absolutely no clue what this maniac plans to do next. In a commanding tone, Crete orders him to open his mouth wide. Whoa, let's stop right there and keep our minds out of the gutter. The patriarch simply states that the human just needs to keep playing the role of the loyal bodyguard he promised to Renee. At that exact moment, a dark parasite of energy slips down Adele's throat, choking him painfully. Crete warns him that the deadly poison now nesting inside him will dissolve his organs the second he attempts to betray them. While Adele gasps for air, Crete calmly adds that he has prepared a cozy place for him to stay while waiting for his next command. The brutal meeting ends with Adele utterly speechless, left completely at the mercy of the demon lord. In the following scene, we see him being shown to his new living quarters. Though the house is incredibly rundown, Adele has no option but to accept it without complaining. He's just grateful to be breathing for now, even if it means being treated as a mere pawn. On the bright side, securing Crete's personal interests could actually play right into his hands down the road. First things first, he absolutely must find a way to purge the deadly poison from his system. Thinking fast, Adele clever uses his position swap ability to teleport the poison right out of his system. He shudders to imagine what disaster would have occurred if he accidentally teleported an essential organ instead. He decides not to kill the poisonous entity, as destroying it would immediately tip off the patriarch. Deprived of its continuous supply of mana, the tiny creature slowly wakes up. Relieved to be completely out of danger, Adele finally drops onto his bed for some well-deserved rest. While he rests, the harmless little bug quietly dozes off right beside him. Just as he is drifting off, a system notification pops up, alerting him of a major skill upgrade. His position swap skill has officially leveled up, though the mana cost is now insanely high. Adele starts pondering how to expand his mana reserves so he can stand a chance against the story's actual protagonists. Luckily, being the author, he knows a perfect method to boost his magic capacity. Cut to Renee, who glares at him with complete indifference, clearly annoyed by his persistent presence. For 3 straight days, Adele has been trying to stay close and keep tabs on her. And our guy is literally getting the cold shoulder at every turn. It is honestly quite tragic to watch him get ignored like this. The author recalls that she was once a sweet girl, but the tragic loss of her mother turned her cold and unfeeling. Even as the creator of this world, he can't help but feel a pang of guilt for her tragic backstory. Suddenly, a royal messenger summons both of them, announcing that the patriarch requires their presence. Adele instantly guesses this meeting is about Renee's upcoming enrollment at Citan Academy. Even though she easily cleared the training domain, Citan was a whole different league of danger. Crete bluntly warns his daughter that if she isn't careful, she'll end up dead and fail her ultimate ambition. Hearing this harsh reality from her father leaves Renee looking visibly downcast. Meanwhile, Adele is just awkwardly standing there, feeling like the ultimate third wheel in this family drama. To their utter surprise, the patriarch officially assigns Adele the critical task of keeping her alive. Hilariously, Renee immediately refuses, proving she would rather risk her own goals than spend another second with Adele. Citan is a notorious academy where the most ruthless heirs of various demon factions gather. They are in perpetual warfare with the human heroes faction, and in the original plot, this very conflict leads to Renee's tragic death. It's easily the deadliest place imaginable, where survival is an everyday struggle. Even knowing the extreme risks, Renee remains absolutely resolved to attend. As for Adele, he views this school as the perfect opportunity to build alliances and boost his power level. After all, as the original creator, he knows exactly what events are going to unfold there. Taking a gamble, Adele agrees to accompany her, but asks for one small favor in return. He asks for a way to increase his mana, which amuses the patriarch, who expected him to beg for a cure to the poison. Fortunately, Crete has absolutely no idea that Adele has already purged the venom from his system. Though the patriarch mocks him, he decides to entertain the strange request. Once they are left alone, Adele eagerly wonders what kind of magical boost the Lord will provide. Crete explains that what he's about to share is a highly guarded family secret that must never be spoken of. Realizing the human's current power is pathetic, the patriarch decides to grant him a special technique so he can properly guard Renee. Crete gathers his massive dark energy and announces he will teach him their family's secret cultivation method, completely stunning Adele. The patriarch invokes the power of the ancient demon god to bless a mere mortal with their unique energy. As the chant concludes, Crete's entire form is enveloped in a brilliant purple demonic flame. A satisfied grin spreads across Crete's face, deeply impressed that Adele's mind didn't shatter from the sudden influx of dark power. This technique allows Adele to draw mana directly from the demon god, essentially giving him a virtually limitless supply of energy. Curiously, Crete mentions that Adele's bloodline seems connected to the 7 deadly sins. While Adele pretends to know nothing, the patriarch casually notes he isn't afraid of any backstabbing. After all, the poison worm inside him would easily liquefy his organs if he ever tried to play spy. Our author is genuinely shocked by this revelation, especially since he never wrote any such plot point into his novel. After being dismissed, Adele heads deep into the woods to quietly practice his newfound powers. He knows the quiet forest is the safest place to channel his volatile energy without causing a massive explosion. Meditation usually looks very serene and peaceful, doesn't it? Well, definitely not for our main character. He feels extremely anxious, summoning the demon god, fully aware that this step means giving up his human mana forever. However, with no other options on the table, he has to risk it all to survive. Suddenly, a pair of gigantic, terrifying eyes look down upon him from the clouds. The ancient deity insults him as a lowly worm, roaring in fury because he carries the blood of a traitor family. It is quite amusing how Adele can be incredibly smart, yet completely clueless at the same time. He actually asks the colossal deity if he's indeed the supreme ruler of all demons. In this universe, this entity is revered as the god of pride. Adele boldly questions whether he'll make it out of this ritual alive. The deity coldly responds that if he wanted him dead, Adele would have turned to ash instantly. Yet, for some reason, the entity decides to let him live. Perhaps it's because the deity senses a strange, ancient connection with him. Because of this, the god agrees to bless the human with the sacred mark of pride. This brand represents the direct authority and strength of the pride god. However, he warns Adele that if his mind wavers, this power will drive him completely mad. Having successfully obtained a god's blessing, his odds of surviving this demon realm just skyrocketed. Looking at the changes, he jokes that his entire body might end up covered in magical tattoos soon. Suddenly, our protagonist feels a cold gaze watching him from the shadows behind him. To his absolute horror, he turns around to find Renee staring right at him. This is a massive disaster, since her father explicitly ordered that this ritual remain a secret from her. She quietly whispers Dark Priest, a title that leaves him completely baffled. Fast forward 1 month, and Adele's intense, non-stop training has paid off, tripling his mana reserves in what feels like record time. He estimates that within just a few years, his stored power will easily eclipse the heirs of all 6 major houses in the human world. Right now, he's strong enough to clear the secret domain directly without even needing to rely on teleportation. On top of that, he can't help but wonder why Renee has suddenly started practicing right outside his doorstep instead of using the actual training fields. Unable to shake his curiosity, he walks up to ask her directly what's going on. Fortunately, she doesn't try to ignore him this time. unlike her usual stubborn self. Adele figures she has mistaken him for some elite priest capable of speaking directly with the demon deity. Since only those high-ranking figures hold the privilege of conversing with their god, it's a logical assumption. He's just glad she didn't catch the actual details of his chat with the god of pride. Even so, being treated as a superior by the daughter of the Demon King is only going to paint a bigger target on his back. Speaking to her, Adele politely asks her to go back to interacting with him like she normally did. However, she feels slightly guilty about her past coldness now that she has witnessed his immense capabilities. Reminding her of his role as her bodyguard, he points out that he's simply doing his job. Because of that, he'd much prefer it if she just spoke to him comfortably without all this formality. Taking him literally, Renee immediately tells him to go fetch her some water. He's left completely baffled by what she's trying to pull here. Renee points out that she is simply doing exactly what he asked by keeping things strictly professional and cold. Adele slowly comes to the realization that he is trapped doing her bidding now. There's absolutely no way for him to win this argument. After bringing her the drink, he reflects on his need to clear a local domain. But the big problem is that Renee is constantly sticking to him like glue. Plus, he's running on a tight schedule since the story's actual protagonist will be arriving in the demon world shortly. Missing out on the domain's treasure isn't an option, as those specific rewards are crucial for his survival at Sighton. Trying to shift focus, our author asks Renee how her study and training for the upcoming entrance exam are coming along. Renee seems taken aback that he'd even bother to ask something so straightforward. Adele explains that since she will eventually face the strongest human combatants, he can't help but feel a little concerned. Renee, however, brushes it off with total confidence, claiming everything is already fully sorted. Adele advises her to double-check, warning that even a minor oversight could ruin her chances when it matters most. Renee gets slightly annoyed by his vague, roundabout way of speaking. Adele tries to smooth things over by assuring her that his worry is completely genuine. But this princess is too clever to be easily swayed by his smooth talk. She instantly deduces that he's trying to find an excuse to sneak off alone while she's busy. His attempt completely falls flat, and now Renee is annoyed, thinking he's simply getting tired of having her around. To de-escalate the situation, Adele decides to come clean about wanting to raid a nearby hidden domain. Rather than getting angry, she actually stops to seriously consider his words. She then admits that she really did forget to prepare something, just as he had suggested. For a split second, Adele is thrilled, but his excitement dies when she reveals that her missing prep is simply warming up for combat. To put it simply, she intends to tag along on his raid to polish her skills. She is confident they can wrap the entire raid up in a single day. Adele is naturally stressed about this, but since she's technically his superior, he can't exactly say no. Let's take a closer look at what this hidden domain actually entails. Known as the Domain of the Undead, it's pretty obvious what kind of enemies they're going to face. Once ruled by powerful necromancers, the war left those spellcasters dead, turning the area into a desolate wasteland overrun by brainless skeletal soldiers. Renee turns out to be surprisingly well informed about the layout and lore of this zone. Its classification as a mid to high tier threat level makes her cautious. At present, the sheer volume of monsters lingering there is a major cause for concern. Having her firepower along actually makes her assistance vital to survival. The real issue is that traveling as a pair makes it much harder to slip away unnoticed if things go south. Should the patriarch catch wind of this excursion, Adele will face severe consequences for placing the lady in danger. Hoping to dissuade her, he asks her to stay behind, citing her father's inevitable fury over her sneaking out. But this demon princess is already 2 steps ahead of him. She is well aware of a hidden passage leading out of the estate. She leads him straight to a concealed gap in the walls that remains unknown to everyone else. Seeing how naturally she does this, Adele realizes she must sneak out on a regular basis. Ignoring his comments, Renee leads the way, and they quickly slip through the gap. The pair soon arrives at a fog-shrouded mountain path and begins their trek. When Adele asks how long the journey will take, she glares at him with clear irritation. Sensing his misstep, he quickly backs off and suggests they keep moving forward. Renee explains that once they make it over this ridge, they will reach their destination. That sounds simple enough for her, but Adele's stamina is crying for mercy on the inside. At last, they arrive right at the entrance of the domain. The entire site lies in absolute ruin and decay. As Renee mutters curses in her demonic tongue, our author resolves to keep his family's true identity hidden from her at all costs. Using his knowledge of the path, the two of them begin clearing the blocked passage ahead. The domain itself is hidden beneath a colossal stone statue, originally placed by ancient warriors to guard the borders. Reaching the main entry, Adele politely steps up to take the lead. However, a highly confident Renee brushes him aside and marches in first. Once inside, Adele is genuinely surprised by how brightly lit the interior of the domain is. Renee guides him straight to the precise chamber they came to find. Judging by the ambient energy, our author estimates this zone is vastly superior to the Bear family's training grounds. He guesses there are at least 100 ancient graves resting beneath the soil here. Just as the two continue moving forward, a skeleton and its bony companions burst out from the ground. These hollow, rattling skeletons surround them from all sides. Tapping into her magic, Renee strikes forward, instantly tearing the bone army apart like wet paper. At this moment, Adele feels incredibly relieved that he ended up bringing her with him. Knowing that a necromancer must be controlling these thralls behind the scenes, he realizes they need to eliminate the caster first. Fending off a stray strike, he promises to watch her back as she charges ahead. To her utter surprise, the shattered skeletons begin piecing themselves back together immediately. The commanding necromancer watches them, amused by the sheer confidence of these two intruders. He orders his undead horde to slaughter the trespassers. This puts the duo in a tight spot since the enemies just keep regenerating. Adele yells at Renee to push forward and focus purely on the boss while he holds the line to make a path. Knocking away more skeletons, our author assures her he has her back so she can go for the kill. Harnessing her demonic magic, she leaps directly at the necromancer. The spellcaster summons another wave to block her, but Adele knows they must finish this fast. If they can shatter the mage's magical orb, the battle will end instantly, especially once he utilizes his new position transfer technique. Just when a giant, King Kong-sized skeleton is summoned to crush them, raising the stakes to an extreme level, Adele panics. But instead of playing the victim like some weak Manhwa damsel, Renee completely obliterates the massive beast with a single, devastating swing. Her actual combat strength is far beyond anything Adele had anticipated. Seizing the moment, he triggers position transfer to close the gap between them and the necromancer instantly. This upgraded technique allows him to swap the positions of two external objects rather than just teleporting himself. Using exchange, he teleports the magical orb straight out of the necromancer's hands and into his own. That's game over right there, as the skeletal mage is completely helpless without his primary casting tool. Adele shatters the orb, instantly neutralizing the necromancer and causing his undead army to crumble. Thanks to their stellar coordination, they successfully neutralize the threat in no time. Curiously, the dying necromancer spends his last breath thanking the human. A sudden wave of guilt washes over Adele. He remembers that he was the author who penned this entire tragic backstory in his novel. Feeling deeply apologetic toward his own creations, he silently hopes they can now find some peace. Renee breaks his train of thought by asking if there's anything left to handle now that the boss is cleared. Naturally, it's time to collect their hard-earned spoils. At last, he'll lay his hands on the exact equipment he desperately needs. The prize is the Fang of Darkness, a dagger forged from a unique metallic alloy of the demon realm. This weapon can convert shadow energy into active mana, drastically boosting the wielder's stats in dark environments. The second treasure is a ring known as the Eternal Full Moon, which allows the wearer to rapidly absorb ambient mana using moonlight. Deeply impressed by the dagger, Adele realizes he can use it to fully maximize his darkness-related stats. Since he has no practical use for the ring, he turns and presents it as a gift to Renee. She finds the item acceptable and quietly takes it from him. Playing the part of a proper gentleman, Adele slips the ring onto her finger, making her blush crimson. Startled and confused, she hurriedly pulls her hand back, looking incredibly adorable in her flustered state. Of course, our clueless protagonist remains completely oblivious as to why she is reacting this way. Still highly embarrassed, Renee feels the ring's passive effects beginning to circulate through her system. She genuinely appreciates the gift. Adele then moves on to claim all the loose gold left behind in the ruins. However, his greedy hopes are instantly crushed when Renee shifts back to her deadly persona, telling him not to get selfish. With the domain officially conquered, the two slip back into the estate just in time for the evening meal. They continue their routine training over the next month, watching the days fly by. Our author's growth in the demon world was accelerating at a remarkable pace. His mana pool had reached roughly 1,300 units, placing his raw capacity on par with a mid-tier demon. A few days later, the Patriarch summons them, formally granting them permission to enroll at Sighton. The big moment has finally arrived for the both of them. They are scheduled to head straight to the capital for the upcoming entrance examination. Seeing that they are packed and ready, the Patriarch bluntly tells them to get going. He doesn't even bother giving them a warm send-off. Catching a glimpse of Renee's face, Adele can tell she's feeling down about it. She quietly bows to her father before turning to walk away. Following her lead, Adele bows as well and turns to follow her out. However, before he can exit, Crete calls out, reminding him that he expects great things from this human. It's a rather depressing scene, with the Patriarch offering encouraging words to an outsider instead of his own daughter, who actually needs his support. As they board their prepared carriage, Crete watches them silently from the high balcony. The author realizes that even heartless demons have a soft spot for their offspring, sensing that Crete deeply cares for Renee in his own way. Though he's anxious about what lies ahead, the author is resolved to push through any obstacle to succeed at Sighton. Their departure begins with a rough, uneven ride down the mountain. Renee has remained eerily silent from the very moment they passed the estate gates. Adele starts questioning if he somehow did something to upset her. Suddenly, she turns her intense gaze upon him, privately noting that he looks far more handsome than she first gave him credit for. It seems our boy is accidentally charming a gorgeous demon princess. Honestly, some guys have all the luck. Like a nervous guy failing to hold a conversation with an intimidating girl, Adele awkwardly brings up the weather just to break the silence. Even she starts to suspect that he is a bit clueless, and perhaps not as powerful as she imagined. Her belief that he is a high-level priest of the demon god begins to waver. Meanwhile, Adele is just feeling incredibly awkward under her continuous, silent stare. Renee then chides herself for being foolish, remembering that she literally saw him speaking to the god of pride. The contrast in their internal monologues is hilarious. Adele is terrified, he's in deep trouble, while Renee is busy falling for him. Now, let's address the real significance of Adele giving her that ring earlier. In their world, it represents an eternal vow, which is essentially a formal proposal of marriage. Even though Adele did it silently, she is deeply curious about the silent promise he intended to make. The cold, emotionless princess has suddenly become intensely eager to know his true feelings. Breaking her daydream, Adele casually mentions that they should reach their destination in an hour. His dry update only irritates her further, since she was busy imagining a romantic scenario in her head. Without offering an explanation, she rolls over to take a nap, leaving a very confused Adele in the dark. An hour passes, and they finally step down from the carriage with all their belongings. The demonic capital is massive, sharing a striking resemblance to the capital of the human empire. Aside from their horns and subtle physiological traits, the local inhabitants don't look entirely alien compared to humans. High-class demons are distinguished by unique markings on their skin, such as a blonde youth they spot with a mark on his neck. Renee tells him to stay close, and he quickly follows, asking about their immediate destination. With the entrance exam scheduled for 2 days from now, they need to sort out their registration first. Adele suggests they use the remaining time to tour the capital, but she dismisses the idea with total disinterest. Thinking he spoke out of turn again, Adele watches silently as she insists on heading straight to the registration desk. Remembering her tragic background, the author notes that Renee had isolated herself at home ever since her mother passed away. This trip should represent total freedom for her, yet she seems completely indifferent to everything around her. In any case, they finally arrive at Satan, a colossal academy that dwarfs any ordinary institution by 3 times. The person handling their registration is an elderly receptionist behind the counter. When Adele steps forward to handle the registration, the receptionist is taken aback, noting that Adele bears no resemblance to a typical demon. To make matters worse, the official openly insults him, accusing him of being a half-demon trying to sneak into their prestigious academy. Our protagonist realizes his life here is going to be an uphill battle from day one. The hostile receptionist keeps complaining until his eyes catch the distinct, noble horns on Renee's head. Renee coldly announces her lineage from the House of Bears and states that her guard will be registering alongside her. The old man quickly complies, though he can't help but mutter insults about a half-demon trying to enter such a prestigious institution. Losing her patience with his insults toward her family, Renee releases a chilling surge of her aura. The old guy is practically begging for a death wish. He really should have just minded his own business. Adele quietly steps up to write down his details, associating himself with the House of Pixie. With that out of the way, they finally wrap up their registration. Reflecting on the receptionist's hostility, the author recalls that half-demons had sided with humanity during the Great War, earning them the hatred of pure-blooded demons. With paperwork sorted, their next priority is to find a decent tavern to stay the night. Finding a reasonable-looking inn, Adele suggests it seems comfortable enough for their stay. However, the pampered princess immediately finds plenty of faults with the establishment. Adele gently points out that they don't have her father's massive treasury at their disposal, so they must be practical. Crete had only provided them with 10 gold coins, a sum that would barely stretch to cover a single month's basic expenses. Since the House of Bears suffered heavy financial setbacks after the war, they cannot afford any luxury. Heading inside to book their lodgings, Adele handles all the negotiations with the innkeeper. Amusingly, Renee turns bright red the moment the innkeeper asks if they'll be sharing a single bed, immediately understanding the awkward implications of such an arrangement. Adele quickly steps in to request separate rooms, which ends up costing them a total of 2 gold coins. Our author feels that this is actually a pretty reasonable price to pay. As Renee walks upstairs, Adele volunteers to unpack all their belongings so she can get some shut-eye. Having spent her entire life in a luxurious mansion, the author suspects this is her very first time staying in such a humble environment. However, adapting to these circumstances quickly is absolutely essential for her. Meanwhile, he needs to make sure he's well-rested and prepared for the upcoming exam. Finally, the 2 days fly by, and the morning of the exam arrives. The gathered hopefuls are strictly ordered to follow the protocol. Surrounded by a massive crowd, our author estimates there must be hundreds of applicants gathered. Knowing that these elite combatants are training with the sole goal of wiping out humanity is a chilling reminder for our boy. If his human heritage is ever exposed, they will tear him to pieces. The exam supervisor commands everyone to present their identification cards and board the waiting train. Seeing a train is certainly the last thing he expected to encounter in the demon world. To keep unwanted guests out of their territory, the demons built special dimensional gates across their borders. If you want to travel around Satan, your only real option is to catch a train. Seeing a fully functional railway network here makes our main character wonder about the actual scale of this demon world. The duo hops onto the train and reaches their stop in the blink of an eye. At long last, they find themselves standing before the massive Grand Demon Academy. The candidates are directed to follow a guide, leading them straight into the main hall for the upcoming test. Together, they step into the Grand Hall. The sheer extravagance of the interior completely blows Adele away. Everywhere he looks, the lavish design leaves him utterly dazed. Spotting only teenage demons in the crowd, he guesses that the elite successors of the 7 deadly sins must be present as well. Seeing a group dressed in long black trench coats, the author quickly identifies them as the Academy instructors. He figures making a solid first impression is his best bet for surviving this dangerous place comfortably. Renee chimes in, warning him that the test is officially kicking off. In an instant, the entrance doors slam shut, plunging the bright room into an eerie, pitch-black darkness. While our protagonist suspect's magic is behind the dramatic entrance, he can't help but wonder what this test will actually entail. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the air as an instructor commands everyone to shut their mouths. This pint-sized speaker with a unique look welcomes them to Sighton before immediately launching into a barrage of insults at the nervous crowd. She doesn't even hide the fact that she's excited to see how many of them died during the trials. Talk about a warm reception. Adele is visibly shaking, feeling the overwhelming pressure behind her words. Flashing an evil grin, her expression shifts, signaling she is ready to get down to business. Without another word of warning, she unleashes the first phase of the test. A suffocating aura explodes from her, instantly crushing the spirit of every applicant in the room. In no time at all, the weaker candidates start dropping like flies. The other staff members seem completely unfazed by this brutal screening process. That's right. The unhinged girl pushing everyone to their limits is actually the headmaster of this academy. As it turns out, this is a test designed to measure their mental strength. Headmaster Lucien set this up to ensure these future demons have the mental resilience to survive human interrogation if they ever get captured. After 5 agonizing minutes under the pressure, almost everyone is flat on the floor, leaving only Renee, Adele, and 6 other survivors standing. The instructors had hoped for a better showing from the 100 candidates who arrived today. Even so, having this many survivors is still a step up from last year's abysmal results. It helps that this group features the legendary successors of the 7 deadly sins. The staff fully expected these high-tier heirs to handle the pressure. What they didn't anticipate, however, was a complete nobody standing strong alongside them. Unlike the noble heirs, this boy has no backing, yet keeping his composure for 10 whole minutes proves he is the real deal. Still, the instructors assume he has reached his absolute limit and is bound to collapse any second. While Adele is internally screaming in pain, one of the male instructors senses a volatile dark energy beginning to leak from him. Even Headmaster Lucien is stunned by this unexpected development. The guy is practically radiating the presence of a demon god right now. Feeling the immediate threat, the male instructor prepares to step in and eliminate the boy before things get out of hand. He looked like an ordinary kid initially, but the way his sheer killing intent warped the surrounding air proved he was extremely dangerous. It is a bloodthirsty aura, reminiscent of a legendary mass murderer. That raw malice is exactly why the instructor is ready to strike him down right now. Yet, Lucien notices that despite his stance, the instructor is actually frozen in hesitation. Deep down, he is terrified of facing this dark power, even if it belongs to a mere examinee. Another instructor chuckles at his fear, while the remaining candidates on the floor gasp for breath. Our protagonist knows that if he fails to hold out now, his mind will shatter completely, just like the god of pride warned. Suddenly, a crazy idea strikes him. What if he counters the examiner's overwhelming pressure with his own raw killing intent? Realizing he has nothing to lose, he decides to put the plan into action immediately. Tendrils of crimson demonic energy flare up around him, clashing head-on with the headmaster's heavy aura. Intrigued by his resistance, Lucien decides to crank up the pressure to see if she can force him to his knees. Despite being on the absolute brink of madness, our author manages to stand firm against her full power. This feat definitely catches her eye, and he ultimately passes this grueling trial. Rather than catching his breath, his eyes drift to Renee, who seems completely unfazed by the ordeal. It's a similar story for the elite successors of the 7 deadly sins. Balton, the heir of envy, and Prone, representing lust, along with Samuel of gluttony, Aaron of sloth, and Gar of greed. All of them are standing tall without breaking a sweat. The author silently reflects on how much effort he put into designing these cool characters, only for them to eventually become cannon fodder for the story's heroes. After sizing up the 6 noble heirs, his gaze finally lands on the successor of wrath. With striking snow-white hair, a crown of thorns, and cold scarlet eyes, he finds himself staring directly at the ultimate antagonist of his own novel, the future demon lord, Diana. As the first phase of the exam wraps up, Adele remains lost in deep thought. Since the Demon King is historically chosen from the Wrath bloodline, Diana has absolutely no reason to attend this academy, making him worry if his plot has already derailed. Meanwhile, the rejected applicants are throwing tantrums about failing the trial. Most of these spoiled rich kids complain about how unfair the test was, but the instructors make it crystal clear they do not care about their wealthy family status. The male instructor bluntly states that anyone who couldn't even last 5 minutes has no place in this academy, shutting the gates in their faces. This initial test alone highlights just how unforgiving and brutal this academy's standards really are. Fortunately, Adele managed to pass, noting that the cute girl Lucian is actually the headmaster rather than a mere proctor. Don't let her cute appearance fool you. She is easily the most powerful entity in the entire demon realm. He might have lucked out this time, but he still needs to keep his guard up for the upcoming challenges. After all, the second exam is notorious for weeding out the majority of applicants. During the break, the author notices that Renee is drawing a massive crowd of admirers. Her incredible combat prowess has already earned her a loyal following among her peers. It stands to reason that the heirs of the 7 deadly sins would turn heads wherever they go. Plus, they all manage to endure Lucian's terrifying aura with ease. Adele feels a little left out, disappointed that nobody seems to care about him surviving the exact same trial. Renee walks over, offering some playful praise to her self-proclaimed bodyguard for making the cut. Despite the lack of public attention, the author is just glad he proved to the examiners that he is no ordinary candidate. He is confident they won't be forgetting him anytime soon, or at least, that is what he hopes. The male instructor calls for silence, introducing himself as Ayers, the main instructor who will be overseeing their training. The man radiates such a scary vibe that Adele suspects he is carrying a hidden weapon on him. Ayers offers a brief congratulations before explaining that the mental trial was meant to prepare them for potential human interrogation. The 8 survivors are promised bonus points, and passing the next phase will grant them access to the legendary armory. This is music to our protagonist's ears, and he is thrilled at the prospect of securing some high-tier gear. Naturally, the rejected applicants are even more frustrated hearing about the rewards they missed out on. Ayers begins laying down the rules for the upcoming second trial. First, each candidate must showcase their unique skills and how they plan to fight human opponents. Since their class assignments depend entirely on this performance, they need to give it everything they have. While Adele grasps the goal, he is curious about the exact human opponents they will be facing. Ayers reveals their opponent, snapping his fingers to summon a warrior made of pure light, wearing iconic armor and wielding a familiar sword, instantly signaling to Adele that they are up against the strongest hero of the 6 human families. This is the literal equivalent of facing a level 100 final boss while you're still at level 2, leaving him completely baffled by his presence. Seeing his panicked expression, Renee asks if he recognizes the warrior. Naturally, Adele can't just blurt out that their opponent is Nine Eye Cell, the legendary head of the Nine Eye family who is deeply tied to the story's protagonist. Making things worse, the author realizes that this absolute powerhouse is actually the protagonist's father, the legendary sword saint whose talent is unmatched. A few sharp candidates recognize the legend, immediately losing all hope of passing. It makes sense they fear him. After all, this man is a legendary one-man army who has wiped out entire demon noble houses single-handedly. Naturally, even Ayers knows that a direct confrontation would result in a complete slaughter of the students. Because of this, Ninai Cell will limit his power output to a mere 10%. Hearing this, Renee thinks the exam is going to be a walk in the park. But the author quickly cautions her, pointing out they are dealing with a literal walking natural disaster. Even restricted to 10%, the Sword Saint possesses enough destructive power to level entire cities. This realization makes Adele wonder how any of the applicants stand a chance of passing. He figures there must be a hidden trick to passing, but since he is broke, buying an information scroll is out of the question. Ayers then announces they will form teams of 4 to face the projection together. To keep things balanced, the top 8 elite candidates will be split up across different teams, with the remaining members chosen at random. Our boy is thrilled to be recognized as an elite, whereas Renee is annoyed that her random teammates are basically going to ride her coattails. As for Adele's group, his teammates are already making his life miserable from the get-go. Renee taps him gently on the shoulder, wishing him good luck and telling him to stay safe. Adele smiles and wishes her the same as the staff finishes organizing 33 separate teams. Put in charge of the final squad, Adele's team consists of Kina, Chris, and Sanchez. As the author, he doesn't recognize any of these names, marking them as minor background characters with no real plot significance. While Kina and Chris are friendly and welcome him warmly, Sanchez behaves like an arrogant, moody brat. He wastes no time insulting our protagonist, mocking his status as a half-demon. It is quite embarrassing for the creator of this world to be trash-talked by insignificant background characters. Brushing off the insult, he focuses on keeping team morale high for the upcoming trial. To assign roles effectively, he begins by asking Chris about his specific combat abilities. Chris eagerly complies, demonstrating how his mana-shaping talent can turn a simple prism into sturdy armor and a sharp blade. While his skills aren't highly lethal, their sheer versatility makes them incredibly useful. This is a massive relief for Adele, who was hoping for a reliable partner like him. Next up, Kina explains that her role is strictly focused on utility rather than dealing raw damage. By praying to the demon god, she can significantly boost her teammates' speed. Testing her magic on Adele leaves her completely drained, prompting him to jokingly tease her about her low stamina. In reality, This is a terrible situation for him. Her speed boost is so pathetic it barely makes any difference. He is left wondering how on earth she even made it past the first round. Finally, Sanchez steps up, activating his Earth attribute reinforcement magic. The guy essentially transforms into a budget, muddy version of a super warrior. It is actually a solid setup for a frontline defender. Having shown theirs, Sanchez aggressively demands to see what their leader can do. Flinging a ring near him, our protagonist teleports instantly in a flash, catching Sanchez off guard and proving he could have ended him right there. Kaina and Chris are amazed by their leader's incredible spatial movement skill. Adele decides to keep his other cards hidden, knowing it is wiser to keep his full capabilities under wraps for now. For their strategy, he assigns Chris and Sanchez to hold the front line. He intends to anchor the middle while Kaina provides assistance from a safe distance behind. It is a solid plan, and the team quickly nods in agreement. With preparation complete, Ayers calls up the first group to officially kick off the second exam. Group 1 steps up to face the challenge first. Our protagonist respects their fiery determination, despite the impossible odds of facing the Sword Saint. However, that resolve means little, as the trial concludes almost the exact millisecond it starts. Group 1 is instantly wiped out, moving so fast that even Adele couldn't track the Sword Saint's movements. Ayers signals for the second group, who suffer the exact same swift defeat. Group 3 falls just as quickly, prompting the members of Group 4 to protest, calling the impossible test a scam. Ayers immediately disqualifies the complainers and asks the remaining two if they still wish to proceed. Adele watches a determined blonde boy step forward, undeterred by being shorthanded. That exact choice makes him realize the true secret to passing this stage. The match begins with the remaining duo confronting the legendary warrior. Predictably, the clash ends in a split second with their defeat. If the opponent had used actual killing force, they wouldn't have survived at all. Seeing this, even Adele's teammates start losing confidence. Sanchez is visibly trembling, his tough demeanor completely gone. The flawless sweep continues until Group 10 steps forward and instantly surrenders. Group 20 is called, and every single team up to 30 is systematically crushed. None of the candidates could manage to land a single clean hit. It feels like fighting an absolutely invincible boss. Much to his surprise, one of the applicants actually manages to parry a blow. Adele notes that the duration of the rounds is increasing as higher-tier candidates step up. This observation confirms his theory regarding the actual passing requirements. His teammates are growing anxious as their turn rapidly approaches. To calm them down, our protagonist reveals his strategic plan. Having deduced the criteria, he instructs them to focus entirely on defense and survival to stall for time. Watching the instructor's reactions to previous matches only solidifies his theory. Sanchez tries to argue, but their team's number is called before he can speak. Our hero feels confident that they can actually survive and match the Sword Saint's pace. His confidence rubs off on the team, preparing them to put up the longest fight of the day. Privately, Adele intends to tap into the capabilities of the story's ultimate antagonist to tilt the odds in their favor. The battle kicks off with their defensive formation ready to receive the attack. Lacking deep lore on the Sword Saint, he knows they must proceed with extreme caution. He warns them to analyze the opponent's movements as the Sword Saint launches his opening strike. He shouts a warning, but a single slash from the Saint shatters their defensive barrier and easily pushes Sanchez back. The author commands Kaina to reinforce Chris immediately to cushion his fall after being knocked back. He then directs Sanchez to hold the line and absorb the remaining impact. Utilizing his tank-like fortification skill, they manage to successfully weather the initial strike. Looking closely, Adele spots a brief opening right after the second strike, but quickly senses that his opponent is setting a clever trap for him. He decides not to take the bait, knowing that falling for it would only play right into the enemy's hands. Shifting his focus back to the fight, he warns his team that the second strike is headed their way. Although the squad quickly sets up their defense, Chris is the first to struggle against the overwhelming pressure. Just moments ago, a single blow had nearly taken out their entire squad. If they slip up even a little bit now, this next strike will completely finish them off. Looking closely, Adele spots a brief opening right after the second strike, but quickly senses that his opponent is setting a clever trap for him. He decides not to take the bait, knowing that falling for it would only play right into the enemy's hands. Shifting his focus back to the fight, he warns his team that the second strike is headed their way. Although the squad quickly sets up their defense, Chris is the first to struggle against the overwhelming pressure. Just moments ago, a single blow had nearly taken out their entire squad. If they slip up even a little bit now, this next strike will completely finish them off. The Sword Saint lets loose his assault, exposing the exact same gap as before. This time, the pressure is too much even for Sanchez, who ends up covered in deep cuts while trying to shield the rest of the group. While Sanchez fears that this is the end for them, Adele remains stubborn, determined to hold the line no matter what. He keeps his eyes peeled, trying to figure out what the enemy's next move will be. Finally, the Sword Saint brings down his weapon. But unfortunately for them, this grueling trial is far from over. As the Sword Saint prepares to deliver his ultimate blow, Adele decides to meet it head-on instead of backing down. With a devious grin, our protagonist boldly announces his plan to drive a blade straight into the enemy's throat, leaving his teammates absolutely stunned. With the Sword Saint bracing for his finishing move, Adele instructs Sanchez to block the hit without relying on Chris's help. It sounds like absolute madness, but Adele definitely has a method to his chaos. The impact is devastating, completely shattering Sanchez's armor and launching him straight up toward the ceiling. Seizing the moment, our MC uses his position transfer skill to swap places with Sanchez, and utilizing the brief opening, he triggers it once more to target the opponent's sword directly. Once he disarms the blade, he charges straight at the Sword Saint, aiming to press his black dagger against the opponent's neck for the ultimate checkmate. The bold move leaves the other instructors speechless. But sadly, our guy misses the clean strike and takes a brutal kick that has him coughing up blood. Refusing to stay down, our resilient protagonist activates his darkness ability to swallow the entire arena in pitch black. He only survived that devastating kick because of Chris's earlier defensive barrier. Without it, he would have been left severely broken. Even though his direct assault missed, he still manages to lock the Sword Saint inside a dark zone where not a single ray of light can enter. With the Blade of Darkness ready, Adele holds the upper hand inside this pitch black void. Since his weapon gains infinite attack potential in total darkness, he feels completely confident in his strategy. However, his confidence is short-lived, as the Sword Saint slowly turns around with a terrifying glare and instantly teleports right in front of him to strike. In that moment, even Adele feels like he's looking at a monster far more terrifying than actual demons. Fortunately, by manipulating the shadows, he summons a dagger from a blind spot and launches it at his adversary. The Sword Saint never expected our protagonist to summon hundreds of dimensional daggers all at once. He triggers the ability, sending a barrage of blades raining down to pierce the Sword Saint from every angle. While Adele's team stares in confusion at the massive black sphere, Ayres quickly realizes that the battle has already reached its conclusion. As the dark mist clears, it reveals one fighter still standing proud, while the other lies defeated on the floor. Adele stands victorious, leaving the rest of the candidates completely dumbfounded by his incredible performance. His tactical gamble paid off, earning him the respect of one of the powerful heirs. His squad members quickly crowd around him, praising him for his brilliant tactics. Being the clever guy he is, Adele avoids sharing any specifics on how he pulled off the victory. Poor Sanchez is in rough shape, but thankfully, the instructors step in to tend to his injuries. However, much to the surprise of his squad, the exam isn't officially finished just yet. Adele points out that there's still one final requirement they need to fulfill. Driving his weapon deep into his opponent, our main character displays a cold-blooded ruthlessness that gets the attention of both the instructors and the amused heirs. Fran admits that he is surprisingly capable for someone who is only half demon. Still, she believes that no hybrid can ever truly measure up to a pure-blood noble. This smug remark absolutely infuriates Renee, who responds by unleashing a terrifying, murderous aura. Fran is left wondering why the usually composed princess is suddenly acting so hostile. The sheer intensity of the aura sends an icy shiver down her spine. It seems the candidates from the 7 deadly sins families are already flexing their power to establish dominance over their rivals. Fran's followers are just a bunch of fanboys who blindly believe she can easily beat Renee. Turning back to Adele, he notices Renee's overflowing anger and wonders what got her so worked up. Before he can think much about it, Instructor Ayres walks up and asks Adele if he understands his true purpose for being here. Unimpressed by the boy's calm demeanor, Ayres walks off while giving a stern warning that he will be watching his every move. Adele feels a bit let down that he didn't even get a simple word of encouragement or praise. Meanwhile, tension is building as a showdown between Renee and Fran is about to take place. Adele tries to recall who this demon girl challenging Renee actually is. Judging by her distinct look, he realizes she is a representative from the House of Lust. Still, it makes no sense why she would pick a fight with someone as formidable as Renee. Our protagonist mentally kicks himself for focusing only on human characters in his novel and neglecting the lore of the demons. Spotting the half-blood from across the room, Fran calls out to him directly. Taken completely off guard, he is stunned when this unhinged girl demands that he become her personal servant. Hearing this outrageous demand, Renee snaps, charging forward to unleash a lethal first strike. Refusing to let anyone insult her personal guard, Lady Renee draws her sword and rushes forward. She has no intention of giving Laurel Fran any breathing room to defend herself. Their blades would have collided had the instructor not stepped in to stop them. He firmly warns them that useless brawls on the Citan campus are strictly against the rules. If they are so eager to chop each other to pieces, they can take their fight outside school grounds. The onlookers watching the confrontation are left completely shocked by the intensity. If Ayres hadn't stepped in, a serious disaster could have unfolded between two of the strongest heirs of the 7 deadly sins. Renee sheathes her blade with a cold scoff, leaving Laurel trembling slightly in her wake. Wearing a slightly worried expression, Adele checks in on his master. She gives him a blank stare as he reminds her that it's her turn to take the stage. Rather than heading straight to her group for the test, Lady Renee pulls out a handkerchief and starts wiping the sweat off Adele's forehead. She softly cleans his face while praising him for his impressive performance earlier. Every single guy watching this probably thought, man, I wish that were me. Still refusing to back down, Laurel mocks Lady Renee for getting so cozy with a mere half-demon. Ignoring her prejudice, Adele is just relieved to finally get a little respect after proving his worth in the trial. Locking eyes with him, Lady Renee curiously asks if he was holding back his true potential during his fight. This question leaves Adele utterly bewildered. After all, he had to put his life on the line just to land that one single hit earlier. As Group 34 is called up, Renee walks toward the stage, whispering that she will keep his hidden power a secret. She probably believes he's some sort of hidden master or powerhouse representing her family. The moment Renee steps away, Laurel Frond immediately slides back in to annoy Adele again. When she learns his name, a devious grin spreads across her face. She was still annoyed about being cut off during her previous confrontation. Releasing a mesmerizing, seductive charm, she commands Adele to dump that brute and serve her instead. She believes her charm is more than enough to sway a low-ranking guard and get back at her rival. Honestly, many of you guys reading this would probably have surrendered on the spot. Completely immune to her seductive spells, Adele brushes her off without a second thought, focusing entirely on Renee's trial. As she stomps her feet in frustration, his eyes remain locked on the arena. While Adele knows how powerful the other heirs are, he can't help but root for Renee. The replica of the Sword Saint stands reassembled, radiating a terrifying pressure that chills the entire area. It is a tense face-off, but Renee doesn't show even a hint of fear. Keeping her eyes locked ahead, she steps forward while completely ignoring her useless teammates. This bold movement catches the eye of even the future Demon Lord. Balton, the heir of envy, simply scoffs and laughs at her sheer audacity. On the sidelines, Adele immediately senses danger. In any normal scenario, walking straight up to the Sword Saint is practically suicidal. Standing face to face, a silent battle of raw pressure and presence begins between them. A classic face-off between a legendary veteran and a young prodigy, competing to see who has the more dominant presence. After a tense silence, both of their expressions turn incredibly fierce. The Sword Saint lunges to strike, but in the blink of an eye, he is the one who gets sliced clean down the middle. Both his weapon and torso are completely cleaved in half. The crowd is left speechless by her overwhelming power and absolute dominance. Not wanting to waste another moment on this pointless test, Lady Renee turns back without a second glance, met with roaring cheers from the crowd. Even the strict instructor heirs can't hide his satisfaction with her display. However, the person most shocked by this outcome is Adele himself. The replica probably recognized her immense skill, which explains why it hesitated to strike in the first place. True to her petty nature, Laurel just scoffs and rolls her eyes at Renee's victory. Intrigued, Adele asks the heir of lust if a team of all the 7 deadly sins heirs could take down the actual Sword Saint at peak strength. She chuckles, stating that no living creature is currently capable of defeating the real Sword Saint. Perhaps they would stand a chance only if the legendary former Demon King were still around today. Besides, she adds that this weak replica used for the test is nowhere near the 10% power the instructors boast about. Adele is hit with the harsh realization that he struggled so much against a fake that didn't even possess a fraction of the real warrior's strength. Even though he wrote this entire universe, he realizes he is still incredibly clueless about the demon realm. Nonetheless, a surge of excitement builds up inside him. The rest of the groups waiting for the trial are all spearheaded by the heirs of the 7 deadly sins. Perhaps motivated by Renee's showcase, the other heirs step up and demonstrate exactly why they hold their prestigious titles. Since every single one of them easily destroys the replica, it's difficult to tell which family currently holds the upper hand. However, Adele already knows who the strongest 2 of this group are, the ones destined to play major roles in the future story. After all the candidates complete their attempts, the entrance exam finally comes to an end. Gathering the students near the stage, Instructor Ayres announces that anyone brave enough to step up and fight has passed, regardless of their performance. Now that they are official trainees of Citan, Ayres warns them not to celebrate too early, reminding them that they have just entered a brutal path that has broken many strong demons before them. The formal entrance ceremony for the successful candidates is scheduled to take place in 2 days. However, anyone who actually managed to defeat the Sword Saint is instructed to stay behind. Adele figures this has to do with the special reward that was promised during their very first exam. Since the 7 deadly sins heirs and Adele easily passed, they are now granted access to the Academy's special armory. Before they proceed, Balton raises his hand to ask a question. He eagerly asks if they are allowed to walk out of the armory, carrying as many weapons as they can fit in their hands. He is incredibly excited to see what kind of powerful gear Citan is hiding inside. Such a greedy question is typical of Lycan Balton, the son of Envy, whose curiosity and appetite are completely limitless. Adele recalls spending a decent amount of time writing details about this greedy character in his original novel. Instructor Ayres calmly explains that managing multiple weapons would only slow down their progress, so they are strictly limited to picking just one. Shutting down any further silly questions, Ayres guides them straight toward the armory entrance. He places his hand on the stone wall, triggering a hidden magic seal. Within moments, a concealed doorway slowly materializes right before their eyes. Ayres mentions that this is a special privilege reserved only for the top-performing students of the academy. He adds that whether they walk away with something amazing or a complete dud is entirely in their hands. Rather than a simple weapon vault, the entrance looks like a dark portal to a dangerous dungeon. Ayres instructs them to enter in the reverse order of their exam scores, noting they will be thoroughly checked when they leave. This means Bolton gets the very first pick, while Adele is stuck with the absolute last turn. It's clear that the muscular heir dislikes Adele, looking thrilled to grab the best treasure before anyone else can. With a smug wave to the rest of the group, Bolton confidently steps through the portal. Since Lady Renee already has a top-tier weapon, she decides to search for a powerful artifact, a strategy Adele intends to copy. Since they both have this plan, it's highly likely the other heirs are thinking the exact same thing. By the time Adele finally gets his turn, all the best artifacts might already be taken. Soon, Bolton emerges from the vault wearing a dark, thorned crown, looking incredibly pleased with his choice. Exactly as he feared, the worst-case scenario is playing out right in front of him. Sure enough, one by one, every heir emerges carrying a high-value artifact. Before he can even process his worry, it is finally Adele's turn to enter. Noticing a unique bracelet on Renee's wrist, he asks her about its special abilities. She simply smiles and tells him to go inside and read the item descriptions on his own. However, she warns him that a few of the relics displayed inside don't have any info or descriptions at all. Adele thinks to himself that even if they lack info, they wouldn't be kept in a prestigious vault like this if they were completely useless. Before stepping through the entrance, Adele looks back and gives Instructor Ayres a long, questioning look. Feeling slightly annoyed by the stare, the massive instructor tells the boy to speak up if he has a question. Letting out a nervous laugh, Adele asks about the mystery items that lack any details. Ayres briefly explains that those are ancient relics and weapons whose true powers and origins remain a mystery. If luck is on your side, you might end up with an incredibly powerful tool. But if you are unlucky, it could burden you with a permanent, life-ruining curse. Giving him one final warning, Ayres nudges the last candidate to step inside. Now, Adele will have to see for himself whether being the last one in is a blessing or a curse. The moment he steps through the threshold, the surroundings shift completely. Although the place is unexpectedly clean and brightly lit, he still feels a slight sense of unease. Spotting a bright light shining at the end of a long corridor, he decides to follow the path. Upon reaching the main chamber, he finds a massive collection of legendary weapons and artifacts secured inside glowing magical cases. The entire vast hall is packed with rare, ancient demon treasures. Looking to his right, a strange spear catches his eye, prompting him to read its label. It is called the Twin Fang Spear, a tool once used by an anonymous demon for hunting giant serpents. The tip houses the spirits of angry serpents, which manifest as two spectral snakes when mana is channeled through it. Although the description tries its best to hype it up, Adele knows this thing is actually complete garbage. Furthermore, Adele already has his reliable twin daggers to fight with. Next, he inspects a starlight crystal used by an old astrologer that glows when mana is added. Basically, it is just a high-end flashlight. Since Adele is focusing on shadow magic, he easily passes on it. Spotting an empty display case, he curiously reads the label to see what used to be kept inside. It describes the Great Circlet of the Victor, which offers massive stamina boost and recovery but binds permanently to the user's head. Adele realizes this is definitely the crown Bolton was wearing. Adele finds this discovery rather strange. He distinctly remembers deleting all cursed binding items from his novel drafts, so finding one here is a complete surprise. Scanning the room left and right, he realizes that his fears were correct. Almost all the high-quality loot is already gone. Items like the Bind of the Python, the Demon General's flag, and the Fallen Noble's insignia have already been snatched up. The other heirs grabbed all the overpowered gear, leaving behind weapons and armor that are barely worth looking at. Figuring he has no other good options left, Adele begins to consider picking a risky, cursed artifact instead. But then, a clever trick that only he is capable of performing flashes through his mind. Pulling out his magical paper, he prepares himself to spend a little bit of his precious gold savings. Approaching a shattered sword that lacks any written details, he asks the paper to reveal its information. The system asks him to pay either a high-grade relic or 100 gold coins to unlock the details. Just as he is about to pay, a new idea suddenly strikes him. To test his theory, he heads over to a damaged scroll and repeats the process. This time, the paper demands 50 gold coins for the description. Since the paper prices the information based on how valuable the item actually is, he doesn't even need to unlock it. He simply needs to find the item that demands the highest amount of gold. He quickly checks all 7 mystery display cases scattered around the area. The info for a black stone shaped like an eagle costs only 1 gold coin. This is clearly a worthless piece of junk. Since it is so cheap, Adele decides there's no harm in spending a single coin just to satisfy his curiosity. The paper reveals the true ability of the stone eagle. It simply swaps the user's good luck with another person's bad luck. In short, it is completely useless. Wasting no more time, Adele moves on to scan the rest of the mystery relics. While some of the information is priced around 100 coins and others in the 50s, none of them seem particularly game-changing. But with just 2 options remaining, he spots an item priced at 300 gold, a shoulder pauldron. According to the page's estimate, this piece is likely a mythical artifact, completely overshadowing whatever the other heirs managed to grab. However, just as he is on the verge of choosing it, his eyes are pulled toward the very last item on the list, one completely lacking a description. Even though he was completely alone in the room, an eerie sensation washed over him, as if someone was staring right at him. The item itself looked like a simple, plain necklace. It seemed like Adele's sharp instincts were instantly on high alert. Deciding to investigate, he brought out the magical paper to dig up details on this mysterious accessory. The paper immediately began to glow, floating into the air while emitting an incredibly intense light. Ultimately, the cheat sheet revealed only a single, cryptic sentence. You must sacrifice a god. If this accessory literally requires a deity as an offering, it has to be at least a legendary tier item. Instead of being backed into a corner, it seemed like fortune had smiled upon him after all. Pondering the situation further, however, he realized he was getting ahead of himself. At this point, he doesn't even have a connection to a lesser deity, let alone a powerful demon god. As a temporary test, he decides to channel a small amount of his own mana into the strange necklace. After holding his breath for several moments, absolutely nothing happened. The situation was highly irritating. He was staring at a legendary item, but had absolutely no clue what it actually did. Desperate for answers, he tried to trick the system by rephrasing his questions in the hope of extracting some free details. Yet, no matter how he phrased it, any inquiry about the necklace brought up the exact same demand: sacrifice a deity. He eventually realized that he wasn't going to get even a tiny piece of free information. Even so, he decided to take a gamble and chose the gem-encrusted necklace as his prize. No matter what its actual powers were, he was confident that he had walked away with the absolute best item in the treasury. After putting the necklace on, he pulled up his status screen to see if any new stats had appeared. Sure enough, a completely unfamiliar trait was now listed on his profile. He figured he would just have to slowly unravel the secrets of this mysterious artifact later on. As he stepped outside the vault, Instructor Ayres immediately demanded to know why he had chosen such a strange item. He answered honestly, explaining that he had selected an item that lacked any written information. When Ayres asked if he possessed some secret knowledge about it, he denied having any. Strictly speaking, he wasn't lying. Honestly, Adele couldn't fathom why luck seemed to play such a frustrating game with him. In the end, the imposing instructor accepted his answer. Though he found the choice suspicious, he had no choice but to take the student at his word. Addressing the top rookies, he warned them to safeguard their artifacts carefully, as these items could save their lives. Looking around, Adele noticed several individuals destined to become major powerhouses in the demon realm. These individuals were bound to receive massive backing and resources going forward. If he could somehow redirect a small portion of those resources for his own benefit, he'd be set. As soon as they were dismissed, the secret entrance to the vault dissolved completely. Now that the testing had concluded, the young mistress and her protector prepared to return to their quarters. But before they could take their leave, someone blocked Adele's path. With a grin on his face, Balton approached them, offering an apology for how rudely he had acted earlier. He introduced himself formally and held out his hand to bury the hatchet. The gesture caught Adele off guard, but he wasn't the type to reject a polite offer. However, the moment he clasped Balton's hand, he understood that this guy didn't have a single polite bone in his body. A sly smile spread across his face as he clamped down on Adele's hand with immense, crushing force. Adele winced as a sharp, bone-crushing ache flared up in his hand. Balton is simply the sort of person who has zero respect for those he deems weak. He is obsessed with fighting the strong, fueled by intense jealousy and competition. In the original story, he nearly killed the main character, but upon recognizing his growth, he spared him just to ensure a better rematch later. To put it simply, Lycan Balton is a complete combat psycho. As Balton continued to grin mockingly, hoping to provoke a reaction, Adele quietly designated the psycho's sword as a target for his swap ability. In an instant, he traded places with the weapon and lightly tapped the lunatic on his shoulder from behind. Since he had just finished an exhausting test, Adele was in no mood to indulge the childish antics of a pampered young master. Not to mention, that handshake had genuinely almost fractured his fingers. Rather than being annoyed, Balton burst out laughing, as Adele's clever maneuver only fueled his urge to fight. At this rate, he was ready to throw down in a duel to the death right then and there. Before the situation could get completely out of hand, Lady Renee stepped forward to intervene. Releasing a freezing aura, she made it clear that she would jump into the fight herself if he didn't back off. Hearing this, the psycho finally suppressed his energy. While he loved a good brawl, taking on 2 dangerous opponents simultaneously was a bit too risky. The last thing he wanted was to get seriously hurt before classes even officially began. After all, they would have countless opportunities to fight each other in the future. That guy is honestly out of his mind. He claims he wants to avoid injury, yet he is perfectly fine with a battle to the death. Adele knew he wouldn't be able to easily shake this guy off anytime soon, but for the time being, he focused on leaving with the young mistress. In spite of all the chaos, he found himself genuinely excited for what lay ahead at Seitan. The next morning back at the hotel, Adele woke up feeling completely energized. Naturally, he takes a moment to show off his shredded physique, flexing on all of us regular people. He can feel his health returning and his strength increasing with each passing day. With a sense of anticipation, he grabbed the school uniform sent by Seitan to try it on. As he slipped into the classic black pants and blazer set, he was pleasantly surprised by the comfortable fit. They would be restricted to wearing this outfit for the next 3 years, but at least it was highly functional. Curious to see how Lady Renee looked in her new uniform, he headed over to her room and knocked on the door. Recognizing her guard's knock, Renee opened the door. Adele was left speechless by her appearance. The classic blazer and skirt suited her beautifully, highlighted by the soft morning light. Without thinking, he let his thoughts slip out and paid her a sincere compliment. The unexpected praise made the young lady blush intensely. She might be a merciless warrior in battle, but her bashful side was absolutely adorable. Since Adele had a rare free day ahead of him, he planned to spend it wandering around the city. He bowed politely, suggesting she take some rest, but she called out to him before he could step away. With a flushed face, she shyly asked if he was forgetting his duties. She pointed out that while he might be off duty as a student, he was still very much on duty as her protector. He had completely overlooked his main responsibility in his excitement to enjoy some personal time. As a compromise, she decided to change and accompany him on his walk. And with that, his peaceful day off evaporated into thin air. However, his disappointment quickly faded as they stepped into the lively streets of the capital. Given how clean and quiet the area was, it was difficult to imagine that a massive war had occurred just a decade prior. The rebuilding process was actually still happening on the outskirts of the city. Even though humanity had technically won the conflict, they were never able to completely seize control of the capital. Tugging gently on his sleeve, Lady Renee pointed excitedly toward a street food stall, clearly eager to sample the local snacks. The skewered meat was sizzling over the grill, perfectly cooked and glistening. It was a skewer of spiced meat and fresh vegetables. Curious to see if it tasted like regular chicken, Adele ordered 2 portions. From the very first bite, the delicious flavor instantly brightened their spirits. Adele found it heartwarming to see the usually emotionless Renee showing such a genuinely happy face. He wondered if she was slowly beginning to feel more comfortable around him. They kept walking through the town square, enjoying each other's company and talking freely. It had been ages since Adele enjoyed a genuine day of relaxation, and he suspected this might be his last chance for a while. Eventually, their stroll brought them face to face with a massive statue standing tall in the center of the city. As Adele stared at the grand monument in confusion, Renee informed him that it was a monument dedicated to the very first Demon King. Examining the features more closely, he was struck by how much it looked like Diana. After all, it wasn't every day you got a clear look at the legendary founder of the demon realm. As Adele squinted to get a better look, the stone eyes of the monument suddenly flared with a familiar energy. Simultaneously, the hidden necklace beneath his shirt began to react to the statue's gaze. The stone monument of the founder transferred a strange, mystical force directly into his newly acquired accessory. To his astonishment, the interaction caused one of the glowing gems on his necklace to fade and turn completely gray. Even stranger was the fact that Renee didn't seem to notice any of this. From her perspective, Adele had simply stopped walking and pulled out his necklace for no apparent reason. Under normal circumstances, there was no way she could have missed such a bright flash of light. Yet, looking at her genuinely puzzled face, she clearly hadn't seen a thing. This made him recall the magic sheet's instruction to sacrifice a deity for answers. It seemed he had stumbled upon a major clue in the last place he would have expected. He was now positive that his necklace was tied to the first Demon King, which only fueled his determination to uncover its secrets. Their trip around the capital ended with Adele's mind racing with endless questions. The following morning, they made their way directly to Seitan to attend the grand entrance ceremony. The principal and the rest of the staff stood proudly on stage, addressing about 100 newly enrolled students gathered in the hall. Adele overheard some rookies whispering about the headmaster being a mere child, completely oblivious to the fact that she was a powerhouse who could obliterate them effortlessly. A few of them actually had the nerve to call her cute. They were looking at a child covered in intimidating tattoos and somehow calling her adorable. Adele seriously wondered about the mental state of some of his fellow classmates. Right then, the principal cast an incredibly icy stare directly toward the gossiping students. Adele quickly warned himself that she might actually possess mind-reading abilities. Instructor Ayers barked an order to silence the crowd, officially kicking off the ceremony. The principal delivered a standard welcoming speech, and the tense atmosphere gradually relaxed. Following the introduction, the top-performing cadet and the runner-up were called up to take their official oath. To no one's surprise, those top honors belonged to Diana and Balton. Renee, meanwhile, didn't seem bothered at all by missing out on the top ranking. This made perfect sense, given that her only motivation for being here was to seek vengeance against her mother. She couldn't care less about academic rivalry or rankings. As for Adele, he was focusing entirely on his own secret plans. While walking up to the stage, Balton locked eyes with him, wearing a smug, provocative grin. Adele decided it was best to simply look away. He knew that getting tangled up with a fanatic like him would only bring trouble. The moment the number 1 cadet stepped onto the platform, her sheer presence made it obvious why she held the rank. Blessed by higher powers, the Demon King's own daughter, Diana, stood in a league of her own. Her oath to restore their honor and resurrect the Demon Kingdom resounded clearly through the hall. The intense anger of those who had lost everything to the humans was palpable in the room. If any of them ever discovered Adele's true heritage, his fate would likely be endless suffering. Once the ceremony came to an end, Instructor Ayres instructed the students to find their class listings on the notice board. The students formed lines to search for their names. Checking the lists, Adele saw that he had been assigned to Class A. But when he checked to see where Lady Renee was placed, he felt incredibly relieved. Fortunately, his mistress had been sorted into Class C. He attempted to look disappointed, but his broad grin completely betrayed his joy. She firmly reminded him that he was still her protector and had to show up immediately whenever she summoned him. Happy to have at least a little bit of breathing room, Adele walked towards his new classroom. Along the way, he accidentally bumped shoulders with another student. The boy glared back with pure rage, his neck veins popping as he stared Adele down. The hostile teenager threatened his life and threw a bizarre insult his way. Adele was genuinely surprised by such intense aggression from someone he didn't even know. He quickly realized the boy was Samuel, the hot-tempered heir of gluttony. He was known to be one of the more formidable descendants among the heirs. Despite being the one who wasn't looking, the brat was actively trying to start a brawl. Hoping to prevent any unnecessary trouble on his very first day, Adele offered a quick apology. Samuel was clearly an abrasive individual with an incredibly annoying attitude. It appeared that, with the exception of Lady Renee, all the high-ranking heirs were complete eccentrics. Adele silently hoped that he wouldn't end up sharing Class A with Balton. Meanwhile, an intense argument was taking place inside the site and staff room. Instructor Idea was loudly demanding that her position as a respected educator be acknowledged. Instructor Ayres countered, claiming she lacked the necessary experience to supervise an exceptionally dangerous student, a task he felt far better suited for. Idea was furious that he was trying to undermine her authority just to take over Class A. Intervening to keep the peace, Principal Lucien instructed both of them to quiet down. Idea felt singled out, complaining that she was constantly the target of unfair doubts. To resolve the matter, the principal allowed Ayres to explain exactly why he wanted to swap roles. He argued that he was far more capable of managing Adele, as he had dealt with similar dangerous individuals during his time at war. He stated that one glance was enough to know the boy possessed the instincts of a cold-blooded killer. He warned that Adele was the type to betray his own allies and needed to be watched constantly. The other staff members felt he was blowing things out of proportion, especially since the boy was only a half-demon and lacked the raw power of the main heirs. Ayres shot back that actual threat level isn't just about physical power. Adele's unwavering composure and guts were on par with any of the legendary heirs. That was his exact reason for wanting Class A, so he could personally keep tabs on the boy. Essentially, he was claiming that Idea wasn't competent enough to handle a single high-risk student. Ayres was basically treating his fellow colleague like an inexperienced rookie. Tired of the bickering, the principal let out a heavy sigh. She released a tiny fraction of her overwhelming power, instantly silencing the entire room. While she acknowledged Ayres' points, she noted that swapping class assignments at this stage would cause too much disruption. Still, she agreed that keeping a watchful eye on the situation was a smart move. Consequently, she instructed Idea to keep a very close watch on Adele's progress. With the matter settled, the staff meeting adjourned, clearing the way for the first day of academy life. Over in the Class A hall, Adele sat silently, cursing his terrible fortune. Right before him sat Laura Fraun, the pushy heir of lust, who was already talking his ear off. Still, he consoled himself that dealing with her was far better than being paired with Diana. And while Balton wasn't here, he still had to deal with the irritable Samuel, the heir of gluttony. Laura smugly teased him, asking if he had followed her there, even though everyone knew the placements were entirely random. With a theatrical laugh, she self-importantly declared that she was granting him the honor of being her servant once more. Just looking at her demonic horns would make most people fold instantly. Honestly, half of you watching would have given in without a second thought. As she continued her one-sided teasing, Samuel rudely interrupted, threatening to end them both if they didn't keep quiet. Even by demon standards, this teenager was unbelievably annoying. Laura was immediately put off by his hostile attitude. Fortunately, she quickly shifted her attention to annoy someone else, leaving Adele to quietly lament the chaotic school life ahead of him. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open as Instructor Idea walked in, instantly bringing absolute silence to the room. Her powerful aura demanded immediate attention and compliance from everyone. Stepping up to the podium, she formally introduced herself to the assembled Class A students. She casually mentioned that she was widely feared by her infamous title, the Legion of Calamity. That title sounds incredibly badass, to be completely honest. Whispers broke out across the room as the students recognized her legendary reputation. Rumors claimed she had single-handedly eliminated tens of thousands of human soldiers in a historic battle at Pollux River. Adele was secretly pleased by this information. Having such an incredibly powerful teacher meant his prospects of surviving this academy had just skyrocketed. With the pleasantries finished, she quickly transitioned into explaining the curriculum they would follow. The plan was actually remarkably straightforward. She would be personally training them in various tracking and hunting techniques. Naturally, they wouldn't be practicing on regular wildlife or wild beasts. Instead, they would learn to hunt the very prey that drew students to Citon in the first place. They were going to be taught the art of successfully hunting humans. Adele made sure to keep his expression completely neutral as she explained this. While she would handle the hunting lessons exclusively, other subjects would be covered by different specialists. Lessons on spellcasting and combat weaponry were assigned to other skilled teachers. Additionally, she would oversee their physical conditioning and endurance drills. She declared that staying indoors wouldn't do for their very first lesson. Instead, they were to head straight to the outdoor training fields. The moment Adele arrived at the practice area, its sheer scale left him completely amazed. The area was easily 4 or 5 times the size of an ordinary sports field. Once the class had gathered, Instructor Idea unleashed her magic, conjuring a spinning black portal and telling them to watch closely. As the vortex expanded to its limit, a heavy shadow swept across the field. The dark void solidified into a massive gateway, and the heavy metallic sounds of an approaching army echoed outward. A whole battalion of human crusaders marched straight out of the portal, looking completely lifeless and blank-faced. Noticing how tense her students had become, the instructor quickly clarified that these soldiers were nothing more than magical illusions. It turns out she was also the mastermind behind the Sword Saint clone that pushed them to their limits during the entrance exam. Adele immediately realized that anyone who could conjure a clone with even 10% of a Sword Saint's actual strength was extremely dangerous. Clearly, this instructor was an absolute beast in combat. Even though Citon is undoubtedly powerful, he suspects the Royal Academy is still on a completely different level. Instructor Idea then laid out a straightforward challenge for the Class A trainees. Their goal was to fight their way through the human army and get to her. To kick things off, she looked over the crowd before locking her gaze onto one specific student. She singled out Adele and ordered him to take the very first turn. Grinning mischievously, she challenged him to target her neck, just like he did with the Sword Saint's double. Just as Adele assumed he was done dealing with Instructor Era's suspicions, it became obvious that Instructor Idea was also keeping a close eye on him. Before starting, he asked why they couldn't just have a standard one-on-one duel. She explained that human soldiers rely heavily on their commander for their morale and mental strength. If their leader is taken out, the rest of the army will crumble instantly like dominoes. A powerful commander is what keeps an army formidable. Since she was playing the role of the commander for this drill, Adele had to admit her logic was sound. Even Sun Tzu's Art of War emphasizes that the quickest way to break an enemy is to capture their leader. A smug smirk spread across his face as he unsheathed his dagger. Taking down a commander hidden behind an entire vanguard seemed like a walk in the park for him. Instructor Idea playfully pointed out that defeating her outright was out of the question, so just a light touch with his hand or weapon would be enough to pass. With that settled, she commanded her puppet army to charge. In less than a blink, Adele had already teleported right behind the self-assured instructor. If he wanted to, he could have sliced her neck then and there. Her smirk vanished instantly as a heavy wave of murderous intent locked her limbs. Adele teased, asking if that trick earned him a passing score. Although they began about 12 meters apart, that gap meant absolutely nothing to him anymore. It only took 2 quick teleports to get behind her guard undetected. He was slowly but surely pushing the limits of his teleportation ability. Before long, he'd become the ultimate assassin capable of dismantling any stronghold single-handedly. Instructor Idea let out a chuckle. She wasn't foolish enough to leave herself completely exposed. A protective barrier was actively shielding her entire body. Now she understood exactly why Ayers insisted on keeping tabs on him. She marked him down as passed and ordered him to return to his place. Heading back to the other students, he puzzled over whether her reaction was fueled by malice or mere curiosity. Regardless of the reason, it made him anxious about his secret identity being compromised. After commending Adele, Instructor Idea warned the remaining students that failure meant extra remedial lessons. One after another, the Class A students attempted to breach the human defenses. True to their demonic heritage, they all possessed solid fighting fundamentals. It certainly made things easier that their opponents were just normal, powerless humans. Even so, the students had only managed to destroy a handful of puppets that the instructor wasn't even actively steering. Eventually, the disorganized but massive formation of puppets overwhelmed the cadets, forcing them to yield one by one. Learning from the failures before him, the next student attempted to jump over the human barricade. Unfortunately, he was instantly targeted and shot down by puppet archers. Adele could only grimace at how poorly his classmates were performing. Moments like this made him appreciate just how overpowered his teleportation skill was. If things kept going this way, reaching the top spot of the academy would be a breeze. The next name called was Samuel. Adele was curious to see if this arrogant kid actually had the talent to back up his big mouth. Stepping up to the line, Samuel immediately began gathering massive amounts of mana. The density of his mana spiked rapidly, causing the atmospheric pressure in the training ground to skyrocket. Matching his aggressive nature, his mana formed a violent, swirling vortex of pure destruction. The resulting waves of pressure almost swept the surrounding students off their feet. Adele watched with wide eyes as Samuel obliterated the entire puppet army in a single, devastating blast. It was his very first time witnessing high-tier magic in action. Samuel's unique gluttony trait proved to be a terrifying power capable of consuming everything in its path. Adele had to admit that, for the time being, the brat might actually hold the #1 spot. However, as the dust cleared, Instructor Idea stood there without a single scratch. If anything, she looked thoroughly unimpressed by the entire display. Adele wasn't surprised at all. An elite instructor would never allow herself to be taken out by a mere student's spell. Samuel's blast had cleared every single soldier, leaving only the commander standing. While it was a spectacular show of force that momentarily startled everyone, it wasn't enough. Regrettably, he still ended up failing the test, just like the rest. Samuel looked stunned, clearly wanting to protest the failure. Instructor Idea just snapped her fingers, instantly demonstrating why such brute force was completely ineffective. A brand new legion of human puppets materialized behind her once again. She reminded him that as long as the leader survives, humans can always replenish their forces. Peering at the line, stretching far beyond the training area, Adele guessed there were at least 200 puppets standing. Instructor Idea remarked that while Samuel's spell was decent, it was only impressive for a rookie first year. Even the short-tempered Samuel knew it was wise not to argue further. With a bitter grunt, he turned around and stomped back to the group. Adele was somewhat shocked that the arrogant boy accepted his failure, even if he was clearly seething inside. As their gazes locked for a brief moment, Samuel's frustration only intensified. His downfall was caused entirely by his own arrogance and reliance on raw power. Had he directed that devastating power solely at the instructor, he would have easily cleared the exam. The evaluation went on, and Idea summoned the next candidate. An incredibly arrogant laugh suddenly echoed from the group of students. Laurel Fran marched forward, absolutely thrilled to have all eyes on her. The onlookers felt confident that she would easily clear the test. They were only curious about what method she would use. Facing the puppets, she mockingly labeled them as mere lackeys trying to obstruct her way. Unfortunately, her haughty declaration failed to produce the results she anticipated. As cold sweat broke out, her cocky attitude evaporated completely. Realizing her charm skills had zero effect on the constructs, she frantically searched for an escape plan. Just as Adele foresaw, the air of lust was totally useless in a direct clash. During the entrance exam, she simply manipulated her teammates to fight for her while she bossed them around from safety. Without any underlings to control, she was completely toothless. Panicking, she scanned the crowd of students and zeroed in on Adele. She begged for assistance with puppy dog eyes, yet she still had the nerve to address him as her slave. Clueless about their strange history, the other students whispered among themselves in confusion. Adele had no plans to assist her anyway, and her arrogance sealed the deal. Fed up with her whining, Instructor Idea commanded her legion to attack. Laurel panicked as the horde of puppets closed in on her. They quickly boxed her in and began beating her black and blue. Adele was dumbfounded that she hadn't even bothered to learn basic defensive spells. The entire class looked on as she was thoroughly thrashed while screaming for rescue. While the crowd was distracted by the beating, Adele's eyes wandered elsewhere. He observed one of his peers fully mend a physical injury. Since restorative spells are typically a human-only trait, this was highly unusual. This meant the pink-haired girl was likely another half-demon. A knack for restoration is exceptionally rare on its own. A demon capable of using healing spells is almost unheard of. Even though he couldn't recall her name, he resolved to introduce himself to her soon. Before he could take a step toward her, Instructor Idea ordered him to escort the battered Laurel back to class. Talk about terrible timing. He much preferred chatting up the healer over babysitting a whiny noble. Crouching down, he gave the bruised Laurel a sharp flick on the forehead and muttered how useless she was. Adele kept poking her, telling her to stop pretending and stand up. While she could handle the physical beating, the public humiliation was too much for her ego. Now, whenever she called him a servant, he could easily counter by pointing out she was far weaker than any slave. As the session drew to a close, Instructor Idea assembled the students into a formation. She admitted she had expected more, and their overall performance was incredibly underwhelming. Nevertheless, it served as a valuable wake-up call. She believed it was crucial for rookies to taste bitter defeat to understand their actual limits. It was necessary for them to identify their individual shortcomings and errors. Understanding one's capabilities early on is a major milestone in growth. This self-awareness is what enables allies to properly cover for each other in real combat. Adele found it strange that Citan randomized its classes, unlike human academies that grouped students by their power tiers. Instructor Idea then went on to explain the importance of team synergy. Even with the widespread failure, a single student had managed to clear the challenge. Looking directly at him, Idea gave him a meaningful stare and promised she'd be monitoring his future development. Adele offered a strained thank you, feeling the envious glares of the entire room piercing his back. At last, they were dismissed and told to head back to the main building for their subsequent lecture. It wasn't just the staff that seemed unfriendly. His classmates were just as unwelcoming. Samuel, specifically, looked ready to snap and attack him on sight. Adele began to worry that forming his own loyal group would be incredibly difficult with the 7 deadly sins heirs constantly getting in his way. Following the outdoor session, the remaining periods proceeded smoothly. Their next subject was a lecture on magic theory. During the lesson, the instructor covered the history of the demon realm and the basic physical vulnerabilities of humanity. Adele paid close attention to every word. He discovered that, structurally, demon anatomy is almost identical to human anatomy. Striking specific vital points on either species yields the exact same painful results. The teacher warned them to study up, as a quiz was scheduled for the next session. It felt shockingly like a regular school day. Still, sitting through class felt incredibly boring since he had already experienced student life in his past incarnation. Even though it was only day 1, he felt completely exhausted. Mirroring his past life, he found himself completely friendless and alone after school hours. Speaking of socializing, there was that one female classmate he wanted to introduce himself to. Specifically, the pink-haired student who possessed restorative magic. With a brief recess before the next period, he decided this was the perfect moment to approach her. He quietly approached her desk, and their eyes met. Offering a friendly grin, Adele politely introduced himself. She just blinked at him speechlessly, while the entire classroom went quiet and focused solely on them. It occurred to him too late that 2 half-demons interacting was always going to attract a crowd. Since she seemed visibly uneasy under the spotlight, he figured it was best to postpone their chat. He swiftly excused himself to escape the awkward tension. Walking toward the exit, he decided to just head to the restroom to clear his head in peace. Just as he reached the exit, the door swung open and Samuel stepped inside. For what felt like the 100th time, their eyes met. Adele wanted nothing more than to leave, but the arrogant jerk glared at him as if he were scum. Hoping to avoid a scene, Adele stepped aside to let Samuel pass first. By passing him, Samuel sneered and muttered insults about Adele being a disgusting lowlife. Even the most patient person has a limit. Adele had spent the entire day avoiding conflict, but his tolerance for Samuel's nonsense had officially run dry. He turned back and made a sarcastic remark about Samuel's noble household, striking a nerve. Flaring his oppressive aura, Samuel demanded that Adele repeat those words. Refusing to back down, Adele mocked the Gluttony family for raising a walking pile of trash. That final insult snapped Samuel's self-control entirely. To be honest, triggering his explosive temper was incredibly easy anyway. Unlike the tactical Baltan, this idiot lacked any emotional control over his hatred. If this brat was going to obstruct his path, Adele figured it might be best to eliminate him early. Samuel condensed his mana, molding it into a jagged suit of armor around himself. Adele remained completely calm. He estimated that if he structured his self-defense claim carefully, he could get away with severing Samuel's arm. However, before they could clash, the teacher for their next period slipped into the room unnoticed, neutralizing their hostile energies instantly. The neatly groomed, bespectacled teacher offered a gentle smile and requested everyone to sit. Neither Samuel nor Adele had felt him walk in at all. With the conflict interrupted, Samuel retracted his magic. More accurately, his spell had been shut down forcibly. The teacher hadn't just snuck in, he had actively nullified all magical traits in the vicinity. With the situation resolved, the new teacher prepared to present himself. He prompted the remaining standing students to sit back down. Samuel grumbled in irritation, leaving Adele amazed that this loose cannon backed down so easily. He returned to his desk while the room fell into a hush. The teacher warmly introduced himself as Instructor Robolt. Was artificial intelligence somehow running magic courses now? It clarified how he had canceled their abilities so effortlessly. Clearly, Citan only hired the absolute elite as instructors. Whenever people think of fantasy settings, magic is always the primary concept. Back when Adele was writing novels, he chose not to define magic as an inherent gift. He viewed it in a completely different light. He preferred describing magic as a craft that could be mastered through sheer diligence. In a way, it was more of an intellectual and academic field of study. Instructor Robolt began his lecture by introducing a fundamental rule they had to memorize: the system of magical elements. The fundamental elements comprised earth, water, wind, and fire. These were the 4 primary foundations. Including the uncommon light and dark variations, there were 6 primary attributes in total. While most individuals only possessed one, Adele sensed he had an affinity for 2. His household was clearly tied to the darkness attribute, though he was uncertain about his other bloodline's affinity. This session was going to be short and simple. The students would determine their elemental alignments via a straightforward assessment. They only needed to touch a crystal sphere, which would shift colors to indicate their affinity. As the class gathered to form a queue, Adele stepped back to watch how the process unfolded. The first student stepped up, looking visibly anxious. When he placed his hand on the sphere, it glowed deep red, signaling a fire alignment. The next student produced a green glow, representing wind. As the test continued, it revealed a wide variety of elements across the group. Because the examination went quickly, Adele was called up in no time. Instructor Robolt summoned him, surprisingly addressing Adele directly by name, unlike the others. Setting that minor surprise aside, he received the standard directions. Upon touching the artifact, a pitch-black energy flared up alongside a faint gray luminescence. The display stunned the entire classroom, including the teacher. Robolt peered closely at the device, utterly amazed by the bizarre reaction. One side of the sphere glowed pure dark, while the other side radiated a dull gray. The dark half was clearly the dark attribute, a common trait among elite demon bloodlines. However, the gray hue was a mystery even to him. He dimly recalled that gray signified chaos, a highly unusual attribute that disrupted the natural balance. Beyond that label, the instructor knew nothing. Adele was equally clueless, never having heard of it, let alone writing it into his original stories. For now, he decided to ignore it and concentrate on his dark magic, knowing that messing with unstable forces could be extremely dangerous. Even as the class proceeded, his thoughts kept drifting back to that strange gray glow. It turned out he wasn't the only one fascinated by his result. The air of lust had been staring at him intently for some time. As soon as Adele called her out for sneaking around and staring at him, she got incredibly flustered that her stealth skills had failed so miserably. All she wanted was to get a little closer so she could ask him what was on his mind, especially after he pulled that incredibly risky stunt right before the instructor showed up. Laurel Fron warned him to stop testing Samuel, calling the guy a literal ticking time bomb. But Adele made it clear that he isn't about to just stand there and take it when someone picks on him for no reason. Laurel nearly lost her mind, wanting to scream at him for picking a fight with an heir from one of the demon world's most brutal and influential families. He pointed out that external influences hold no sway over Satan's affairs, meaning family status is basically useless here. However, that was completely missing the point Laurel was trying to get across. This situation wasn't just a simple, harmless rivalry between two demons. Almost letting some highly confidential details slip out of sheer annoyance, Laurel caught herself and let out a heavy sigh. Instead, she decided to offer Adele a single, crucial warning. He needed to be extremely cautious from this moment on and keep his guard up. Adele figured she was trying to warn him about how the Gluttony family is famous for ruthlessly hunting down anyone who crosses them. Whatever the case, he had to keep his head down and survive the final class of his first day without causing any more trouble. When he thought about it, the instructor for this last session was actually a familiar face. The swordsmanship instructor, Ayers, violently slammed his hand onto the desk, immediately silencing the terrified cadets. The massive demon proceeded to mock everyone, calling them pathetic weaklings who had no business even sitting in his lecture hall. He felt nothing but pure disgust looking at how poorly they performed during the entrance exam. Even though they were up against a puppet running on a measly 5% of its power, every single group besides the top 8 got absolutely wiped out. Adele realized that Ayers was intentionally bruising their egos to rile them up. In this class, Ayers wanted to ensure that if these students were going to die in combat, they would at least be capable of taking their enemy's arm with them. To achieve that level of physical capability, today's opening lesson was all about building stamina. Simply put, they were going to run until their legs gave out. In Ayers' eyes, real swordsmanship is built on raw physical power, meaning even a basic move becomes twice as lethal when backed by solid endurance. As the clock wound down on their final period, the exhausted cadets had already completed 30 grueling laps. But the instructor's sharp gaze quickly caught 2 students, Laurel and Samuel, committing the ultimate training sin. They were quietly channeling mana to keep moving without draining their actual physical energy. As a result, these 2 elite family heirs were about to face some serious consequences. Their penalty was simple. They had to restart this absolute nightmare of a run right from the very first lap. Adele felt a bit of satisfaction seeing these privileged kids get put in their place for trying to cheat the system. In his past life, he had to literally fight off trained knights just to survive after taking over his body, all before fleeing to the demon realm. At long last, Instructor Ayers called an end to this brutal training session. Naturally, only the ones who successfully finished all 50 laps were allowed to head back to their dorms. Anyone who failed to hit the mark in time was stuck there for extra remedial training. The day had been incredibly tough, but Adele somehow managed to survive it with very little issue. Once he cleaned himself up, his only goal was to get to his room. This first official day had turned out to be far more exhausting than he expected. All he really wanted was to crawl into his bed and pass out. Too bad for him, Lady Renee crossed paths with him just as he was making his way back. She seemed like she had some unfinished business with her supposed bodyguard. Quickly hiding his exhaustion, he casually asked his employer what she needed. When he asked how her first day of classes went, she just stared back in moody silence. He began to worry if someone had actually gone and offended her during her lectures. Before asking any more questions, he wanted to move somewhere private to avoid any awkward rumors. Eventually, the young lady spoke up and aired out her frustrations. It turned out she was annoyed because her instructors barely gave her a real workout, so she expected him to tag along for a post-class routine. Adele, who had just barely survived a near-death workout on the track, felt his heart sink at the thought of doing even more physical labor. Since he couldn't exactly refuse, she dragged him straight to a nearby private training facility for students. Even if it was exhausting, keeping up with one of the heirs of the great sins was still a smart move. After all, pushing his physical limits was his best shot at staying alive. When they walked in, the training hall turned out to be incredibly massive and fully loaded with high-tech gear. Nearly every single station was occupied by students pushing themselves to their absolute limits. True to form, Lady Renee walked straight over to the heaviest weights in the gym. Adele stepped up to try the barbell first, thinking his old training habits from his past life would make this a walk in the park. He set himself up for a basic deadlift. Instead, he looked like he was about to burst a blood vessel, and the weight didn't even twitch an inch off the floor. Lady Renee bluntly called him out for being weak, advising him to back off before he threw his back out. It seems he completely forgot that the original owner of this body had lived his entire life locked away inside a room. Renee effortlessly picked up the very same barbell he struggled with and did a clean overhead press, all while wearing her school uniform without even breathing hard. The girl possessed the ultimate sleeper build. When it came to raw muscle power, Adele wasn't even in the same league as her. He seriously needed to hit the weights and build up some real muscle. What she called a quick cool down actually dragged on for 2 endless hours before she finally decided to call it a day. At long last, it was finally time to head back to the dormitory. In short, the final hours of Adele's very first day felt like one endless, exhausting workout montage. While Renee was busy changing out of her gear, his curiosity got the better of him, and he pulled up his status window to check his progress. His stats still showed him as a chaotic half-demon loaded with traits, a spatial displacement talent, and a mana pool of exactly 1321. Despite spending every single night refining his control, his mana pool had only grown by a disappointing 24 points. It seemed like his progress had hit a massive brick wall. He wondered if drinking down a few high-grade elixirs might speed things up. Renee stepped out fully changed, snapping him right out of his deep thoughts. After walking her safely back to the girls' side of the dorms, he politely advised her to get a good night's sleep. The truth was, if Adele had spent even one more minute in that gym, his legs would have buckled under him. Relying on the directions provided, he made his way up to the upper levels of the boys' dormitory to locate his quarters. His official acceptance letter had designated him to room 407. As he stepped onto the 4th floor, he was greeted by a long hallway filled with beautifully decorated doors. Pausing in front of his assigned door, Adele couldn't help but wonder what kind of person he'd be sharing a room with for the upcoming school year. He silently hoped for someone decent, preferably a classmate who could end up being a reliable ally. This was his chance to make his very first companion in this dangerous demon realm. A spark of nervous excitement rushed through him as he reached for the handle. Adele swung the door open, ready to offer a friendly greeting, but the words instantly died in his throat. Sitting comfortably on the left bed was Samuel, the son of Varys, the exact same jerk he had just been fighting with. He had been paired up with the absolute worst roommate imaginable. Both boys froze in complete shock, neither having any clue they had been assigned to share the exact same space. As soon as the initial shock subsided, the atmosphere in the room turned incredibly hostile. By some miracle, they managed to restrain themselves from throwing punches right then and there. Both were in an equally terrible mood, knowing they'd have to endure each other's presence for a whole academic year. The two bitter rivals kept shooting side eyes to size each other up, quickly looking away whenever they accidentally made eye contact. Naturally, the arrogant jerk still couldn't resist, calling Adele a filthy half-breed under his breath. Hearing those annoying words, Adele let out a sigh and got up from his spot. Samuel immediately tensed up, ready to throw hands the moment Adele made a move. But Adele wasn't foolish enough to start a fight and get himself into trouble on day one. He simply couldn't stand being near the guy, so he decided to head outside for some fresh air. Before stepping out, he offered a cold, sarcastic farewell, wishing his roommate a peaceful sleep. Judging by the heavy bags under his eyes, Samuel didn't look like a guy who slept much anyway. Leaving that tense bedroom behind, Adele wandered the hallways to cool off. He figured he would just head back once the idiot had finally drifted off to sleep. He couldn't understand how someone who wasn't even an heir of wrath could be so incredibly angry all the time. Wasn't Samuel supposed to represent the lineage of gluttony? As his thoughts drifted, his mind focused back on his strange affinity for chaos magic. He had so many unanswered questions about this mysterious elemental power. Maybe he could consult the Intelligence Guild to see if they had any leads. But then again, if there was information out there, Instructor Robolt would have surely shared it with him by now. On top of that, buying secret intel is incredibly expensive, and he was currently just as broke as the person watching this recap. For the time being, his best option was to find a quiet clearing to practice his mana control. As he walked through the woods surrounding Sighton, he noticed a lone sparrow perched nearby. The little bird looked adorable, but there shouldn't be any ordinary animals living in this demonic forest. Adele immediately found this highly suspicious. Keeping a completely blank expression, he ignored the creature and kept walking. By the time his training session wrapped up, night had fallen completely. Slipping back into his room, Adele was relieved to find his annoying roommate fast asleep. Fortunately, he didn't have to tolerate any more negative energy tonight. Completely drained, He climbed into his bed, feeling like he could fall asleep instantly. Yet, he wanted to make use of every spare moment, even practicing his techniques in the last minutes before drifting off. But the second his eyes closed, deep sleep claimed him instantly. Once he realized Adele was finally asleep, Samuel sat up and stared down at him with a dark look. He just stood there, silently hovering. He literally got out of bed just to talk trash about his roommate's face while he slept. Perfect roomie behavior. The only thing he couldn't stand was the insult to his family's prestige. Deep down, he knew he had behaved badly, but his pride would never let him say sorry. With a sigh, he turned away. Being stuck with this guy was the last thing he needed on top of his current struggles. Still, he couldn't stop thinking about Adele's incredible display during training earlier that day. Remembering that incredibly fast and precise move made Samuel's chest tighten with a strange pain. It was a familiar, uncomfortable feeling that he had felt once before. The memory of how easily this half-breed had targeted the instructor's blind spot sent a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, a deep, painful hunger began to flare up inside him. His gluttonous nature was waking up, inflicting him with sudden, intense hunger pangs. It felt as if his stomach was eating itself from the inside out. While Samuel writhed in pain, Adele simply rolled over in his sleep, completely oblivious. As if dealing with his cursed hunger wasn't enough, he now had to look at this annoying guy's face every single day. Thankfully, the rest of the night went by without any more drama. By the time morning arrived, Adele woke up feeling completely refreshed and energized. He glanced out the window to catch the sunrise, but noticed something far more intriguing instead. The exact same bird from yesterday was sitting on a branch right outside his bedroom window. For an academy that claims to have top-tier security, Seitan is laughably bad at hiding its surveillance. This was solid proof that someone was actively spying on his movements. And Adele had a very strong feeling that Instructor Ayres was the culprit. That giant brute was clearly keeping a very close watch on him. Checking the little creature's mana flow, he confirmed it was indeed a living beast, one that could easily be bribed with a little food. Thinking about food, he noticed that Samuel had already left the room to grab his morning meal. The guy didn't even bother to tidy up his sheets before leaving. Right then, a terrible realization hit Adele. He had absolutely no clue where the cafeteria was actually located. The breakfast hour came and went, and before he knew it, it was time for his first period under Instructor Idea. Adele had to skip breakfast entirely, having spent his morning just trying to find the dining hall. Not the best start for his second day of school. With a serious face, the instructor began the class by sharing some major news. She announced that they needed to select a representative for their homeroom class. Since it was only the second day, the students barely knew anyone else in the room. So naturally, a few of them wondered how they were supposed to vote on such an important position. Instructor Idea originally planned to hold a fair vote, but she suddenly decided to do things her own way. Rather than letting them vote, she decided to handpick the representative herself. Before she could even name her choice, a certain overconfident girl was already rehearsing her victory speech. Laurel Fran couldn't wait another second. She stood right up and loudly commended the instructor's brilliant choice. According to the novel's plot, the instructor was supposed to select Fran because Samuel's terrible attitude made him completely unfit to lead. However, Laurel had a massive ego to feed. As the class representative, she fully expected everyone to address her as their queen. She might not have been the smartest person in the room, but she was still the most suitable candidate. She possessed genuine leadership charm and possessed excellent utility magic. While she was busy celebrating her assumed victory, a few classmates silently wished Adele would get the job, quickly discarding the thought because of his status. But his skills during training had definitely left a lasting impression. Either way, Adele felt a bit proud hearing his classmates consider him for the role. Brushing those thoughts aside, Adele was perfectly fine with Laurel getting the position. Instructor Idea remained silent, as the energetic girl practically begged her to announce her name. With a sigh, Idea quickly crushed her dreams, flatly telling her that she was not her choice. Having never faced rejection in her privileged life, Laurel stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened. Without wasting any time, Instructor Idea declared that the new class representative would be Adele. And nobody was more shocked by this announcement than Adele himself. This turn of events made absolutely no sense. There had to be some sort of catch behind this decision. No sensible person would easily accept a half-demon representing an entire class of elites. Instructor Idea mentioned she had great expectations for him, hoping he would guide his classmates to victory. With that shocking news delivered, she quickly headed out to tend to her other duties. Samuel was clearly furious about this development. The guy he despised the most was somehow getting all the recognition. From here on out, their lessons would shift entirely toward practical training for the upcoming midterm exams. They had until the end of the day to form groups of 3. Adele searched his memories to recall what kind of exams Seitan usually subjected its students to. It was highly probable that they would be evaluated on their capability to eliminate actual humans. After all, that was the ultimate purpose of their entire education at this academy. In their world, being able to take a life was essential for survival. Before wrapping up the brief homeroom session, Instructor Idea spared one last look for Laurel. With a sharp, dangerous smile, she warned the girl never to speak to her so casually again unless she wanted to experience her private training sessions. Idea knew very well that keeping Laurel's pride under control was a daily necessity. Naturally, the job of collecting and handing in the team roster fell onto the shoulders of the new class representative. Aside from writing down names, none of the students actually knew what the test would involve. Perhaps they would be forced to go up against Idea's puppets once more. But if it was just another run-of-the-mill fight, there would be no reason to split them into teams. According to his knowledge of the story, it was still far too early for the major incident involving the human world to occur. Regardless, his main focus right now was building a strong, reliable team. Fortunately, he already had one specific person in mind that he wanted to recruit. Over in the teacher's building, an instructor was stomping through the hallways looking incredibly angry. Instructor Ayers looked like he would gladly tear apart anyone foolish enough to cross his path. Without even bothering to knock, he kicked open Idea's door, shouting in a highly aggressive tone. Judging by Idea's completely relaxed reaction, she had been waiting for him to show up. It had been quite a long time since she had seen him look this worked up. She actually found his frustration rather entertaining. Ayers immediately demanded answers about why she had appointed such a dangerous student as the class representative. After all, the decision had only been made a couple of hours prior. It was clear Ayers kept tabs on everything happening within Saiten's walls. However, Instructor Idea stood firmly by her decision. She understood the risks of her actions perfectly well. Even if it was only temporary, she believed that putting Adele in charge of Class A was the absolute best path forward. But Ayers wasn't interested in listening to any of her excuses. Ayers demanded that the class representative selection be canceled and someone else put in charge right away, dropping a subtle threat. But Instructor Idea held her ground, refusing to back down on her choice. She just shut down Ayers' demands like an absolute boss. This left Ayers holding his head in pure annoyance. No matter how much he blustered, he couldn't actually cross the line with a fellow instructor. The truth was, Idea had taken a genuine liking to the boy. Not only were his abilities exceptional, but he also lacked the obnoxious arrogance of the 7 deadly sins descendants. Plus, he had the backing of the influential Bears family. Even so, Ayers couldn't shake the strong gut feeling that the kid was bad news. After all, an unpredictable, rogue weapon is the deadliest thing imaginable. With a weary sigh, Instructor Idea decided to end the debate and walk away. She told Ayers to back off because she was more than capable of managing her own class. She had complete faith in her ability to spot true potential. Left with no options, the massive warrior could only watch her leave in silence. He was kicking himself now for not fighting harder to run that specific classroom. An uneasy feeling washed over him at the thought of leaving such a volatile element under the care of a rookie teacher. Worst of all, the boy's presence reminded him of a certain half-demon who had permanently scarred him in an old conflict. The eerie resemblance between that ruthless assassin and Adele was just too strong to ignore. Even if a family connection was highly unlikely, he couldn't take any chances. Nobody really understood the true motives behind those cunning, calculating eyes. Ayers moved over to the windowsill, letting out a sharp whistle to summon his scouting bird. Up until now, every single update about the target had come back perfectly normal. Adele hadn't shown any suspicious behavior or made a single wrong move. Keeping a close eye on him from the shadows would have to be enough for the moment. He absolutely could not let his guard down around a potential threat. Meanwhile, in Class A, the students were frantically trying to partner up during their free period. Even though Adele was their newly minted leader, not a single classmate had come over to talk to him. He started wondering if his overall vibe was just too intimidating or untrustworthy. Unbelievably, even that annoying jerk Samuel was getting flooded with partnership invitations. Honestly, Adele didn't care who joined him, provided they weren't going to drag him down. Watching that idiot get swarmed with offers while he sat alone annoyed Adele to no end. Realizing nobody was going to ask him, he decided to take the initiative and recruit someone himself. Unsurprisingly, the half-demons in the class were being completely ostracized. Just like Adele, the quiet female healer was left completely on her own. Naturally, he chose his fellow outcast as his very first recruit. Too bad the poor girl already viewed him as a shady villain plotting something evil. As he approached her with his intense stare, the poor girl looked like she was about to faint from sheer terror. She became so stiff with fear that a nervous hiccup escaped her lips. To be fair, Adele was mostly to blame for this. He had been trying to read her mana levels, which probably felt incredibly hostile to her. Her mana reserves were surprisingly vast, and having a dedicated healer is an incredible advantage. She was absolutely the ideal support member for his squad. Adele forced the friendliest smile he could manage and politely introduced himself again. Shyly, she responded and told him her name was Luna. Without wasting any time, he asked her to join his team. He even threw in his title as class representative to make the offer sound a bit more official. At first, she seemed extremely reluctant to give him a straight answer. Her hesitation made sense, considering how terrified she was of him and how bad it might look for 2 half-demons to group together. To speed things up, Adele applied a bit of pressure, reminding Luna that the deadline for team registration was fast approaching. Using a mix of subtle intimidation and logic, he successfully got her to agree. Just as they were wrapping things up, Laurel Fran caught wind of their chat and barged right into the conversation. Bringing along her usual arrogant attitude, she interrupted them with her annoying laugh. Acting as though she was doing them a massive favor, Laurel offered to let them join her group. Adele tried his best to shut down the spoiled brat's demands, but she wouldn't back off, leaving poor Luna trapped between two giant egos. She loudly declared that she didn't care about Adele's title, believing that she was the only one worthy of leading Class A. Realizing she was too stubborn to take no for an answer, he begrudgingly allowed this descendant of the 7 deadly sins to join his squad. Adele even let her have the nominal title of team leader, though he made it clear that he held veto power over every single decision. Keeping her happy with a fake title was actually a smart move. This allowed him to feed her massive ego while quietly leveraging her powerful family status for his own benefit. An entire week slipped by in relative peace. However, Adele soon realized his mana training had hit a hard limit. Despite practicing all week, his mana pool had barely grown by a single point. He desperately needed some high-grade elixir to break through his current limits. On top of that, his search for information regarding the Chaos attribute had turned up absolutely nothing. His only real hope of finding answers lay in the upcoming magic class. To make matters worse, Creet's worm venom was starting to act volatile. He would likely have to carry the dangerous little creature around with him everywhere from now on. At least his annoying roommate wasn't giving him any unnecessary trouble for once, which was a small mercy. Still, he felt an optimistic wave that things were finally going to look up. Instructor Idea practically bounced into the classroom today, greeting her students with unusual cheer. She seemed incredibly hyped up, suggesting she had some highly anticipated news. She then revealed that today's lesson was going to be a departure from the norm. Class A was going to participate in a hands-on field training session. This marked their very first practical session, located completely outside the secure boundaries of Sighton. Their destination was a notorious place called Oregon. Wait, are they literally going to America? Actually, in this universe, Oregon refers to a high-security prison for humans captured during the Great War. Essentially, it serves as a brutal concentration camp for prisoners of war. To cut down on travel time, the class would be utilizing the Dimensional Express train. The naive students were thrilled just to get a day off campus, completely clueless about their destination. They were so focused on having an outdoor adventure, but they would instantly stop laughing if they knew what horrors awaited them in Oregon. This was Adele's golden ticket to get past the academy's walls, and he couldn't have asked for a better opportunity. After all, normal schoolwork wasn't the only path to acquiring power. The main cast was destined to stumble upon a massive hidden opportunity within that dark facility. Armed with his future knowledge, Adele planned to hijack that event before anyone else could get close. His biggest obstacle was claiming the prize under everyone's noses without raising any alarms. The elite guards stationed at Oregon were definitely no pushovers either. His deep thoughts were suddenly broken by Fran's energetic voice. He must have looked incredibly tense to her, so Adele quickly played it off as pre-trip jitters. Fran patronizingly told him not to worry since she was there to carry the team. Adele couldn't wait to see her loud arrogance completely deflate once they stepped inside the prison. Nevertheless, her ridiculous personality succeeded in lifting his spirits slightly. Knowing a major power-up was waiting for him, Adele was highly motivated to claim it. The automated voice over the train's intercom announced their official arrival at Oregon Station. It was time for the students to step off the train. Instructor Idea marched ahead as the students stared up at a towering, bleak structure radiating pure despair. While the young students were completely frozen in fear, their teacher looked like she was on a relaxing vacation. As they walked toward the gates, they passed iron cages containing the skeletons of past prisoners. The entire atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. The students who thought this was going to be a fun field trip were now trembling with fear. To calm their nerves, Instructor Idea cheerfully announced that they wouldn't have to fight anyone today. She said it with a smile, despite the obvious sign of impending dread hanging in the air. That instructor clearly possessed a highly warped sense of humor. The stony-faced guards of the prison greeted the visiting cadets with absolute coldness. Judging by the overwhelming pressure they gave off, Adele figured these guards were easily on par with their academy instructors. Once their clearance was verified, they were instructed to follow the guards closely. The dark stone hallways were lit only by flickering torches on the walls. The entire prison camp had a terrifyingly medieval aesthetic. It featured every single classic prison trope you could imagine. As they ventured further inside, the agonizing screams of human prisoners begging for mercy echoed through the corridors. Even the relentlessly confident Fran was visibly disturbed by the noises. An incredibly foul, metallic stench began to fill the air as they moved deeper. Adele silently chuckled at his clueless classmates, who had no idea what kind of horrors they were about to witness. To nobody's surprise, that arrogant jerk Samuel looked entirely unfazed by the grim surroundings. He really is a deeply disturbed individual. After going down a flight of stone stairs, Instructor Idea raised her hand to halt the group. Suddenly, the ceiling above slid open, revealing their actual training ground for the day. They were about to witness the ugly, unvarnished reality of Oregon Prison. As the moonlight flooded the dark chamber, the students could finally make out the pathetic figures of prisoners locked in cages. For any human, this dungeon was quite literally hell on earth. By this point, it was obvious that this facility was built to punish the humans who had invaded the demon realm. They were viewed as ruthless war criminals with the blood of countless demons on their hands. The worst among them had committed horrific atrocities, showing no mercy to women or children. Noticing the curiosity in their eyes, Instructor Idea ordered a guard to drag out one of the test subjects. As the starved, helpless human knelt before her, Idea began channeling her dark magic. Vibrant threads of magical energy shot out, binding the terrified prisoner tightly. Wearing a cruel, sadistic grin, Idea condensed a sphere of agonizing magic and forced the captive's mouth open. What followed next was so savage, it made several students feel physically ill. Of course, Samuel was the only exception. He actually seemed to enjoy the grotesque display. Once the prisoner swallowed the magical orb, his skull began to contort and warp into a horrifying shape. After moments of horrific screaming, his head ruptured violently, showering the floor with blood and gore. Instructor Idea had just laid out the basic requirement for this field exercise. Each cadet was required to execute a single human prisoner using any method they preferred. There were absolutely no rules regarding the execution style. The squeamish students had to avert their eyes, unable to stomach the horrific aftermath of the demonstration. Adele, however, felt absolutely no emotion watching the scene unfold. It seemed his mind was completely merging with the instincts of the body's original demon host. He was determined to achieve his objective, regardless of how much blood he had to spill. He would survive by any means, fix the tragic ending of this world, and honor the original owner's final desires. To test the resolve of her new class representative, Idea called Adele up to go first. Without a moment's hesitation, he quietly approached the nearest cage and unlocked the door to choose a target. Inside was another starving prisoner of war, chained heavily to the damp wall. Realizing his fate was sealed, the captive stared in absolute terror at Adele's drawn dagger. In a completely flat voice, Adele offered to listen to whatever final words the man wished to say. Spitting with pure venom, the prisoner snarled that his only regret was not slaughtering more of those demon monsters. He spat out a final warning that humans would eventually exterminate every single demon from the world. Unmoved by the lunatic's hateful words, Adele delivered a quick, precise strike with his blade. Taking down such a vile human actually felt strangely satisfying to him. As he stepped back out into the corridor, Instructor Idea was clapping in approval of his swift execution. With both the teacher and the representative finished, it was time for the rest to step up. Now it was up to the remaining students to find their targets and spill human blood. Meanwhile, the half-demons in the class were pulled aside by the instructor. Adele observed closely as Idea guided their small group to a different area of the prison. He hadn't realized there were other half-breeds in their class besides himself and Luna. Glancing at Luna, it was clear she was on the verge of breaking under the weight of this task. As it turned out, Instructor Idea had prepared a special set of prisoners specifically for the half-demons. Rather than executing humans, they were ordered to kill one of their own kind. This was their chance to prove they weren't bloodline traitors like the miserable defectors caged before them. Staring at the traitors who had sided with humanity during the war, most of the half-demon students felt pure rage bubbling inside. They had all faced harsh discrimination and pain because of the legacy of these very traitors. Declining to use weapons, the enraged half-demons began brutally beating the prisoners with their bare hands and feet. Adele silently watched the brutal display, listening to the sickening crunch of bones and desperate cries for mercy. In another section, Samuel gleefully summoned his gluttonous beast to swallow his target whole. As the horrific sounds and smell of blood filled the room, Luna desperately tried to block out the violence around her. There was absolutely no practical reason for Samuel to be so cruel. The guy was just a complete psychopath. Adele realized that if Instructor Idea noticed Luna's intense panic, the poor girl would likely face severe consequences. Meanwhile, Laurel Fraun asked if she could pass the test by using her mental manipulation abilities instead. Instructor Idea approved her request and pointed her toward a specific cage. Laurel approached the two captives and instantly placed one under her complete hypnotic control. With her mind fully commanding him, she ordered the entranced man to kill his companion. The brainwashed puppet turned to his lifelong friend and mercilessly choked him to death. Idea granted Fraun a passing grade, but casually warned her to work on her weak spots. While she clearly detested humans, she was proving to be far more fragile than Adele had initially anticipated. Since the targets were all heavily bound and defenseless, it didn't take long for the rest of the class to finish their executions. At this point, Luna was the only remaining student who had yet to complete her kill. Under the unwavering gaze of Instructor Idea, the poor girl had to prove she wasn't a sympathizer to their enemies. If she failed here, her half-breed heritage would lead to severe, irreversible consequences. At that moment, Luna wished the ground would open up and swallow her whole. She collapsed onto the cold stone, weeping and cursing her own weakness. She had traveled all the way to Sighton to seek vengeance for her mother, who suffered immensely under a cruel father. Yet, here she was, paralyzed by her own gentle nature. Seeing his teammate completely freeze, Adele decided to step forward and assist her. Rolling up his sleeves, he assured her that he would make sure she passed this evaluation. While Luna stared at him in confusion, Adele had already drawn his dagger. He flipped the hilt around and gently pressed it into her trembling hands. He reminded her that no matter how terrifying it felt, she had to push past her fears. With her holding the weapon, Adele placed his hand over hers, carefully directing the blade. All she had to do now was step forward and drive the blade straight into the target's heart. Squeezing her eyes shut, she followed his precise guidance. Before she even realized the deed was done, Adele had taken the dagger back and was patting her head in approval. If he hadn't intervened, things would have gone downhill very quickly. There was no way a half-demon refusing to execute a human would end well. At a bare minimum, expulsion from the academy was guaranteed. In the worst-case scenario, she could have faced direct execution. Watching this unfold, Instructor Idea frowned, clearly annoyed that her class representative had interfered. Irritated by his meddling, Idea made it clear that she had no intention of passing Luna after such a weak performance. Adele countered, pointing out that her own rule stated any method using one's personal capability qualified for a passing grade. He argued that, as a rare healer, Luna was a crucial support asset whose long-term value far exceeded that of the average offensive cadet. Idea smirked, noting that by his logic, he would easily abandon any student he deemed useless. Without blinking, Adele firmly agreed that was exactly what he would do. His ruthless pragmatism actually brought a smile back to Instructor Idea's face. Appreciating his blunt honesty, she decided to let it slide and granted Luna a passing grade. Adele knew he had lucked out this time, solely because Idea was an unpredictable psychopath rather than a strict, traditional teacher. Had Ayers been running this evaluation, Adele's stunt would have instantly blown up in his face. Once Idea walked away, Adele offered his congratulations, but the immense relief caused Luna to lose consciousness entirely. Honestly, her fainting fit into Adele's agenda beautifully. It was finally time to slip away and secure the true prize he had traveled all this way for. With his perfect layout knowledge and a comfortable window of time before departure, the stage was set. Ignoring the clear instructions to stay put, he quietly slipped away and headed deeper into the bowels of the facility. Unsurprisingly, the security measures grew exponentially tighter with every floor he descended. He was going to need a stroke of pure luck, or maybe a minor miracle, to slip past the underground checkpoints. Deciding it was at least worth an attempt, he wrapped himself entirely in pitch-black energy. Thanks to his refined control over his mana, he actually managed to make it happen without a hitch. Now that he was cloaked in shadows, sneaking into the prison's secret subterranean tunnel was no longer an impossible feat. Treading with absolute caution, Adele slipped past the blind spot of the guard on patrol. When he got slightly too close, he sensed a sudden wave of hostility and immediately backed away into hiding. Adele felt his heart jump into his throat. Getting caught at this stage was absolutely out of the question. Fortunately, the guard just took a quick glance around before continuing his route. That intimidating guard had probably picked up on the tiny shift in the air, which made sense given the reputation of Oregon's sentries. Once he cleared the most dangerous sections, he located the sole unoccupied cell on the ground level. If his memory served him right, the hidden tunnel had to be tucked away right inside this room. With his position transfer skill, he bypassed the locked cell door effortlessly. The moment he set foot inside the stone cell, a pressure plate on the floor activated. He fought to keep his balance and clamped his mouth shut to avoid making any sound as he plummeted down a deep, dark shaft. To survive the fall, he had to rely on his vague memory of how far down the main characters had to drop in the original book. He silently kept track of the seconds in his mind before hurling his dagger straight down into the darkness. The instant Adele caught the faint clink of his blade hitting solid ground, he activated his swap ability. By bending the rules of physics, he touched down smoothly without making a single noise or taking any damage. That covers the first phase of the plan. Now, his next challenge was to navigate the subterranean sewers. He knew that this route would likely lead him straight through a nesting ground of venomous black slimes. Just touching one of those creatures would mean instant death due to their highly potent venom. Recognizing the danger, he decided to target their weak points from a comfortable distance. Luckily, his Fang of Darkness allowed him to rain down dark energy blades from afar. Every single shadow construct found its mark, piercing the slime's cores with incredible accuracy. Although these creatures are incredibly dangerous, they pose little threat once you target their obvious weak spot. Having reached the end of the dry path, he now had to submerge himself in the foul-smelling dark sludge. He leaped into the filthy swamp without a second thought, praying his lungs would hold out until he reached the other side. Out of nowhere, an eerie whisper echoed in his mind, warning him to turn back because an ancient terror waited in the depths. Adele couldn't recall writing about this warning or voice in his novel. As far as he knew, he was entering the resting place of a legendary rebel demon from centuries past. The warning might refer to a beast so formidable that even the Demon King had to lock it away. Regardless, he was too far gone to retreat, so he pushed forward to see what lay ahead. Emerging from the choking black mire after what felt like an eternity, he hauled himself into a hidden room. Right in front of him sat the skeletal remains of a prisoner bound in heavy chains. Looking closely at the gruesome sight, Adele figured that the prize he was searching for was likely tucked inside the skeleton's rotting heart. Thrumming with excitement at the prospect of valuable loot, Adele reached out toward the decaying organ, but froze instantly. As his hand drew near, the withered organ suddenly flared with a brilliant, pulsing crimson light. The red glow seemed to breathe a spark of life back into the skeletal remains of the locked-up captive. This was a bizarre turn of events that Adele had never anticipated. As power surged through the bones, the hollow eye sockets of the skull ignited with a brilliant gold flame. A glowing cross symbol materialized right behind the decayed figure. The pattern looked identical to the Arson family crest branded on Adele's neck. This confirmed that the legendary traitor of the underworld was indeed linked to his lineage. Going against all common sense, the skeletal remains began to speak in a thunderous tone. Recognizing Adele as a descendant of the Arson line, the entity spoke directly to him. Though slightly unsettled, Adele listened intently. The voice claimed that anyone who could hear these words was destined to bear the same heavy burden he once carried, a fate shared by all who share the bloodline of chaos. He warned Adele not to let himself be consumed by this wild, world-distorting power. He cautioned that seeking to understand its true nature would only lead to madness and ruin. With that chilling warning delivered, the skeleton dissolved into a heap of dust, leaving the decayed heart behind on the stone floor. As soon as he reached down and picked up the withered heart, it glowed again, sending a deep, gnawing hunger straight through his hand, an insatiable desire focused entirely on absolute ruin and destruction. It felt as though he had connected with the deep-seated instincts of his ancestors. When he checked his status screen, he noticed a brand new skill unlocked, telekinesis. Impatient to try his new skill, he unsheathed his dagger and tried to levitate it with his thoughts. Sadly, his current limit only allowed him to suspend the blade in midair for a brief moment. The restriction wasn't due to a lack of energy, but rather his lack of practice and low mastery. He would definitely need to put in serious effort to master this potential-filled skill. Beyond acquiring this potentially broken ability, gaining insight into the true nature of his chaos attribute was a welcome surprise. This secret infiltration had turned out to be incredibly productive. Since there was nothing more to find in this dark, dirty place, Adele needed to slip back to his classmates before anyone realized he was gone. As soon as he returned, Fran caught sight of him, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. He offered a basic cover story, claiming he had simply gone out for a stroll nearby. Though, in all honesty, Oregon Prison was hardly a scenic spot for a casual walk. To throw her off his trail, he joked that he found looking at locked-up humans strangely entertaining. Brushing off Fran's annoyed complaints, he scanned the crowd to find Luna. Luckily, she appeared to be in much better spirits than when they had last spoken. He playfully teased her, saying she had been sleeping so deeply that an intruder could have easily kidnapped her. Moving past his teasing, Luna sincerely expressed her gratitude to Adele for guiding her through the practical exam. Without his assistance, she would have definitely failed the test. This meant she now owed him a massive favor. He would absolutely make sure to collect on that favor when the time was right. Just then, Instructor Idea raised her voice, instructing all the students to form up. Fortunately, every single student had survived the day's training exercise. She could clearly see how the reality of actual combat had forced many of them to grow up. They were still rough around the edges, but their performance today was a massive step forward. Although they weren't there for long, the intense experience made it feel like an eternity. Now, it was finally time to depart from this gloomy location and head back to the academy. A whole week slipped by uneventfully after their return from that wild excursion. On the surface, things remained relatively normal. Yet, Adele observed that the half-demons had conquered a portion of their dread after being forced to execute their own species. Meanwhile, Adele spent every single free moment polishing his telekinetic skills while the instructors continuously reminded everyone of the looming midterms. According to the book's plot, the Academy's freshmen were set to launch a massive raid on the Imperial Academy during this exact exam period. This impending conflict was going to be a bloodbath. Adele was painfully aware that a good portion of the students sitting around him wouldn't survive the ordeal. Indeed, survival was going to be a luxury for them. Throughout the day, Luna repeatedly sneaked looks in his direction, quickly turning her gaze away whenever he caught her looking. From the anxious look on her face, it was obvious that something was eating away at her. Seeing this, he walked over to her with a friendly grin to ask what was wrong. When she remained silent, he gave her a playful nudge to snap her out of it. As soon as he asked if there was a problem, she waved her hands in a panic, trying to brush it aside. It was clear she wasn't ready to open up about her worries just yet. Hoping to put her at ease, Adele suggested they grab a bite to eat together later on. The offer seemed to brighten her mood instantly. They agreed to meet outside the cafeteria right at midday. While Luna was definitely a bit of an emotional roller coaster, she was incredibly easy to read. She wasn't acting as terrified of her surroundings anymore, and after everything that happened in Oregon, she clearly trusted Adele. A few hours later, the cafeteria doors were about to close, but Luna was nowhere to be found, making Adele feel a bit concerned. Since he rarely ate lunch to begin with, he didn't feel like sitting in the hall by himself. Since the plan fell through, he decided it was better to head back and focus on his training instead. Just as he turned back toward the residence halls, he spotted Lady Renee walking alongside Diana, the Demon King's daughter, heading right in his direction. Spotting the two most dangerous girls in Sighton, Adele's survival instinct screamed at him to stay far away. He quickly used his position transfer ability to vanish behind a nearby bush. Even so, Lady Renee caught a faint whisper of his presence, though luckily she decided not to search the area any further. After his discovery in Oregon, he had grown increasingly anxious about anyone finding out he belonged to the infamous arson family. Not only was his bloodline responsible for turning the tide against the demon realm, but they had also personally slain the Demon King in a brutal manner. To make matters even worse, the arson lineage had put the Demon Queen to death as well. While the two girls paused to figure out where that faint energy signature had come from, Adele carefully made his getaway. That was an incredibly narrow escape. He definitely had to watch his step more closely while roaming school grounds. His quick escape brought him to a secluded area tucked away behind the cafeteria. The open air and silence made it a far superior practice spot compared to his cramped dormitory. He figured he might have just found his new favorite training ground. Sadly, the serenity was cut short when a terrified cry rang out from just around the corner. Recognizing the voice instantly, Adele dashed toward the sound without wasting a second. His instincts turned out to be spot on. He found Luna cornered and bullied by several students in a narrow alley. Witnessing her being surrounded and bullied made Adele's temper flare instantly. As she spotted him, a spark of relief washed over her face. Keeping his emotions in check, Adele observed the bullies and realized they were actually from his own class. It wasn't hard for him to figure out exactly what was happening. Trying to keep his anger under control, he coldly ordered the bullies to head back to class. It was pathetic that they were targeting her when they were all outcast half-demons themselves. The leader of the group stepped forward, attempting to intimidate Adele. None of these half-demons had ever respected Adele's position as their class rep from day one. Honestly, these guys were all talk and no real talent. They foolishly thought they could easily overwhelm him in a 3-on-1 fight, but they were about to get a rude awakening. Releasing his mana laced with pure bloodlust, Adele lifted one of the bullies by the throat without even moving. The remaining two froze in place, utterly terrified by the overwhelming pressure radiating from their class representative. These idiots actually thought they could challenge him, yet they couldn't even take a step under his mere pressure. He tossed the choked student onto the dirt, staring down at him like a miserable insect. However, Adele realized he might have slightly misjudged one of the boys standing in the background. The student with the spider-like mark on his face didn't show even a hint of fear. If anything, he was standing there calmly, studying Adele's actions. Having made his point, he advised the rest of them to quit while they were ahead and get lost. When they kept trying to talk back, Adele offered them one final chance to keep their mouths shut. He noted that it was still lunchtime, and he wasn't in the mood to spill blood before eating. Dragging their injured friend, the three bullies quickly fled the scene with their pride shattered. The student with the spider mark kept his cool, throwing one last calculating look at Adele as he left. That level of self-control was highly unusual for a normal student. It seemed that Class A had more hidden talents than just Luna. As soon as they were alone, Luna rushed over to her rescuer, thanking him from the bottom of her heart. Because of the confrontation, they had run out of time for lunch, meaning they'd have to reschedule. With the next class starting shortly, they needed to make a run for it. He was excited because they were supposed to cover practical magic today, and he didn't want to miss it. With each passing day, Luna found herself feeling closer to her mysterious protector. Shortly after, Instructor Robolt arrived and enthusiastically announced that they were finally going to study combat-applicable spells. The lesson would cover stealth and silence, two skills that would be dangerous if learned by the wrong people. As it turned out, these exact areas were the specialty of the original Adele. The reason for mastering these stealth arts was straightforward. When facing a superior opponent in war, how do you survive? Often, the most effective strategy is a swift stealth kill. For weaker fighters, these dirty tricks were essential for survival, not just a choice. At their current level, not a single student in Class A could stand a chance against a human hero in a direct clash. To kick off the class, Robolt gave a live demonstration of how to turn invisible. He walked them through warming up their demon marks slowly while releasing their energy in a steady stream. Even if your mana isn't perfectly pure, the trick is to coat your body with a thin, balanced layer of energy. Any lapse in concentration would cause the spell to fail immediately. Demonstrating the steps with ease, the teacher vanished completely from sight. This explained why no one had seen him enter during Adele's earlier duel with Samuel. Popping back into view, the instructor told the students to start practicing layering their energy around themselves. He instructed them to shut their eyes and direct all their concentration toward this delicate task. Since this required fine control, it would take a lot of patient practice. Even if they managed to pull it off, the user would still be able to perceive their own form. Every student in the room put their full focus and energy control into trying the spell. Robolt assumed it would take at least 24 hours before any of these rookies managed even a partial success. Unsurprisingly, Laurel Fran was showing promising results. With her vast reserves and sharp control, she lived up to her lineage as a descendant of the Seven Sins. Even more surprising was Samuel, who was showing an incredible level of precision despite his rowdy nature. His outline was already beginning to fade from view. It was clear he had an innate affinity for stealth arts. While regular students needed at least 7 days to grasp the basics, these two were natural prodigies. Both Fran and Samuel were already demonstrating genius-level potential. While admiring the talented students, Robolt suddenly realized he couldn't spot the chaos-wielding kid Ayers had mentioned. Glancing over at Adele's desk, he saw nothing but empty air. The boy had fully disappeared. He was certain Adele had been sitting right there just moments ago when class began. While the teacher was busy questioning his own sanity, Adele was holding his invisibility without breaking a sweat. Due to his physical genius, learning this magic felt as natural as breathing. He was already thinking ahead, trying to find a way to merge his chaos element with the spell. He knew basic stealth wouldn't be enough to take down truly high-tier opponents. He required a much more lethal method of combat. On his way to the dorms, Adele was intercepted in the corridor by Instructor Robolt. The teacher was curious to know if Adele had any formal training before joining the academy. Figuring there was no risk, he claimed he was completely new to magic, but had always possessed strong natural instincts. Realizing the sheer scale of the boy's talent, Robolt suggested that Adele drop by his research lab whenever he could. The kid was basically a natural-born master of stealth. He complimented Adele on his outstanding raw skill and the immense mystery surrounding his chaos element. To the researcher, Adele was a goldmine of fascinating magical data. Even if stealth combat was his specialty, exploring different magical branches could only benefit him. Having prior commitments, he politely promised to visit the lab in the near future. Maintaining the reputation of a gifted prodigy would certainly make his life at Sighton much smoother. Back in his room, Adele knew he had to prepare for a critical task before exams kicked off. To pull it off, he needed a skill far superior to basic stealth. With Samuel out of the way, he had the perfect opportunity to practice without distraction. If things were playing out like in his story, there was currently a human infiltrator lurking somewhere in the Demon Kingdom. He couldn't afford to let that spy discover his true identity. Adele had to locate and eliminate that threat, whatever the cost. Dealing with a professional operative would be extremely dangerous, making it vital to perfect his ultimate skill. Taking stealth to the extreme, his goal was to achieve a state of being present yet entirely undetectable. By combining his affinity with the stealth spell, he managed to unlock the technique after only a couple of tries. It actually worked. The spell was so effective that his own body had become completely invisible to his own eyes. But as his very presence began to fade completely, a sudden sense of dread washed over him. He had likely taken the state of non-existence too far, and now he was starting to suffocate. With his body reacting violently, his survival instincts told him to turn off the dangerous spell immediately. But as he attempted to scatter his mana and turn the spell off, he realized that deactivation wouldn't trigger. If he couldn't stop it this very second, he was about to fade away into nothingness forever. Pushing his mental limits to regain control over his rogue energy, he finally forced the customized invisibility to shut down after a brutal struggle. During that chaotic moment, his perception of time warped, and his entire sensory world went completely fuzzy. Losing control of his own magic and body was an absolutely terrifying experience. Making matters worse, his mana reserves were completely drained, making the fight against his own erasure incredibly difficult. If he had hesitated for even a split second, he would have dissolved into absolute void. This near-death experience made him realize why his ancestor had cautioned him about the devouring nature of chaos. Even so, he couldn't bring himself to abandon a trump card with this much potential. A custom technique that fused a standard spell with the power of chaos was bound to become a deadly asset. He decided to name this unique move Absolute Invisibility. While he was still on the floor gasping for air, his annoying roommate suddenly burst through the door and planted a heavy kick on him. Samuel was screaming at the top of his lungs, but Adele couldn't make out a single word. In fact, when he tried to speak, he couldn't even hear his own voice. A terrible realization slowly dawned on him. Had he actually gone completely deaf? Once the chaos in the dorm quieted down and his hearing recovered, Adele decided to continue refining his new ability on the quiet outskirts of Sighton. With this attempt, his mastery over absolute invisibility felt much more stable. Fortunately, the backlash didn't rob him of his hearing on this run. Instead, it left him completely blind. Now, he knew for a fact that executing absolute invisibility required sacrificing one or two of his 5 senses. For the next 7 days, he kept experimenting with and adjusting the spell. He had already cycled through losing his hearing, taste, touch, and sight. On the bright side, the side effects only persisted for roughly 2 hours. The catch was that he had no way of predicting which sense would be disabled beforehand. With his current level, he could only maintain the spell safely for a mere 3 seconds, which basically meant it was of no practical use in combat. An ability with such extreme risks and minimal payoffs is essentially garbage. He'd probably only unleash it if he had an absolute guarantee of taking out his target. Besides working on his invisibility, he also attempted to fuse his chaos element with other abilities, though nothing came of it. For now, the most direct path to power lay in basic swordsmanship and refining his mana. Since he was currently blind, he had to sit tight in the forest for 2 hours waiting for his sight to return. Because he started his training at dawn, he was still on track to make it to class on time. Today's lesson for Class A was being run by the notoriously harsh instructor Ayers. Once his eyes cleared up, Adele had to quickly line up and run laps like a madman. It had been weeks, yet they were still doing nothing but endless physical conditioning instead of actual sword training. After finishing up a brutal physical workout, Ayres commanded the recruits to assemble. In his capacity as class rep, Adel took on the duty of passing down the teacher's instructions to his peers. Predictably, this arrangement annoyed the brainless musclehead. He remained deeply resentful that Adel had been given such an influential position. Ayres cleared his throat and declared that they would finally scale back the conditioning to focus on real swordsmanship. Adel certainly wasn't the only one relieved to hear that the endless running was coming to an end. To begin, today's lesson would kick off with a live demonstration. Ayres unsheathed his weapon and gestured for the class representative to step up. Adel had no option but to comply and step forward. With a dismissive tone, Ayres demanded to know if Adel could even infuse mana into a blade. He answered honestly, confirming that he was indeed capable of doing so. Ayres commanded him to attack with full power using his mana-infused weapon. As a self-imposed limitation, the instructor promised to rely solely on physical force without using any mana. Recognizing his teacher's petty nature, Adel figured this was just a setup to humiliate him in front of the class. Before making his move, Adel double-checked that Ayres would restrict himself to just his blade. Once that was agreed upon, Adel pulled out his favorite dagger. While mana was permitted, utilizing his specialized personal traits would probably be going too far. For the time being, he just wanted to gauge the instructor's true combat capability. Right away, he noticed that the instructor's stance was completely flawless, leaving no gaps. Back in the human realm, this guy would easily rank as an advanced expert. However, demons measured swordsmanship by the amount of energy one could force into a weapon. Human classification systems carried very little weight here. After all, infusing mana into steel is quite a difficult skill to master. Adel sensed that the instructor was looking down on him, which wounded his pride just a bit. If that was how it was, he would just have to blow past those low expectations. Dashing forward like a released arrow, he aimed directly for the carotid artery on the right side. However, landing that initial blow proved to be far more difficult than anticipated. Slightly adjusting his stance, Ayres casually dodged the incoming blade. Adel immediately launched his follow-up move, twisting the hilt of his weapon to change its trajectory. He spun around with a swift, aggressive strike, fully expecting to land a devastating blow. Ayres simply sneered, mocking the incomplete nature of Adel's attack. The brute flexed his massive frame and took the hit head-on without even trying to block. Immediately after, a heavy strike to Adel's back sent him crashing hard onto the ground. The other students watched in shock as Ayres unleashed such extreme violence during a routine drill. The impact of Adel's fall left a noticeable crater in the middle of the dirt floor. He lay there, coughing and struggling to draw a single breath. That vicious strike had completely knocked the wind right out of his chest. Without hesitation, Ayres hoisted his sword high, bringing it down toward Adel's throat. Feeling the intense bloodlust radiating from the man, Adel knew his life was genuinely on the line. Luna screamed his name from the sidelines, her voice filled with panic. Ayres swung his massive sword down with a single hand, channeling enough force to obliterate anything in its path. The destructive blow shattered the training field surface yet again. Even Samuel realized that this level of brutality went way beyond a typical training class. If a guy as twisted as Samuel thought you were crossing the line, then you were definitely doing something incredibly messed up. Luckily, Adel managed a quick window to reinforce his body with mana and roll out of harm's way. Using his telekinetic power, he deflected the blade just enough to escape the lethal swing. Had his timing been off by even a millisecond, he would have been sliced clean down the middle. Ayres noticed the strange deflection acting on his weapon. Adel pushed himself up, demanding to know why the giant jerk was trying to murder a student over a simple drill. Ayres nonchalantly pulled the dagger out of his own chest, dismissively brushing off the accusation. Tossing the weapon back onto the dirt, he commanded Adel to fall back into formation and keep quiet. Next, the terrible teacher asked his class rep to share his thoughts on facing a high-level opponent in a real fight. Adel didn't hold back, stating plainly that the entire encounter was a strategy meant for the weak. Explaining further, he pointed out that while he could use mana, his opponent had chosen to limit his own options. He figured Ayres wanted to demonstrate the desperate measures required for a weak fighter to take down a vastly superior foe. A person has to be fully prepared to sustain heavy damage themselves just to land a solid blow. In his opinion, Ayres had the speed to evade the final strike, but he chose to absorb the damage on purpose right from the beginning. To the surprise of the class, Ayres actually acknowledged that Adel had hit the nail right on the head. He wanted to drill into their minds that the human world was home to incredibly dangerous monsters. Beating those top-tier fighters is practically impossible without making desperate, high-risk gambles. Demons must trick these strong opponents into letting their guard down. When necessary, they have to leave themselves wide open just to create a small opening for an ambush. He wasn't trying to teach them some elegant, noble style of fencing. In actual battlefields in real-world combat, noble fighting doesn't exist. Ayres wasn't interested in making them look good. He only cared about teaching them how to survive and win. Furthermore, Their training wouldn't be restricted to swords alone. From this point forward, the class would cover all kinds of armaments. In short, he was instructing them that survival didn't matter as long as they secured victory. Ayers was preparing them with this harsh mindset specifically for the approaching midterm exams. Meanwhile, the teachers at the Imperial Academy were undoubtedly on high alert. The spy hiding in Seitan had likely already fed them details about what was happening here. According to the original novel, Seitan's students would suffer heavy casualties while the Imperial cadets got off easily. Ayers seemed to have strong suspicions that Adel was the mole in their ranks. To prove his innocence, Adel knew he had to expose the actual traitor first. With his intense demonstration completed, Ayers ended the class and dismissed the students. As everyone else quietly headed back, Adel remained standing right where he was. Irritated, Ayers glared at him and asked if he was planning some kind of rebellion over their duel. Of course, Adel quickly laughed off the silly idea with a polite smile. However, the moment the teacher turned away, Adel's hidden anger flared up. He certainly couldn't trust a man who already had him marked as a potential double agent. Ayers also clearly despised the cold-blooded, vicious nature Adel had displayed since the beginning. Still, Adel had no intention of changing his behavior. That darker side was now a fundamental part of who he was. Besides, possessing a ruthless edge was absolutely necessary to gather the power needed to keep the 7 deadly sins in check. And if Ayers continued to push his luck like he did today, Adel wouldn't hesitate to teach the muscle-bound fool a painful lesson. As he was busy planning his payback against the instructor, Luna walked up and immediately felt the dark aura rolling off him. He quickly offered an apology for scaring her once more. It definitely wasn't his intention to creep her out. She had actually approached him to reschedule the lunch date they had missed earlier. Perhaps today was finally the perfect opportunity. Adele happily agreed, causing her expression to instantly brighten with joy. Once inside the cafeteria, they ordered an incredibly fancy feast fit for royalty. It had been ages since Adele enjoyed a meal this extravagant. Honestly, it had been a while since he even sat down for a proper midday meal. The table was absolutely packed with delicious, mouth-watering food. Luna jokingly worried that leaving any leftovers might offend the demon god of gluttony. Just as they picked up their utensils, the group of bullies Adele had previously slapped walked through the door. They immediately spotted Adele and Luna sitting together. Before they could even contemplate starting trouble, Adele gave them a friendly wave, prompting the trio to quickly look away. In contrast to his friends, the boy with the spider mark remained oddly intrigued by Adele. Adele figured this was as good a time as any to ask Luna about her history with those three. She quietly admitted that the other half-demons had been giving her a hard time. She had no idea why they targeted her in the first place. They just began harassing her out of nowhere one day. She felt it was her own fault for being physically weak and having no combat traits. She clearly failed to realize the incredible value of her unique healing capabilities. Luna clarified that the trio had never actually gotten physical with her. Instead, they contented themselves with shouting insults and stealing her silver coins whenever they crossed paths. Upset by her mistreatment, Adele told Luna to stick close to him from that moment on. Luna insisted that she didn't require a bodyguard. Her only goal was to show everyone that she wasn't a traitor to their species. But in Adele's mind, that was even more reason for them to stick together. Hoping to gather some clues, Adele asked Luna if she knew anything about the boy with the spider ink. He wondered jokingly if the kid was a stray member of the Phantom Troop. Luna shared that the boy went by the name of Kyle. The name instantly triggered a memory, reminding Adele of a character named Kyle from the web novel. Probing further, he learned that Kyle was a pure demon who chose to mingle with half-demons. Luna found him terrifying because he glared at her as if she were a filthy insect, which was exactly how the residents of Oregon viewed humans. With these details, Kyle shot to the top of Adele's suspect list. He thought about buying info from the magic paper, but decided against wasting the funds he sorely lacked. To avoid any unnecessary complications, he figured a direct approach would be much faster. After all, he already possessed plenty of background details regarding this undercover agent. Adele stood up and walked over to the bullies' table, offering them a polite hello. The trio instantly looked panicked and angry, though Kyle didn't show any emotion. In a casual voice, Adele brought up a rumor he heard about a first-year girl attending the Imperial Academy. Kyle ignored him, keeping his attention fixed on his plate. Adele continued, noting that the girl was a half-demon whose only living relative was her older brother. He could practically feel the rage boiling inside Kyle at those words. To force a reaction from the suspected mole, Adele leaned in and whispered the name, Ray. Right then, Kyle knew his secret was out, and that Adele was an incredibly dangerous threat to his mission. We then see Adele talking to Kyle, the student with the distinct cheek tattoo. When one of Kyle's buddies tries to butt in, Adele abruptly grabs him and smashes his face into the table. Witnessing the violence, Kyle gets up and walks out, leaving Adele absolutely sure of the boy's true identity. Afterward, the hurt friend is tending to his injuries in the restroom, muttering complaints about Kyle. He grumbles that Kyle was the one who pushed them to align with half-demons for revenge, only to chicken out when things got serious. Furious at the trash talk, Kyle steps in and delivers a beating to his complaining companion. After venting his anger, he tells their other friend to drag the bleeding boy out. Left by himself, Kyle struggles to understand how Adel managed to pierce through his cover. He was certain his transformation spell, woven by a master magician, was working flawlessly. Being a half-demon himself, the likelihood of anyone noticing anything amiss should have been practically zero. He couldn't help but wonder who Adele truly was and how he possessed info about his sister. Driven by fear of exposure, he decides he has to silence Adele before the secret leaks out. Later that evening, Kyle slips into a hidden chamber to gear up for the hit. Arming himself with multiple throwing knives, he pulls out a compact magical transmitter. He uses the device to send a status report, warning his contacts that Adele likely knows who he is. In the middle of transmitting his report, Adele suddenly strolls into the room. Startled by the intrusion, Kyle panics and flings a pen directly at Adele. Adele ducks easily, but quickly notices that the projectile was no standard writing utensil. Kyle manipulates the object to summon multiple magical crests, unleashing rapid-fire spells. Observing the scale of magic, Adele confirms that the boy is indeed a half-demon. The boy hurls several lightning bolts, screaming to know how Adele found out about his little sister, Ray. As Adele evades the electrical blasts, he ponders what Kyle is actually fighting for. He knew the kid didn't care about helping humankind at all. His true motivation was his sister, Ray, who suffered from a rare condition where dangerous levels of mana pooled inside her heart. With her illness deemed fatal, Kyle had agreed to work with humans to find a cure. Adele mentions that though they never met, he still recalls her bright, cheerful smile. Infuriated by the comment, Kyle vows to beat Adele to a pulp and extract every secret before ending his life. He shoots a massive bolt of lightning, but Adele effortlessly blinks away using his teleportation. He hoped this display of speed would show Kyle the gap in their power and convince him to stand down. However, to his surprise, Kyle doesn't lose his composure or back down. Recognizing that standard spells won't cut it, Kyle powers up to his absolute limit for one final push. Adele counts 20 incoming lightning strikes, but knows they are still trivial to avoid. As Kyle releases the barrage, Adele navigates through the gaps with supreme agility. In the blink of an eye, he materializes behind Kyle, ready to strike. Kyle is dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how anyone could move that fast. Before Kyle can turn around, Adele delivers a swift chop to his neck, knocking him unconscious immediately. Initially, Adele contemplates putting an end to the boy's life right then and there. But he quickly reconsiders, knowing Kyle possesses too much valuable intelligence to lose. Furthermore, killing him would guarantee that his sister, Ray, would seek vengeance against him down the road. He's pretty confident that, at this point, his sister's condition has already been taken care of. After all, he's well aware that she teamed up with the main character and successfully bound herself to a dragon. Now, carrying a dragon's heart, she can channel a massive amount of mana, putting her on the path to becoming an incredibly strong mage fit for her role as the story's main heroine. At the same time, our MC spots that the student's magical device is strictly a one-way transmitter. This tells him that the guy is still completely clueless about Ray's recovery. So, instead of just taking him out, our main guy decides to keep him alive, manipulate the scenario, and use him as a convenient tool. Right as he's planning his next move, the student groggily wakes up and is immediately baffled to find himself still breathing instead of being finished off by Adele. Adele casually mentions he was just waiting for him to open his eyes, but points out that he hasn't been sitting idle during that time. He then pulls out a tiny poison dragon, leaving the student absolutely horrified as he immediately recognizes what he's looking at. Adele explains that this nasty poison is known as twin goo. It's a deadly toxin that triggers at the slightest disturbance, requiring two separate hosts to function properly. The moment Kyle hears this, the terrifying implication immediately clicks in his mind. Our protagonist spells it out. The matching half of that very poison is already inside Kyle's sister. Because her body is overly sensitive to mana, her weak heart couldn't handle the strain, making it incredibly easy for the poison to take root. Still, he assures him that while her illness is exceptionally rare, it's far from a lost cause. When Kyle refuses to buy his story, Adele decides to prove it by directly feeding his own mana into the poison dragon. Privately, Adele notes that Ray's body is constantly flooded with excess mana that her fragile heart can't manage. The poison actually acts as a sponge for that extra energy, keeping her condition stable. Adele is pretty sure that since he knows her condition inside out, Kyle won't be able to ignore the logic for long. Once it sinks in that this venom is actually keeping his sister alive, Kyle finally demands to know what Adele's real objective is. Adele admits that he definitely has a specific role in mind for him. But before diving into the details, he drops a cold reminder. Both Kyle's life and his sister's survival are now firmly in his hands. His first demand is simple. Kyle must use his device to feed fake intel to the Imperial School, claiming that the third-year hero candidates are going to be ambushed at Citan Academy. Adele acknowledges that Kyle might worry since his sister attends that very school, but promises that as long as he plays along, her safety is personally guaranteed. Faced with no real choice, the student finally gives in and agrees to set the first phase in motion. Next, Adele lays out the second condition. Kyle needs to drop out of Citan Academy immediately, as his talents are needed on the outside. He tasks him with gathering and sorting through rumors regarding mysterious spots in the demon realm and sending in regular updates. With Kyle agreeing to both terms, Adele feels a sense of accomplishment, confident that the boy is now entirely under his thumb. But just as they are wrapping up, Kyle throws a curveball by demanding they seal this deal with a demon god contract. This catch actually catches Adele off guard, as a demon god contract is reserved only for the most binding, absolute agreements. It's a sacred blood oath, and going back on your word under the demon, God's gaze carries a literal death penalty. Even with those high stakes, the protagonist doesn't flinch and agrees to the terms. He points out, though, that drawing up such a contract requires a highly specialized scroll that only elite-tier mages can produce. He asks Kyle if he happens to have one handy, but Kyle flat out refuses and tells him that finding the scroll is entirely on him. At first, Adele is stumped, knowing full well that no regular student would ever have access to something that rare. But then, a light bulb goes off as he remembers that the magic instructor, Robolt, might just have one tucked away. He promises Kyle he'll track it down today and tells him to meet back at this exact spot tomorrow. As Kyle slips away, Adele feels good about locking down a useful pawn, though he knows this single move won't solve all his problems. Using Kyle to feed false intelligence to the Imperial School is great, but it doesn't do anything to guarantee he'll actually survive his own midterms. Later on, Adele heads over to Instructor Robolt's office just as he planned. The instructor is caught off guard by the unexpected visit and warmly steps away to brew some tea. Taking a quiet look around, our MC notices that the room isn't just full of books. The instructor is deeply involved in some serious magical research and complex formulas. Robolt returns with the tea, serving it with a genuine thank you to the boy for taking the time to drop by. Wasting no time, Adele gets straight to business and asks what kind of help the instructor actually needs from him. Seeing the older man hesitate, Adele sweetens the deal by offering to sign a demon god contract to guarantee his silence. Relieved by this offer, the instructor smiles and uses a quick spell to summon an already drafted contract scroll. Before putting pen to paper, Adele slips in a clause. If the research turns out to be way over his head, he can back out any time, provided he returns whatever they paid him. Accepting the term, the instructor asks what kind of payment he is looking to get. Adele keeps it simple. He just wants some high-grade mana potions and a blank demon god contract scroll. The instructor happily agrees, and the two immediately get down to business. Robolt shifts a specific book on the shelf, triggering a mechanism that slides open a hidden doorway right in the office wall. Stepping through, Adele realizes this isn't just a hidden study, but a fully equipped underground laboratory. The instructor then pulls out the exact mysterious book he's been trying to decipher for so long. Adele can tell right away that it's an ancient text, but upon flipping it open, he is greeted by completely blank pages. Robolt explains that while the bulk of the book is blank, there are a few scribbled lines right at the very end. Curious, Adele asks where on earth he managed to dig up such a bizarre item. The instructor shares that he stumbled upon it inside a ruined house during an expedition out in the western desert. He paints a picture of finding it, sitting all by itself amidst the endless sand dunes. There was a massive oasis nearby, hinting that a thriving town might have once stood in that desolate spot. So Adele asks if the entire village just vanished into thin air, leaving behind only this single house and the book. In response, the instructor flips to the back of the book to show him the mysterious text. But as Adele looks closer, he sees that the letters are incredibly warped and impossible to read normally. It's obvious that standard translation magic or code breaking won't work on this. When Adele asks if they've made any breakthroughs so far, Robolt admits they've hit a complete dead end. Adele suggests that maybe the key to solving this lies in investigating the ruins where it was first found. But Robolt explains he already asked around the neighboring towns, and not a single soul had ever heard of that house or the book. Hearing that, Adele realizes he'll have to build this investigation completely from scratch. As he leans in to examine the bizarre script, the necklace around his neck suddenly begins to thrum and react. That's when he spots a bizarre phenomenon taking place right before his eyes. Those warped, unreadable characters actually begin to shift and resolve into clear, readable words. Though the actual sentence still sounds like gibberish to him, the intense reaction from his necklace confirms a direct connection to the demon god. He decides to let the instructor know about the strange changes he's seeing. Robolt is stunned, immediately guessing that this reaction must be linked to the highly volatile chaos attribute. He admits they'll need a lot more study to unlock its secrets, but acknowledges that this is a massive breakthrough. He suggests cross-referencing this tome with other ancient relics and scripts gathered from across the land. Full of praise, the instructor thanks Adele for making such a vital contribution to his work. As Adele gets ready to take his leave, Robolt remembers his end of the bargain and moves to hand over the agreed rewards. But while Robolt is rummaging around, Adele notices a highly concerning development. 3 of the stones on his necklace have begun glowing a deep, ominous red under the book's power. He has no idea what kind of disaster might strike if the corruption spreads to the entire chain. For a second, he thinks about letting the instructor examine the necklace to see if he can find answers. But he quickly reconsiders, knowing that anything involving the demon god is too dangerous to share, especially since he still doesn't fully trust Robolt. Right then, Robolt turns around with the potions and the blank contract scroll, handing them over as payment. As he does, he firmly reminds Adele to keep this entire research project strictly under wraps. Adele casually replies that keeping it secret is actually in Robolt's best interest, not just his. He's already figured out that this project doesn't have the headmaster's official stamp of approval. He reasons that if Robolt had Citan's blessing, there would be absolutely no need for all this hush-hush contract business. He gently notes that if this illegal research gets leaked, both of them are looking at immediate expulsion. Since they are now in the same boat, he promises to give this research his absolute best effort. Pocketing his rewards, Adele gets ready to head back. Just before he steps out, Robolt curiously asks what a student like him needs a demon god contract scroll for. Adele simply replies that he's off to save a slave, leaving the underground lab before the instructor can ask anything else. Heading back to their secret meeting spot, he presents the scroll to Kyle, ready to bind their agreement once and for all. He gives the boy one final warning. If he breaches even a single clause, the backlash will be fatal. After carefully reading through every single line, Kyle signs the parchment, which dissolves and embeds itself directly into his chest. Adele then hands him the pre-written letter filled with fake intel, instructing him to transmit it to the Imperial School right away. Nodding, the student powers up his rare magical communicator. He mentions that the device is self-charging, but can only be fired up once a month. Once the fake message is sent, Adele reminds him that it's time to make good on their second condition. He tells him to pack his bags, leave Citan today, and begin his work as an intelligence gatherer on the outside. Specifically, Adele wants detailed intelligence on key factions within the demon world. Kyle's immediate priority is to locate the nearest hidden territory and dig up whatever he can find on the Seven Sins clans. Accepting his new reality, the student agrees and extends his open hand toward Adele. For a brief second, Adele thinks the guy is just looking for a handshake to seal the partnership. But Kyle quickly clarifies that he's actually waiting for his travel expenses, since intelligence gathering isn't free. Fair enough, Adele thinks, handing over a second letter. He explains that showing this note and dropping his name will get him all the funding and backing he needs from the Bear Clan. Taking the letter, Kyle heads out to officially drop out of Citan and get ready for his mission. By the next morning, Adele is sitting in class, noting with satisfaction that Kyle has officially vanished from the student roster. Naturally, gossip about the sudden withdrawal spreads like wildfire, and Adele's name gets dragged right into the center of it because of their recent cafeteria brawl. He also spots Luna, the healer girl, throwing some highly suspicious glances his way. Even so, he's far more worried about the instructors, particularly Ayers, who probably has a massive target on his back already. Despite all that background noise, he feels a sense of relief knowing the midterms are just days away. At this point, his position as class monitor is practically locked in. Right as he's celebrating his small win, Instructor Idea struts into the room, declaring that the midterm exams kick off in exactly 3 days. She breaks down the curriculum. They'll be tested across 4 core subjects: weaponry, human studies, magic, and practical application. Then comes the kicker. For the final day of the exams, they're going to launch an infiltration operation directly into a human institution called the Imperial Academy. Hearing this, Adele puts the pieces together. The demon faction is planning a full-scale assault on the Imperial Academy, and the humans are going to push back with everything they've got. In the absolute chaos of that clash, shadow players will step into the light, and brutal fights are going to break out everywhere. Right on cue, Lady Fran confidently boasts that she's going to sweep the exams and take the top spot. A bunch of students immediately cheer her on, while others use the opportunity to hype themselves up for some sweet revenge against humanity. But Adele can't share their excitement. If things go according to the original plot he wrote, the entire roster of Class A is set to be completely annihilated. Even so, he sees a window of opportunity to rewrite this tragic ending. After all, he's already managed to shift the timeline by bribing Kyle to feed false reports and stepping in to save Luna from being expelled. While stopping the fall of the Imperial Academy is impossible, he's determined to at least pull his own classmates out of the meat grinder. Pulling that off would skyrocket his evaluation as class monitor, which might just open the doors to Citan's legendary weapons vault again. A bit later, Adele finally makes time to visit Princess Renee after being away for quite a while. He can tell right off the bat that she's incredibly annoyed with him, probably because he's been ghosting her lately. Interestingly, he also spots Lady Diana standing right next to her, looking surprisingly cozy with the princess. As they exchange greetings, Renee immediately grills him on why he's been hiding from her, only to suddenly show up begging for a spar. Adele excuses himself by saying he felt terrible for failing to protect her properly in his duty as her personal guard. Since she still looks pretty sour, Adele pulls out a high-grade mana potion as a peace offering. Lady Diana's eyes go wide at the valuable potion, and she gently nudges the princess to accept the gift and let him off the hook. But Renee stubbornly turns it down, claiming she has absolutely no need for such handouts. Realizing he needs to be real, Adele explains the actual reason he stayed away. He admits that being a half-demon made him a prime target for bullying, and he didn't want any of that toxic trouble rubbing off on her. He formally bows in respect, offering a sincere, heartfelt apology. Won over by his apparent sincerity, The princess's anger melts away and she finally forgives him. With the air cleared, she unsheathes her blade, ready to get down to some hard training. From the sidelines, Diana softly whispers to the princess, encouraging her to show off her brand new technique. Overhearing the exchange, Adele realizes that Renee must have picked up some impressive trick while he was gone. The moment the princess channels her energy, Adele is completely taken aback by the sheer pressure radiating from her. Watching her concentrate mana directly onto the edge of her blade, he recognizes it instantly as the sword coat technique. In human realms, pulling off this specific skill is the signature of a masterclass knight. While humans struggle with it, demons routinely coat their weapons and bodies in mana to boost their combat power. Just as he's analyzing her form, Renee cuts off the technique and catches her breath. She admits that keeping the coat active drains her concentration, requiring her to focus entirely to keep the blade stable. Eager to see how sharp her new skills really are, Adele draws his dagger and lunges into a friendly spar. He darts in with a quick strike, but the princess deflects the blow effortlessly with a swift, fluid parry. But the moment she flares her sword coat again, Adele's dagger is instantly shattered into tiny fragments. Adele is genuinely impressed to see just how exponentially she's grown in such a short window. Diana claps from the side, offering warm encouragement and telling her to keep pushing her limits. But then, Diana's expression shifts into something more calculating as she muses aloud about how fascinating Renee's body structure is. Watching her, Adele suddenly remembers that one of Diana's core traits is contemplation, an ability that lets her dissect even the tiniest physical details of a target. Knowing this, he makes a mental note to keep his guard up around her, realizing she could easily become his most dangerous threat later on. Distracting him from his thoughts, Renee asks Diana what exactly caught her eye just now. Diana admits she's fascinated by Renee's unique style of swordsmanship, noting it's completely different from any standard style she's encountered. Adele chimes in, expressing his own curiosity and asking the princess how she managed to master such an advanced coat technique so quickly. Renee laughs it off, explaining that there really isn't any secret method or trick to it. As she puts it, you just have to connect with your weapon and visualize filling its hollow core with raw energy. Satisfied with her answer, Adele wraps up the sparring session. He mentions he still needs to prep for the upcoming tests, casually asking her if she feels ready for the midterms. As she confidently claims she's ready, Adele's mind drifts back to the game's original storyline. The timeline of these midterms doesn't clash with the main story arc where the protagonist's party hunts down the Eye of Superbaya. This means Princess Renee will make it through the exams safely without any major hiccups. On the flip side, it also means the death flags for Class A, his very own students, are still flying dangerously high during this event. Wrapping up their talk, the two girls wave goodbye and walk off together. But as they leave, Adele catches a lingering glance from Diana, realizing her sharp instincts have already picked up on something off about him. A few days fly by, and the dreaded midterm exams finally kick off. Back in his room, Adele spends a quiet moment feeding a little sparrow while mentally prepping for the exams ahead. The first paper is all about understanding human behavior, and he's already regretting staying up all night since none of the stuff is actually sticking in his brain. He tries to cram a few core topics just to scrape through, but the second he steps inside the classroom, his mind goes completely blank. As soon as he plops down at his desk, Luna the healer walks over and points out how completely drained of life he looks. She figures he's been pushing himself way too hard with the books, but Adele plays it cool, saying he's doing just fine before asking how her own prep is going. She admits she's only skimmed through the material, but hopes it'll be enough to at least get a passing grade. Adele then shifts his attention to Lady Fran, wondering how prepared she feels for the test. Fran casually dismisses it, claiming that written tests are the least of her worries. In her mind, as long as she crushes the practical exams, securing the top spot in class is going to be a breeze. Moments later, the teacher walks in to hand out the papers, officially kicking off the written exam. But before they start, he drops a stern warning. Make even a single attempt to cheat, and you're getting instantly disqualified. Relying on his high focus and curiosity stats, Adele manages to recall his last-minute studying, pulling off a much better performance than he anticipated. But he hits a roadblock when he stares at a prompt asking for his personal thoughts on humanity. If he goes by the memories of the host body, humans are nothing but monsters who wiped out his entire family. But in his true past, as the creator of both humans and demons, he knows the reality of their history is way deeper than what people in this era believe. Keeping his cover intact, he plays along with the demon realm's general bias and writes down that he views humans as the ultimate enemy. Once the papers are collected, the class heads out to the training grounds to prep for their next challenge. There, Weapon Skills Instructor Ayers drops a bombshell. Their combat skills will be graded through direct one-on-one sparring matches against him, and they better not hold back. The news sends a shockwave through the class, as nobody ever imagined they'd have to square off against an actual instructor. Without wasting any time, the instructor starts calling out names, forcing students to step up to the plate one by one. Unsurprisingly, they all get absolutely obliterated within seconds of stepping up. Next up on the chopping block is Samuel, whom the instructor commands to launch an attack. Samuel immediately triggers his skill, sending a barrage of sharp root constructs charging at Ayers. Ayers calmly draws his blade, wraps it in a protective sword coat aura, and slices through the incoming roots like butter. Refusing to back down, Samuel keeps the pressure on, throwing even more roots into the fray. But the power gap is just too massive, and Ayers casually cleaves through the new wave without breaking a sweat. Closing the gap instantly, Ayers delivers a quick, light tap to Samuel's chest that still packs enough punch to leave him in absolute agony. Gritting his teeth, Samuel fights through the pain and launches a surprise root strike aiming directly for Ayers' shoulder. Ayers simply catches the incoming attack barehanded, crushing the roots into splinters instantly. Even so, he gives credit where it's due, praising Samuel for the smart tactical attempt. With that round over, Ayers calls out Adele's name to step up as the next challenger. Watching how ruthless the instructor is, Adele can't help but worry that even if Ayers doesn't take his life, he might end up losing a limb just for the grade. To buy some time, Adele asks Ayers to pause for a second, claiming there's something he needs to check out first. When Ayers demands an explanation, Adele requests a step-by-step demonstration of the sword coat technique right from the start. Ayers scoffs, telling him that this skill isn't something you can just copy on the fly after seeing it once. It requires deep mastery. But Adele presses on, insisting that just a single look is all he needs to catch the vibe of the technique. Reluctantly, Ayers plays along and channels his crimson mana, letting it coat the surface of his blade. Taking mental notes, Adele is genuinely impressed and quickly channels his own energy, cloaking his dagger in a dark blue and black aura. He notes to himself that he can't mix in his chaos attribute just yet, as doing so would turn his mana a dead giveaway gray color. With his dagger fully coated, he cheekily asks if he got the technique right, leaving Ayers grudgingly impressed by the kid's raw talent. Seizing the moment, Adele lunges forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid slashes that Ayers effortlessly parries with his own blade. The second Ayers shoves him back. Adele triggers his teleportation skill, swapping places with the instructor's weapon to catch him off guard. Closing the gap in a split second, he aims a quick slash directly at Ayers' face. But the experienced teacher reads the play perfectly, easily deflecting the strike and tossing Adele back once more. Still, our protagonist isn't done quite yet. He unleashes another skill, materializing 3 daggers in midair and hurling them straight at Ayers. Growing slightly annoyed, Ayers quickly conjures a magical shield to absorb the incoming projectiles. But just as Ayers lunges forward to deliver a heavy counterpunch to his face, Adele decides to call it quits and surrenders on the spot. Stopping his fist inches away, Ayers points out that throwing in the towel or running away isn't an option during an exam. Adele excuses himself by showing his bruised arms and claiming his mana pool is completely dry, making it impossible to go on. Quietly, he reasons that getting actually hurt right before their main field mission would be incredibly foolish, so there's no point in dragging this spar out. Accepting the excuse, Ayers lets him off the hook and calls the next student to step up to the plate. In the background, the rest of the class starts whispering, utterly impressed by how well Adele held his ground against an actual teacher. Adele smirks inwardly, knowing his plan went perfectly. He successfully grabbed everyone's attention while making it look like Ayers had to put in real effort. He knows that for the upcoming field mission to succeed, he has to position himself as the undisputed leader of the group. If things play out like the original novel with Lady Fran calling the shots, Class A is going to end up completely wiped out. As he's mapping things out, Samuel walks up to him, demanding to know the secret behind his ridiculous strength. Adele casually chalks it up to being born gifted, while tossing in a subtle jab at Samuel's lineage. This ticks Samuel off big time, but knowing he doesn't stand a chance right now, he just storms off in frustration. Shortly after, Lady Fran steps up to have a word with Adele. She notes that Samuel is clearly harboring a grudge, but asks why Adele keeps poking at his family history. Adele defends himself, saying he only mentioned it once, whereas Samuel never misses a chance to insult him for being a half-demon. Hearing this, Fran sighs, realizing Adele is completely clueless about the kid's tragic background. She reveals that Samuel is actually the sole surviving patriarch of the House of Greed. This catches Adele off guard, making him wonder how a mere freshman could possibly head a noble house. Fran explains that Samuel's family bloodline was completely eradicated a long time ago. During the brutal war between humans and demons, humanity slaughtered every single member of his house, leaving him as the lonely survivor. Listening to this, Adele remembers that the original owner of his current body also hailed from a fallen noble house. But since he's just an outsider possessing this body, he can't truly feel the burning hatred the real Adele would have felt. Unlike him, Samuel actually had to watch his entire world crumble and live through the trauma firsthand. He realizes that while he used to dismiss massacres and fallen families as mere plot points in a book, the pain of the people in this world is painfully real. Acknowledging his mistake, Adele promises Fran that he'll watch his tone when dealing with Samuel in the future. Satisfied with his answer, the lady heads off to take her turn sparring with Instructor Ayers. Watching her walk away, Adele thinks that beneath her overconfidence, she actually possesses a very mature and grounded side. Though when her turn comes, she ends up eating dirt and gets defeated by the teacher just like the others. With the sparring out of the way, the class moves on to the third phase of the exams, Stealth Arts and Magic Theory. Since sneak attacks and stealth are Adele's bread and butter, this part is an absolute walk in the park for him. The magic theory test is also full of concepts he's already mastered, allowing him to breeze through the questions effortlessly. Handing in his test, Adele remarks that this has been the least challenging exam of the entire day. Still, he knows the real challenge is the upcoming practical assessment out in the field. A perfect score in written theory won't mean a thing if they end up failing or getting killed during the actual mission. While he's lost in thought, Lady Fran approaches him, asking how he fared in the magic theory section. Adele mentions he did pretty well and turns the question back on her, asking how she did. She playfully tells him to guess, and while Adele initially intends to guess she got a perfect score, a slip of the tongue makes him comment that since she messed up the weapons test, she probably bombed this one too. Flustered and embarrassed by his bluntness, she starts playfully swatting at him like a close friend. Right then, Bolton, a monitor from another class, interrupts them, clearly on some official business. Spying Adele, Bolton notes that the guy has clearly grown far stronger since they last crossed paths. He admits he'd love to spar and test Adele's new limits, but he's got too much on his plate today. Recognizing him, Fran points out that he's the same bitter-looking kid she remembers from the entrance exams. Ignoring the jab, Bolton mentions he needs to head somewhere and asks if she'd like to join. When she looks confused, he explains that there's a mandatory meeting scheduled for all the class monitors. Even the headmaster is sitting in on this one, making attendance absolutely mandatory for everyone involved. At that point, Fran corrects him, clarifying that she's not the representative since Adele is the actual monitor of Class A. This revelation leaves Bolton stunned, and his curiosity about Adele's true capabilities spikes even higher. Adele cuts in, suggesting they should probably handle the monitors meeting first before anything else. Bolton agrees and extends the invitation to Lady Fran to tag along with them. While walking down the hallway, Adele asks Bolton what this meeting is actually about. Bolton explains that the gathering is all about deciding their regional assignments for the field exam. He reminds them that since the midterms revolve around invading human territories, they need to divide the targets. Hearing this, Adele immediately deduces that the meeting is where they'll allocate specific human targets to each class. Stepping into the hall, Adele notices that all the class representatives are already in their seats. Princess Renee is among the crowd, and Headmaster Lu Jin personally welcomes Adele, formally addressing him as Class A's monitor. This catches the princess completely off guard, since Adele had never mentioned anything about being appointed to the role. With everyone gathered, the headmaster gets ready to kick off the discussion. But out of nowhere, the Class D representative starts mocking both Adele and Fran, telling them they should scram immediately. Adele observes the situation, noting that even though he just tagged along with Bolton, the headmaster is silently letting the confrontation happen. He realizes this is a setup, a quiet test to see if he actually has the spine and qualification to sit at this table. If that's how they want to play it, he decides to give the room a little demonstration of what he's capable of. When the Class D monitor reaches out to grab his head, Adele instantly draws his dagger, pointing the tip right at the guy's face. But the guy quickly triggers a body-hardening technique, successfully deflecting the deadly counterslash. Adele doesn't let up. He summons a shower of daggers and fires them all straight at his opponent. The opponent manages to slip past them too, lunging forward with a full-force punch aiming to take Adele out. Anticipating the strike, Adele coats his blade in mana, slicing clean through the opponent's arm and leaving him howling in agony. Just as Adele steps in to deliver the finishing blow, the headmaster steps in and halts the fight instantly. Adele backs off cooperatively, leaving the rest of the monitors in absolute awe of his sheer combat prowess. With order restored, the headmaster officially opens the meeting, explaining they are here to divide up their invasion zones. Every class will receive a designated territory in the human realm to infiltrate and conquer for their practical exam. Adele says he gets the general idea, but asks for clarification on their starting entry points and how the territories are being carved up. To make things clear, the headmaster conjures a massive magical hologram map of the human continent. She notes that her original plan was to send Class A to launch an assault on the prestigious Imperial Academy. But after seeing Adele's shocking display of power, she admits she clearly underestimated what his class could handle. As a result, she decides to hand them a significantly more dangerous and high-stakes assignment instead. Adele is secretly shocked, knowing that even hitting the Imperial Academy was already a suicide-level mission in the human realm. The headmaster details that according to their spy inside, a group of human freshmen is heading off campus for training near a nearby territory. So instead of just raiding the school, Class A's official task is now to fully conquer an entire city. Fran gets absolutely hyped at the prospect, confidently bragging that she and Adele will wrap this mission up in no time. But Adele is sweating internally. Even if the spies don't have the exact timeline, the protagonist's party is already stronger than the heirs of the 7 deadly sins. He remembers that during the upcoming intergrade tournament post-midterms, their monstrous growth is going to be fully exposed. Worse yet, one of the key core members of the protagonist's squad is currently enrolled in the very class they are planning to ambush. Adele calculates that if they charge headfirst into a clash with the main squad, every single class, barring Bolton's and Diana's, will get completely massacred. Knowing the stakes, he decides to pivot his strategy and opt for a completely different target. He speaks up, telling the headmaster that Class A would rather target that specific human freshman group instead. The other monitors immediately start snickering, mocking him for choosing the soft, cowardly option, just like a typical half-demon. Even the headmaster is taken aback, as she fully expected him to jump at the glory of conquering a whole city. But Adele knows the truth. That freshman class houses a member of the hero party, making them the most lethal threat on the map. And that immense risk is precisely why he needs to be the one to intercept them. On top of that, he knows there's a rare elixir hidden in that area that he absolutely plans to steal for himself. In the original plot, one of the protagonist's buddies would have chugged it down, but Adele is here to hijack that power-up. He explains to the headmaster that his specialty is clean, quiet assassination rather than causing loud, massive chaos in a packed human city. He adds that operating a stealth mission with dozens of students inside a crowded capital district is just a recipe for failure. Lu Jin listens closely, thoroughly impressed by his calculated and logical reasoning. She admits that he has a much sharper grasp on both human geography and his own capabilities than she gave him credit for. With that, she approves the change and officially tasks Class A, under Adele's leadership, to hunt the human freshman. Adele gives a polite nod of thanks and walks out of the war room alongside Lady Fran. Watching him leave, Princess Renee is left deeply puzzled, wondering how on earth Adele mastered a high-level skill like sword coat in such a ridiculously short time frame. Balton is also highly suspicious, recalling how mediocre Adele seemed during the entrance exams compared to the monster he is now. Now, the headmaster finally gets why Instructor Ayres warned her to keep a very close, cautious eye on this kid. She remembers that this is the same boy who managed to best an heir of the 7 deadly sins. Normally, a teenager with that kind of power would pick the flashiest, hardest target to show off. Yet Adele chose the smart, careful route. It's clear to her now that Adele is no ordinary student. He is truly built different. If they play their cards right and guide him properly, he could become a devastating weapon on par with the lethal house arson. But if he proves to be uncontrollable, they'll have no choice but to mark him as a threat on the level of the 6 major human houses. The following morning, all the students gear up, filled with anticipation as they prepare to set off for the human realm. Many are practically buzzing with excitement, eager to finally exact bloody vengeance on the humans who ruined their lives. Adele runs through his mental checklist, knowing they've successfully leaked fake intel claiming they're targeting the third-year dorms. Because of that decoy, most of the Imperial Academy's powerhouse instructors will be busy guarding the dorms. This leaves only a single guard instructor to escort the actual first-year students on their training. And if his memory serves him right, that lone escort is going to be a formidable 5th Circle mage. Dealing with the protagonist's overpowered friends is already going to be a massive headache on its own. So to level the playing field, he decides that the mage instructor has to be taken off the board first. Once that threat is neutralized, he can slip away through the secret route to grab the elixir undisturbed. As he finalizes his plan, the headmaster's booming voice echoes across the courtyard, addressing the gathered cadets. She announces that the war is officially on, and they are about to face the very monsters who slaughtered their families and friends. She stirs up their resolve, reminding them that almost everyone present has carried that burning trauma for years. Now, she declares, it is finally their turn to hunt those humans down and unleash absolute, merciless vengeance. Fueled by her words, the crowd of cadets erupts into deafening cheers, their eyes filled with a bloodlust to wipe out humanity. With the speech finished, the headmaster casts a massive area blessing spell over the entire division, bestowing them with powerful magical buffs that will give them a vital edge during the upcoming raid. With the buffs active, the instructors take over to brief the students on their final deployment strategies. First off, Instructor Idea instructs all the cadets to get onto the dimensional train. She lets them know that they'll arrive at their target spot in roughly an hour, advising everyone to get some rest while they travel. Watching this setup, Adele can't help but think about how incredibly expensive it must be for Citan to move this many students on a dimensional train. Still, he is well aware that down the line, even more human realm-connected cadets will show up, leading to the gradual merging of both dimensions. Lost in his thoughts, he gets snapped back to reality when Luna, the healer, offers him something to eat. Taking a quick look at his status screen, our protagonist realizes his mana capacity remains painfully low despite his hard training. He decides to test a telekinesis trick on Luna, lifting her just a little bit off her seat. Although she only hovers a few centimeters high, Adele recognizes how valuable this ability could become. Even in its current weak state, it might actually come in handy during an actual fight. If he manages to level this skill up, it could eventually upgrade into full-blown gravity control. With that sorted, he feels like he has a decent handle on his current circumstances. However, a major danger still lingers. The Knights of the Six Houses, the very same people who tried to assassinate him before. There is a solid chance he might run into them again now that they are heading to the human world. He recalls that, according to the novel's original plot, Knight Feltz told everyone Adele died after falling off a cliff. But the reality is completely different. as our hero actually ended up in the demon realm under the name of the traitorous House Arson. This means Feltz is likely still under the impression that Adele is long gone. He figures Headmaster Lugan probably received the exact same report from her network of spies. To play it safe and keep a low profile, he realizes he needs some kind of mask to cover his face. Before long, the train stops, and the cadets step out at their destination. Looking around, Adele notices a massive dimensional gate built using highly expensive mana crystals. Right then, Instructor Idea starts handing out face masks to each of the cadets. This is a perfect stroke of luck for Adele, as a mask was exactly what he needed. Putting on her own mask, the instructor tells them that these masks are enchanted to lower others' perception, keeping their identities hidden throughout the operation. She points out that while outsiders won't recognize them, allies will still be able to identify each other easily. Adele feels relieved when he tries it on, seeing that he can still make out the instructor perfectly well despite the magic. Next, she hands over some food bars, instructing him to eat one a day to keep his stamina up without needing regular meals. Laying down the guidelines for the test, she warns everyone that the instructors won't be joining them out there. Naturally, this announcement leaves quite a few cadets feeling anxious. She explains that since this is an assessment of their skills, any assistance from the staff would defeat the entire purpose. She mentions that all staff members have to stay back to set up things for when they return. As a result, complete control goes to the class monitors, and every student must obey their designated leader's orders. Pinning a flower-shaped badge onto Adele's chest, she explains that this officially marks him as the group's commander. Handing him a map, she notes that Headmaster Lugan expects him to navigate their path successfully. With all preparations finished, she activates the portal to the human realm, wishing everyone good luck. While the other cadets see this as an unfamiliar territory, Adele knows it's the exact same nightmare he survived once before. Keeping that in mind, he vows to make sure he makes it back alive, no matter what. As they cross through, Adele feels the unstable dimensional energy straining their bodies, realizing even he is struggling to handle the pressure. Luckily, it doesn't take long before he catches sight of the exit. He wastes no time shouting for his squad to run straight for the exit. Just as the portal starts breaking apart, they all jump through in the nick of time. Landing on solid ground, they find themselves staring at the Imperial Academy, which sits on a floating island. Adele realizes this is his very first look at the facility praised as the absolute height of human magic and science. The rest of the class looks around, completely lost and confused by their new environment. He clarifies for them that this place is a school meant for teaching humans, quite unlike Citon. Luna then asks if their mission requires them to infiltrate the school. Adele shuts that idea down immediately, explaining that a massive barrier surrounds the school, capable of repelling even a dragon. While the group is taken aback, Adele keeps to himself that while his position swap skill could get him inside, doing so would instantly tip off the main party. Pointing to the map, he instructs them that heading away from the academy will lead them directly to their target area. Agreeing with his leadership, the squad starts trekking in that direction. As they walk, Adele catches Samuel still giving him a dirty look. Even so, he knows Samuel's incredible magical aptitude is absolutely essential for his plans to succeed. With this in mind, the protagonist extends his hand for a friendly handshake. Samuel scoffingly admits he can't see them ever being buddy-buddy. Adele corrects him, stating this isn't about being friends, but rather working together for mutual survival. He emphasizes that teamwork is the only way they are getting through this assignment alive. He warns that if they keep bickering, their lack of teamwork will likely get everyone killed. He reminds him that humans aren't pushovers, a fact Samuel of all people should know. Realizing he has a point, Samuel begrudgingly agrees to cooperate and walks on alongside Adele. With Samuel secured as a temporary ally, Adele knows the next order of business is finding the secret hideout. Right on cue, one of the cadets points out an odd sight just up ahead. Looking over, Adele spots a giant door hovering in the air, marking the threshold of the hidden facility. He announces to the squad that this is where they will be going in to execute their plan. One eager cadet steps up, bragging that he'll handle opening the door himself. But the instant his hand touches it, the gate unleashes a painful jolt of electricity. Adele expected this, knowing full well the security system requires credentials from an Imperial Academy instructor. He tells Samuel to step up and feed his mana directly into the handle. Following the command, Samuel complies, and the heavy door slowly swings open. Confirming the entryway is free of traps, Adele quickly signals his group to move inside. Looking around, Lady Fran notes that the place feels surprisingly similar to the demon hideouts back home. Adele nods, explaining that humans also build these training zones so full student classes can undergo tests. Samuel points out that if this is indeed a testing ground, it is bound to be crawling with hazards and beasts. When Adele confirms this, Samuel questions why they didn't just camp outside and jump the humans once they were worn out, rather than going in themselves. Adele admits that's smart thinking, but points out there are very strategic reasons to go inside first. For starters, he possesses complete knowledge of the layout. Knowing all the trap layouts, they can bypass them easily, leaving the humans to deal with the hazards. This allows his squad to stroll through without setting off a single alarm. The second factor is timing, ensuring they will be long gone before the academy students even set foot inside. Confused, Samuel asks what the point of entering was if they're just going to leave immediately. Adele explains that this place doesn't just mimic demon bases. Humans actually built it specifically to study how to conquer demon territories. Essentially, it serves as a secure vault within their realm, hiding some highly valuable treasures inside. Advancing further, the team reaches a chamber with 6 branching cave passages. The sight leaves the rest of the cadets scratching their heads, unsure of which tunnel to pick. Adele calmly walks up to a blank wall and presses a hidden switch, triggering a secret door to slide open. Stunned by this, Samuel demands to know how Adele has such detailed knowledge of this spot. Adele quietly chuckles to himself, recalling that he was the one who designed this layout in his past life. Navigating the secret corridor, they come across a small chamber containing a treasure chest. Popping it open, Adele finds nothing but a plain bottle and a sandbag inside. The cadets sigh in disappointment, complaining that these items look completely worthless. Adele tilts the bottle to pour some water, and the students watch in surprise as the flow doesn't dry up. He clarifies that this artifact holds enough water to supply dozens of people, saving them from ever needing to hunt for a water source. Right after, he warns them to vacate the area quickly, as a confrontation is about to spark here. Once outside, Adele begins assigning specific roles to his team members. He designates Samuel as their primary scout, ordering him to survey the surrounding terrain. Samuel complains, asking why he's being saddled with scouting duty instead of Adele doing it himself. Adele explains that a high-level scouting job like this requires someone with top-tier mana control, meaning only Samuel can pull it off. Flattered, Samuel accepts, but Adele mentions he won't be heading out completely solo. He pulls Instructor Air's pet sparrow out of his bag, saying it will accompany him. Samuel is bewildered, wondering why Ayers, who openly hates Adele, would ever lend him his pet. To prove it works, Adele activates a link with the creature. A magical feed pops up before his eyes, showing him exactly what the bird sees in real time. He notes that since he can monitor everything through the bird, Samuel's only job is to keep it safe while scouting. He then tasks Lady Fran with taking charge of the class whenever he has to step away. He confirms whether her specialty is charm magic, and she explains that she can temporarily boost her allies' combat stats. Even so, she wants to know why he would need to split up from the group in the first place. Adele explains that an instructor will soon lead the Imperial Academy cadets directly to this spot. He reveals that he plans to take care of that instructor by himself. Samuel chimes in, pointing out that fighting an Academy instructor solo is practically suicide. Adele reassures him that it's fine, and if the target doesn't show up, he'll simply return to the group. With the assignments handed out, Lady Fran asks what their immediate next step is. Adele suggests they use this downtime to grab a bite, since everyone is running on empty. However, he tells Samuel to head out right away to check if any Imperial classes are conducting outdoor drills on their path. Once the boy heads off, Adele passes around the food bars to the rest and bites into one himself. The cadets make disgusted faces at the terrible taste but force themselves to swallow for the sake of nourishment. Luna quietly asks if he'd rather have some of her normal snacks. Adele politely declines, saying he can't treat himself to good food while his crew is suffering through the rations. He opens up a magical feed to track Samuel and the sparrow's movement. Looking through the visual link, he notes they have arrived just outside the academy grounds. Suddenly, a carriage rolls out from the school gates, leaving Adele completely stunned. He recognizes the carriage as the one used for travel between the academy and the ground level. He spots Samuel trying to send a message back, but the weak signal prevents it from getting through clearly. He can only hope that Samuel makes his way back without getting into trouble. Zooming in, he spots Mage Instructor Basaha on board, the very target he plans to assassinate. He remembers that Basaha is a wind mage who, like Robolt, isn't particularly suited for close-range brawls. This makes him a relatively soft target to take out. He also sees several human students riding along, including the powerhouse Leon Farias, a key ally of the protagonist and a major player in the story. He recalls that this guy gets delayed by half an hour because of an argument with a female student. He realizes this delay gives him the perfect window to strike. Realizing the targets are on their way, Adele instructs his squad that it's time to relocate. He tells them to clean up any tracks, prep their gear, and head inside the hidden domain. He details that he'll stay behind to handle the instructor face-to-face while they wait inside to ambush the worn-out human students. While they get ready, Luna asks if the instructor is really headed their way. Adele confirms it, warning her that this guy is even more formidable than Ayers. Just then, Samuel slips back and reports that the humans are indeed getting close. Adele nods, saying he already tracked their movements via the sparrow's feed. He tells Samuel to get inside the hidden domain and make sure he brings the bird along. Nodding, Samuel opens up the entryway to the secret domain so the entire group can file in. Before parting, Adele tells him to keep an eye out for a human with golden hair and tanned skin. Once they are safe inside, Adele leaps up into a nearby tree to watch how things play out. A short while later, the academy students arrive on the scene. The mage instructor starts outlining what the hidden domain is and what their exercise will involve. Meanwhile, Farias tries to act like Sylvia's boyfriend, only for her to instantly snap at him and back away. The instructor adds that they will learn their objective inside, and the quickest team to clear it will grab a nice reward. Hyped by the promise of a prize, the human students gear up and start heading into the zone. Adele watches them go, noting just how confident they all seem. He recalls that in the original timeline, the Citan cadets were always the ones who ended up losing to them. He notes that this is partly because that powerful cadet is totally distracted trying to win over Sylvia. Just then, the guy promises her he will give her a 30-minute head start before beginning his run. He tells her to do her best, cockily adding that she's going to end up as his girl anyway. Once the two of them head inside, Adele notices that the mage instructor is now completely on his own. Suddenly, the mage sends out a massive wave of mana to scan the entire area. Sensing the mana pulse beforehand, Adele shifts out of the way to remain undetected. Finding nothing, the instructor turns and walks off in another direction to handle some business of his own. Seeing this, Adele decides to trail him and find out what he's up to. After a while, the mage stops at a specific spot to begin his task. Still, he gets an eerie feeling that someone is keeping an eye on him. Shrugging it off, he presses his hand against a small sapling to cast a spell. Adele is shocked to see the small tree instantly shoot up into a giant tree, revealing a secret door at its base. Just as the instructor prepares to step through, Adele launches a flurry of daggers at him. But the mage reacts quickly, throwing up a robust shield that blocks every single blade. Adele immediately slips into his stealth mode, melting into the shadows to break the mage's line of sight. Annoyed, the mage unleashes a massive blast of wind magic to tear apart Adele's hiding spot. However, Adele dodges the blast and zips back up into the trees to put some distance between them. He knows that if he stays on the defensive, he'll quickly lose control of the fight. While the mage is busy prepping his next spell, Adele teleports right back into close range. He drives another heavy dagger thrust, but the instructor's shield deflects it once again. Fed up with Adele's speed, the furious mage unleashes an area of effect blast that decimates the surrounding woods. Fortunately, Adele manages to survive the chaos by deploying his sword coat defense. Taking stock of the situation, Adele realizes the mage has already layered himself in 10 defensive shields. He knows a straight-on assault isn't going to be easy, but he takes comfort in the fact that he's already managed to shatter 2 of the barrier layers. Suddenly, the mage unleashes a barrage of massive tornadoes, catching our hero off guard and forcing him to quickly use telekinesis just to keep his footing. But the sheer force of the storm is overwhelming, burying him under falling branches and debris while stripping away his cover, leaving his true identity exposed to the mage. Our protagonist tries to launch another counterattack, but the mage easily repels him, following up with a rapid succession of devastating blows. Even so, the hero manages to evade every single strike, leaving the mage completely baffled by his opponent's bizarre combat tactics. He wonders why this guy is coming at him head-on when his supposed objective was actually the third-year dorms. Right then, the pieces click together, and the harsh reality dawns on him. That leaked intel was nothing but a clever trap. The hero's actual goal from the start was to corner him and the entire class currently training inside the secret realm. Realizing the danger, the mage unleashes his maximum power, hoping to finish this battle with one decisive blow. But the hero quickly counters by activating a dark skill, stopping the mage dead in his tracks for a split second. Seizing this perfect opening, the hero rains down a flurry of dagger strikes, completely shattering the mage's protective barriers. The mage is left stunned, wondering who this kid really is and how on earth he's holding his ground against such overwhelming pressure. In a flash, our hero closes the gap and drives his dagger hard into the mage's chest plate. As the armor crumbles to pieces, the hero delivers a clean, lethal slash, decapitating the mage on the spot. Catching his breath, he notes that this was easily his toughest battle yet, and admits it is a miracle he kept his sanity after tapping into that dark power. To recover his drained strength, he quickly downs a mana potion. Knowing there is no point in holding back now, he resolves to burn through all his remaining resources, especially since Farius is up next. Before heading out, he plucks an eagle insignia from Basaha's cloak to serve as a trophy of his victory. With that done, he steps inside the colossal, magic-infused tree. As he makes his way down, a foul, decaying stench grows stronger with every step. Reaching the subterranean lab, he discovers rows of demon corpses hooked up to complex machinery for dissection and study. The gruesome sight catches him completely off guard, as he never imagined things would be this twisted. In the lore he knew, demons were portrayed as pure evil, which theoretically made these horrific tests seem somewhat acceptable. But witnessing this cruelty firsthand makes him question if humans are actually the righteous ones, given how they treat their captives. Just then, he spots a tiny glass jar holding a homunculus, a minuscule, insect-like synthetic creature. He figures this must be one of the late mage's sinister experiments, a creature brought to life through methods that undoubtedly cost the lives of countless demons. He thinks it is best to bring this little specimen back to Instructor Robolt for some expert analysis. But before he can pack it away, his little dragon worm pops out of his bag and gulps the tiny creature down in one bite. Immediately, the hero's demon god amulet flares up, its crimson gemstones pulsing with a strange light. This sudden reaction suggests there might be a deep connection between the homunculus and the ancient demon deity. If only he had a manual on homunculus synthesis, he could easily unravel this mystery. Unfortunately, those secrets went up in smoke when the mage's original research journal was incinerated. That's when he notices his dragon worm has reshaped itself into a serpentine form after eating that construct. He can't help but worry about what would happen if Patriarch Crete found out about this evolution. Pushing his anxiety aside, he refocuses on his main goal: grab the elixir and get the hell out of there. After searching the area, he finally finds the elixir, which looks remarkably like a wild ginseng root. As he swallows it and channels his internal energy, a sudden wave of intense heat spreads through his body. Pulling up his status screen, he's thrilled to see his total mana pool has breached the 2,000 mark. His overall stats have shot up, and he can now freely transmute all of his released mana into pure dark energy. Happy with his sudden power boost, he figures it's time to regroup with his allies. But when he opens his monitoring screen, he's alarmed to find his group already locked in a fierce battle with the human cadets. Even so, he notices that the powerhouse of their group, Farias, has yet to make his move. Out of nowhere, both his amulet and the information sheet start acting up at the same time. The sheet glows, revealing that it has the power to replay moments from the recent past. Puzzled by the mysterious message, offer a god that kept popping up earlier, he smears some of his own blood on the paper, demanding it reveal the necklace's secrets. Yet, despite his efforts, the page stubborn displays the exact same line: offer a god. Just then, the viewing screen flickers back to life, showing his companions pushed to their absolute limits. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through his skull, and the world around him warps into a horrific vision of humans ruthlessly massacring demons. Amidst the chaos, he spots a young Samuel, who looks to be barely 10 years old at the time. He quickly puts together that he's witnessing a memory of the Great War, the exact tragic moment Samuel's whole family was wiped out. In this memory, the boy's mother desperately shoves him into a cabinet, telling him to stay hidden no matter what, and the terrified child nods in agreement. But the peace is short-lived as human soldiers storm the room and butcher his mother right before his eyes. It turns out their half-demon maid had sold them out, giving the humans free passage into their sanctuary. True to their ruthless nature, the humans execute the traitor maid too, leaving absolutely no survivors. To wrap things up, they blow the entire palace to smithereens before making their retreat. Days later, a battered Samuel crawls out from the ruins as the sole survivor, only to find his mother's cold, lifeless body. Driven by sheer survival instinct, he uses his root magic to consume his mother's remains. Witnessing this tragedy, Adele finally understands the root of Samuel's deep-seated hatred. That betrayal of his mother by a fellow half-demon is exactly why he despises everyone so intensely. Still, the hero can't help but wonder who was pulling the strings behind all this mindless slaughter. Putting the past aside for now, he calms his nerves and focuses on the pressing matter: shutting down Farias. He figures if he can expose Farias' weak points or secrets during this clash, it'll give him a massive advantage down the road. Stepping out of the giant tree, he realizes he needs to level up fast, as that troublesome amulet has already cost him precious time. Glancing back at the magical feed to check on his friends, he notes that Farias is still nowhere to be seen on the front lines. Before he can gather more intel, the screen goes dark, prompting him to sprint toward the battlefield to take charge of the situation himself. Meanwhile, back in the secret zone, a brutal clash is unfolding between the human and demon forces. Samuel is right in the thick of it, tearing through several human warriors with his deadly root magic. Witnessing his terrifying raw power, a group of humans tries to team up and overwhelm him all at once. However, Lady Fran intercepts them, commanding her unit to form a defensive wall around Samuel to keep him safe. Once the defense is set, she urges Samuel to unleash his full power and wipe out the rest of the enemy forces. Nodding, Samuel summons a devastating storm that sweeps across the field, instantly taking out multiple human combatants. Horrified by the sheer devastation, Lady Sylvia realizes they are completely outmatched and orders her remaining troops to tear their escape scrolls and flee. Though the other humans manage to escape, Samuel is furious at Sylvia for slipping away and decides to hunt her down. He launches a massive root strike directly at her, but out of nowhere, Farias steps in and completely freezes the vines in midair. With a single, devastating swing of his hammer, Farias crushes one of Samuel's allies in an instant. Helping Sylvia back to her feet, he calmly asks her for a status report on the battle. She quickly tells him that 8 of their comrades are dead, while the wounded have managed to retreat back to the academy. He commends her bravery and tells her to retreat as well, promising that he can easily handle the rest of these pests himself. But Sylvia stubbornly refuses to go, insisting on staying back to fight by his side. Mid-conversation, a group of demons lunges at them, but with a single sweep of ice magic, he freezes half their forces in an instant. Realizing the danger, Samuel uses his roots to stall the powerhouse while yelling at his remaining allies to run for their lives. He knows all too well that they stand absolutely no chance against a monster like him. Lady Fran asks if he really plans on fighting this beast alone, and Samuel grimly replies that he has no other option. Luna is terrified for him, but he begs her to run and look after their wounded comrades instead. Right then, the human warrior strikes again, effortlessly cleaving through Samuel's defensive roots. As the dust clears, he sees that the other demons have successfully fled, leaving only Samuel to stand his ground. Sylvia notes that they must have used some secret escape route, considering how they managed to pop up out of thin air earlier. But Farias scoffs, assuring her that it doesn't matter where they hide. No one escapes his grasp. Turning his cold gaze back to Samuel, he demands the boy stop holding back and fight him with every ounce of his strength. With a defiant roar, Samuel unleashes a deadly volley of sharp wooden spikes at his opponent. But Farias swats the attack aside like a fly, openly mocking the boy for his pathetic lack of strength. Unfazed, Samuel smirks, pointing out that despite the trash talk, he still managed to nick the guy's hand. Irritated by the tiny scratch, the warrior flies into a rage and brings his heavy hammer crashing down towards Samuel. The impact sends Samuel flying backward, leaving him critically injured and bleeding. With several of his ribs shattered, he can barely move. And before he can even process the pain, the warrior ruthlessly severs one of his legs. Seeing the demon boy completely incapacitated, Sylvia urges Farias to deliver the finishing blow quickly so they can hunt down the rest of the runners. Nodding, the powerhouse chops off Samuel's arm next, before raising his massive hammer to crush his skull once and for all. But right before the blow lands, Adele flashes into view and snatches Samuel out of harm's way in the blink of an eye. Setting the injured boy down gently, he tells him to relax and leave the rest of the fight to him. The massive warrior is left baffled, wondering who this newcomer is and how he managed to slip past his senses. Without saying a word, the hero draws his dagger, locking his gaze on the enemy as he readies himself for a brutal showdown. He's well aware that relying on total stealth to pull off that rescue has temporarily thrown off his spatial awareness, leaving him slightly vulnerable. As the warrior launches a massive hammer swing, the hero shockingly catches the giant weapon with nothing but his bare hand. Even though his eye of superbia can't map out the weapon's path, it still lets him read the minute muscle movements of his opponent. When the brute follows up with a heavy punch, our hero manages to block that as well. However, the sheer force of the impact is so intense that his own hand is severely damaged. Knowing he can't win a raw test of strength, he triggers position transfer, swapping places with the heavy hammer. This trick gets him right in his opponent's face, allowing him to throw a quick dagger slash. But the weapon suddenly recalls to its owner, striking Adele in the back and sending him sliding across the ground. He quickly realizes that his teleportation trick is useless against a weapon that returns to its master automatically. The warrior lunges forward again, bringing his weapon down in another crushing blow. The hero crosses his arms to block, but the brutal impact severely fractures his right arm. Gritting his teeth through the agony, he unleashes his dagger rain skill, sending a storm of blades flying at his opponent. The warrior swats the daggers away effortlessly and counters with another heavy swing, sending the hero crashing backward. Calling him nothing but a pathetic insect, the warrior closes the gap to smash his skull in. Pinned down and unable to move, Adele feels the cold dread of realizing he has run out of options. But in the blink of an eye, he is pulled into a strange, empty void with a massive mirror standing right before him. Peering into the glass, he is shocked to see that every single one of his wounds has vanished. But the real surprise comes when his reflection begins to move on its own. The image in the mirror looks straight at him and begins to speak. Adele instantly realizes this isn't just a simple mirror trick. It's the consciousness of the original owner of this body. The entity apologizes for the abrupt summoning, explaining that the dire situation left it with no other choice. Adele demands answers to 3 burning questions, and the reflection agrees to answer them. When he asks about their current location, the reflection tells him that this basic piece of info is free of charge. This annoys Adele, who finds it ridiculous that he's on the verge of death and this entity is still talking about barter and prices. The entity clarifies that while some knowledge can be given freely, deeper truths require a strict trade. It then answers his first query, explaining that they are in a void born of pure chaos, a realm where existence itself is impossible. Adele follows up by asking what exactly this chaos is. The reflection hints that he will eventually understand its true power, but he'll have to figure that out on his own journey. It offers to explain more right now, but only if the hero is willing to trade every single relic from both the human and demon realms. Adele immediately scoffs at the demand, knowing such a ridiculous condition is impossible to meet. He moves on to his final question, asking if his physical body is still breathing back in the secret domain. The entity confirms he is technically alive, but warns that he'll draw his last breath in seconds if he returns in his current state. Panic sets in for the hero, as he absolutely cannot afford to kick the bucket just yet. Desperate, he asks the reflection to lend him some of its mysterious power to turn the tables. The image replies that this was exactly why it summoned him to this realm in the first place. However, it reiterates that even a temporary loan of power demands a heavy price. This time, it doesn't want gold or ancient relics, but rather the single most precious thing the hero holds dear. Adele is left bewildered, wondering if he even has anything that valuable to offer. But with survival on the line, he pushes his doubts aside and accepts the deal. Accepting the pact, the reflection bestows 20% of its total power upon him for the next hour. In an instant, he is yanked back to reality, right as the warrior's massive hammer is about to make contact with his skull. But with his newfound power, Adele effortlessly activates a dark skill to blink away to safety. Though he escaped, he notices that his arm is still pretty badly damaged. Glancing at his status window, he sees his mana pool has spiked to a whopping 4,300, while several skills have jumped up by 2 tiers. Farius is furious when he sees his opponent move with such sudden speed and agility. The hero fakes a slash toward the brute's neck, successfully baiting and throwing him off balance for a split second. Annoyed by the trick, the warrior snaps back and swings his hammer with even greater fury. When the hero effortlessly evades that blow too, the warrior gets desperate and unleashes a massive blizzard. Adele counters with dagger rain, but the flying blades are easily swept away by the howling winds. Quickly changing tactics, he uses telekinesis to anchor himself in place amidst the raging storm. Seizing the distraction, the warrior slips behind him to deliver a sneak attack from his blind spot. But the hero anticipates the move easily, stepping aside before the strike can even connect. Watching from the sidelines, Samuel yells at the hero, begging him not to lose to these arrogant human scum. Hearing his words, Sylvia feels a pang of shame but retorts that it was actually the demons who were the real aggressors during the war. But Samuel fires back, yelling that the humans were the ones who started the war by massacring countless innocent demon families. When Samuel asks why they would do something so horrible, the hero dryly replies that it was all for greed and resources. He silently notes that to humans, the demon realm is just a massive gold mine overflowing with riches and precious elixirs. With their superior military might, there was no way they'd leave those resources untouched, especially not the greedy noble houses Sylvia represents. Annoyed by the distraction, Farias barks at Sylvia to shut her mouth. But when she doesn't listen, he ruthlessly swings his weapon, decapitating her on the spot without a second thought. As our hero looks on in shock, the brutal warrior promises that Adele and Samuel are next on his chopping block. With that, they clash once more, unleashing their strongest skills against each other. As Farias lunges forward, Adele uses position transfer to instantly blink behind his back. But Farias anticipates the trick, throwing a heavy back kick that sends Adele flying. Catching his breath, the hero realizes his mana pool is running dangerously low, rendering his dagger rain useless. He needs a new plan, and fast. Right then, a new plan clicks in his mind, and he calls Samuel into the action, telling him to back him up. As the warrior rushes forward, swinging his heavy hammer, the hero activates position transfer once more, swapping spots with the weapon to close the distance instantly. Without wasting a second, Samuel uses his root ability to snare the hammer, blocking it from flying back to Farias. Seizing the perfect opening, our hero drives his dagger straight into the warrior's shoulder. Right on cue, the snakeworm pops out of the hero's bag and sinks its fangs into the exact same shoulder. Farias winces in agonizing pain, but the hammer suddenly breaks free and hits the hero with brutal force. The impact sends our hero flying back violently, leaving him with a deep, nasty wound on his stomach. The warrior steps up to finish the job for good, but the intense pain in his shoulder suddenly drops him to his knees. Realizing things are turning south, the warrior rips open a return scroll, vanishing in a flash of bright light as he escapes the battlefield. With the danger finally passing, our hero asks Samuel why on earth he decided to stay behind while telling everyone else to run. The student simply answers that he did it out of a pure desire to keep everyone safe. Even when the hero reminds him that some of their allies are half demons, the student explains that they are still his classmates and friends, and he couldn't just leave them to die. The hero admits they got through this fight, but warns that if he keeps playing the hero like this, they will constantly be putting their lives on the line. Just then, the little snakeworm pokes its head out once more. Our hero offers his thanks, knowing the little creature played a key part in saving their skin. Moments later, the rest of the squad returns, completely horrified to find both of them covered in blood and severely injured. Without wasting a second, Luna, the healer girl, rushes over and starts treating our hero's wounds. As soon as the bleeding stops, the hero tells her to heal Samuel next, but the student shakes his head, saying there's no need for that. He triggers his root ability one more time, and the roots strangely begin to consume his own physical body. Watching this unfold, Lady Fran panics and asks if he's trying to commit suicide, but the student reassures her and tells the hero he just needs to borrow his body for a little while. Once the roots completely swallow his body, they creep over and wrap around the hero's arm. At first, the hero worries that the roots are coming for him too, but they instead perform a bizarre magic, transforming into a small, horn-like object fused to his hand. Right then, a notification window pops up in front of him. The system alerts him that his temporary power boost has expired, but 20% of the original power has now been permanently transferred to him. Checking his status window, he sees his mana pool has shot up to 2,600, along with a decent boost to his other stats. Even so, he can't help but wonder what the original Adele actually took from him in exchange for this power, since he had demanded something highly valuable. Deep in thought, he's brought back to reality when the healer girl asks why he's staring so intensely at his hand. The hero quickly makes up an excuse, lying that he's just checking to see if his hand got hurt. But then, something very unusual catches his eye. Samuel's name is now showing up directly inside his own status window. While he tries to process this, Samuel's voice suddenly echoes, assuring him that he's still alive and kicking. The rest of the group starts looking around frantically, trying to figure out where the voice is coming from. The student then chimes in to explain that he has actually turned into the horn now sitting on the hero's hand. He explains that he used up way too much energy during the fight, and even with medical help, his original body wouldn't have made it. This is why he chose this state, as it drains the absolute least amount of energy, and after a few months of rest, he'll be able to rebuild his true body. Curious, the hero asks why he had to latch onto his hand of all places. Samuel points out that to regenerate his body, he needs a steady, daily dose of mana, and our hero happens to be a walking powerhouse of it. He adds that even though he's currently without eyes, he can still see and feel everything through a shared link with his host. After hearing this, the others relax and start teasing him like they always do. But the hero cuts the laughter short, reminding everyone that they need to move immediately before the Imperial Academy sends backup. Lady Fran asks where they are supposed to run, considering the return gate won't open until tomorrow. The hero reassures them, explaining that he knows a secret hideout that belonged to the human instructor he defeated, where they can easily lie low for the night. As they gear up to leave, Samuel suddenly suggests devouring the corpses of their fallen teammates, noting that this will massively speed up his healing process. At first, the healer girl feels deeply unsettled by the idea, but realizing they have no better alternative, she ultimately gives her consent. Lady Fran then turns to the hero, asking if he's strong enough to walk on his own. Before he can even answer, a teammate named Luke steps up and offers to help carry him. The hero instantly remembers him as the very same kid he had a scrap with back in the cafeteria. While they're talking, the little sparrow that was lying low during the fight flutters back to the hero. Seeing that the whole gang is assembled, Adele urges them to pick up the pace and escape this secret domain immediately. Meanwhile, back at the Imperial Academy, warrior Farias limps back with several injuries. The other cadets are bewildered to see him in such bad shape, but Instructor Madeline soon arrives to demand answers about what went down. The warrior reports that they were caught off guard and ambushed by demons during the dungeon raid. He breaks the grim news that several cadets, along with Lady Sylvia and Instructor Basaha, have lost their lives in the clash. Hearing this terrible news, the surrounding cadets are completely left speechless. The instructor notes that the demons must have sent high-level assassins capable of taking down actual instructors. However, the warrior corrects her, stating that only 2 of their foes were actually at that level. One of them was incredibly skilled, though still not quite powerful enough to best him. He insists that there's no need to deploy other instructors, promising that he and his remaining squad can handle the situation themselves. But suddenly, his condition deteriorates as the wound from the hero's snakeworm bite begins to react violently. Even while the healer tries desperately to treat the wound, Farias watches in absolute horror as his entire arm suddenly slices clean off on its own. Seething with rage, he vows to use whatever strength he has left to slaughter the hero and every last demon. He demands to be sent straight back to finish the job, but the instructor flatly denies his request, ordering the cadets to take him to the infirmary and summon Ninai Hamill and his elite squad instead. A short while later, Hamill and his crew arrive, asking Instructor Madeline why they've been called in. Looking at them, the instructor reminds herself that these students make up the Student Council, the absolute elite of the Imperial Academy. Every single member is a prodigy, groomed to become the future pillars of the Empire. The nearby cadets whisper among themselves, noting that if this group is being mobilized, things must be incredibly dire. Hamill, the leader, mentions he's already caught wind of Faria's severe injuries and the casualties among the students. The instructor nods in confirmation, adding that they might even have a traitor hiding right under their noses. The leader realizes that if the enemies strike the third-year dorms, organizing a proper defense would be a nightmare, which is why the instructor needs their elite support. When Instructor Madeline asks if they'll take the job, the leader readily agrees. He immediately orders his teammate, Sisela, to head into the secret domain to track down the demons. He asks the instructor for a full briefing, promising that they'll wipe out the threat no matter what. Meanwhile, Adel and his squad manage to slip safely into Mage Basaha's underground lab. The hero looks around and sees that everyone is passed out from sheer exhaustion after the brutal fight, but sleep escapes him, as he worries that slipping away from this place tomorrow won't be a walk in the park. He knows that with the Academy's main forces tied down defending the dorms, the enemy is bound to make their move very soon. He also realizes their pursuers are likely the Student Council, the exact same group that ended the life of the original Adele. With the original Adele's power stripped away and Samuel stuck in his current state, they are severely weakened. If they cross paths with the elite Student Council in this weakened state, they'll be completely wiped off the face of the earth. As he broods, Samuel notices his grim expression and asks what's bothering him. The hero admits he's just wondering if they can actually pull off a clean getaway tomorrow. The student tells him to leave it to fate, mentioning how creepy the underground lab feels given how horribly the demons were tortured here. Our hero then asks if he could go ahead and consume the remaining demon corpses. He points out that leaving the rotting bodies here could make the sleeping teammates sick. Samuel agrees and quickly deploys his roots, devouring every single corpse left in the room. After cleaning up, he feels completely wiped out and drifts off to sleep. But with so much trouble looming on the horizon, our hero remains wide awake. Just then, the healer girl, Luna, quietly walks over and asks how he's holding up. She reassures him that if he's feeling down, he can always talk to her, since they're friends now. Shuffling a bit closer, she softly admits that she's actually pretty terrified herself. The hero asks if she's scared of the humans or that monstrous threat they barely survived. She shakes her head, saying she isn't afraid of either of those things. Instead, she confesses that she's absolutely terrified of death. She explains that seeing him bleed out on the floor made her realize how much she fears losing him, especially now that she considers him a true friend. She adds that her dream was to heal and save everyone so no one would have to die, but she feels like she failed miserably. With tearful eyes, she asks him what they can possibly do to stop anyone else from dying. The hero responds bluntly, telling her that many more will die in the days ahead, and even Lady Fran could meet her end tomorrow. He asks her flat out if she intends to break down and cry like this every single time someone falls. He advises her that they must occasionally cast aside emotional ties, transforming their guilt into the fuel needed to harden their resolve. He adds that if she genuinely wants to protect people, she must hone her healing magic and push her limits, because she absolutely has the talent for it. Hearing his words, she nods in agreement, and our hero tells her to get some sleep since they have a very early start tomorrow. When morning comes, the squad leaves the underground lab and makes their way to the spot where the portal back to the human world is set to open. But danger is already waiting. Sisela, the human archer, has set up in the forest and is secretly aiming a devastating arrow at them from afar. When Adele and the others arrive at the meeting spot, they find the exit gate is still closed. Realizing they aren't late, he tells everyone to take cover and stay completely hidden. He then decides to scale a nearby tree to get a better view of the area. Samuel warns him not to take unnecessary risks, but the hero counters that enemies on par with Faria's could easily be lurking nearby. This leaves the student stunned, but our hero calms his nerves and uses position transfer to blink right onto a high branch. Just as he moves, the human archer lets loose a devastating arrow right at the spot where Adele was standing just a second ago. The shot triggers a massive explosion, but she clicks her tongue, realizing she barely missed her target. As the smoke clears, Adele's frantic teammates start looking around in a panic, fearing the worst. But his voice calls out from high above, letting them know he's perfectly fine and in a safe spot. After that close call, he realizes they've got a deadly sniper on their tail. He commands everyone to keep their heads down and make a mad dash for the gate the instant it opens. He thinks to himself that he'd already scanned the local mana flows for safety, but absolutely nothing had popped up on his radar. He concludes that the arrow had to be shot from miles away, completely out of his standard detection range. Since his own mana sensing is falling short, he asks Samuel to pinpoint the archer's exact coordinates. The student complies, sending out wide waves of mana to scan the entire surrounding region. After scanning the area, he locks onto the enemy's position, about 5 kilometers to the north atop a small hill. Hearing this, Adele instantly identifies the sniper as Sisela, a lethal member of the student council. At that extreme distance, he knows neither his position transfer nor his daggers will be of any use. While he plots his next move, the student suddenly warns him that the exit gate is on the verge of opening. He asks if there's any plausible way to survive the incoming barrages. The hero responds that there's no safe way out, hinting that if they lay down their lives, the other cadets might make it through. Samuel is taken aback at first, but reluctantly agrees to go along with it for the sake of their comrades. However, our hero cracks a smile, telling him he was only joking and vows to keep everyone safe from the sniper. He activates his Eye of Super Bia skill, causing blood to trickle from his eye as massive mana waves surge around him. Under the effect of this skill, time slows to a crawl around him, allowing him to clearly spot Sisela on the distant hilltop. He spots her prepping another shot, this time charging an arrow with enough raw energy to level the entire forest. The moment she lets it fly, the hero leaps down from the tree to draw the attack toward himself. Simultaneously, the exit gate finally opens, and the rest of the squad instantly starts sprinting toward it. Adele barks orders at the student to conjure a mana storm and stop that arrow no matter what. The student follows through, whipping up a colossal tornado right in front of them. The hero leaps into the vortex, blending his own dark energy with it to reinforce the barrier. When the arrow slams into their combined defense, Samuel groans under the ridiculous amount of pressure. As the others push through the portal, the healer girl screams for the hero to hurry up and follow them. Our hero then triggers his telekinesis, and with one last combined push, they successfully deflect the arrow away. With the path briefly clear, our hero books it toward the exit gate. Furious at being outsmarted, Sisela wastes no time and sends another arrow flying straight at him. Sensing the danger, he uses his position exchange skill to swap places with a teammate's sword that's already safe inside the portal. By pulling off this swap, he safely lands inside the dimensional rift, ensuring everyone makes it out alive. He warns them that the portal is collapsing and screams at everyone to move through immediately. With a frantic scramble, the squad manages to break out of the collapsing rift and returns to safety, finding Instructor Idea waiting for them on the other side. After regrouping, they make their way back to Academy Seiton. Adele hands in his official report, noting that out of the 21 cadets sent to the human world, 4 did not make it back. The instructor accepts the report and praises their bravery, promising that the fallen will always be remembered. She then collects the flower badge from our hero, which holds the entire mission's footage. Right on cue, other class monitors start mocking the hero, sneering that his incompetence got his teammates killed. The hero ignores their cheap talk, knowing that if those loudmouths had stepped foot on that battlefield, they would have been shredded to pieces instantly. He then spots Princess Renee and Lady Diana close by, who look to have wrapped up their own missions successfully. Noticing his injuries, the princess panics and insists on taking him straight to the infirmary. But the moment she sees Luna hovering so close to him, her eyes narrow and she coldly warns her to back off, claiming the hero belongs to her. Before things escalate into a scene, our hero steps in to calm the princess, explaining that Luna is just a friend. The princess accepts the excuse and takes her leave, telling him to make sure those wounds get treated properly. Just then, the headmaster gathers all the students for an announcement. She acknowledges that this exam has been a brutal, eye-opening experience for everyone. She pays her respects to the comrades who didn't make it back, but tells the students that shedding tears won't change anything. Instead, she commands them to grow stronger so they can crush their enemies in the next battle. With that, she dismisses them to their dorms to get some much-needed rest. Later on, Samuel asks the hero if their class is really as weak as the others say, since they lost 4 members while other classes lost none. Our hero corrects him, pointing out that their class is actually superior to Gwar's and Aaron's classes. But he still carries a heavy heart, thinking that if he'd just chosen a different route for the mission, those casualties might have been avoided. The student reassures him, saying there's no point crying over spilled milk now that the mission is behind them. As they chat, Cadet Bolton walks up and notes that our hero took quite a beating. Our hero simply replies that his opponent was surprisingly tough, which made it a hard-fought battle. The guy nods, mentioning that his own opponent wasn't exactly a walk in the park either. According to him, he was facing an elderly swordsman who simply ran out of steam and fainted mid-combat. This explanation immediately raises red flags for our protagonist. He's well aware that Bolton was hunting the legendary mercenary king, making it highly unlikely for a fighter of that caliber to just pass out. Bolton then takes his leave, advising the hero to patch up because he wants a real head-to-head match next time. With Bolton out of sight, the hero admits to Samuel that the guy possesses terrifying strength, enough to go toe-to-toe with that ice beast they previously encountered. Privately, he reflects that currently, only Bolton and Diana have what it takes to challenge the student council. Though in a few more years, Princess Renee and Samuel might bridge that gap too. Just then, Lady Fran walks over and starts lecturing them with an air of superiority. The Stillhorn student pokes fun at her, leaving her flustered enough to playfully thrash both him and the hero. Luna, the group's healer, steps in to calm her down, pointing out that treating the hero's injuries should be the top priority. As Luna guides our protagonist toward the medical bay, he takes a moment to express his gratitude for her constant support. She expresses regret for not having strong enough recovery magic to fix him up sooner, but he comforts her, saying she shouldn't feel guilty and should focus on sharpening her skills rather than dwelling on setbacks. Stepping into the clinic, they find a female physician who looks rather surprised to see a pair of half-demons seeking medical help. Nonetheless, after checking his vitals, she directs him to take a seat on the exam table. A close look at his abdominal gash confirms her fears, leading her to announce that urgent surgery is required. Luna panics at the news and instantly inquires about potential risks or complications from the operation. The doctor calms her fears, ensuring a smooth outcome, but notes that the 3-hour procedure means Luna must wait in the lobby. Over in the conference room, the entire faculty, including the principal, has assembled for the midterm review. She declares her intention to find out who the top class representative is, ordering the flower badge recordings to be broadcast. Ayers confidently asserts that the champion will undoubtedly emerge from Class E, his own group. Idea nods, but points out that Class C features the Demon Lord's daughter, who surely put on a spectacular show. Ayers counters by saying that Bolton remains unmatched in sheer martial skill and swordplay. The magic instructor agrees, noting that in terms of physical potential, Bolton is a generational talent who could make history. However, the female instructor admits she dislikes him because of his creepy, crazed grin, prompting Ayers to mock her own class representative, Adele. As they bicker, a staff member interrupts to announce that the playback is ready, starting with Class E. The footage reveals Bolton fighting the formidable mercenary king, and the staff is stunned by how effortlessly he dominates the encounter. Even as the mercenary king readies his ultimate blow, Bolton hasn't even fully unleashed his fighting spirit. A few instructors point out that he can already coat his blade in pure aura, a high-level skill he supposedly picked up just before the exams. Once the cadet secures his victory over the mercenary king, the faculty can't help but praise his extraordinary display. Up next is the recording for Class D, with Aaron serving as their leader. They see him effortlessly cutting through a group of newly recruited knights. Still, His lack of leadership and his habit of napping mid-mission don't escape their critical eyes. Transitioning to Aer's class video, the instructors watch Princess Renee and Lady Diana take command of the battlefield. Renee's graceful yet devastating sword techniques leave the faculty thoroughly impressed, but they quickly notice that her adversary is far from a pushover. It turns out to be a six-circle spellcaster who has already laid waste to the entire area. Just as danger looms, Lady Diana steps up, blocking a massive spell with a single hand. The faculty remarks that her power is heavily restricted by her crown, yet she still dispatches the high-level mage with ease. This prompts the magic teacher to mention that only one other student can rival her magical output, and his tape is coming up shortly. They then evaluate Class B, where Cadet Gore keeps a tight rein on his squad, leading with absolute authority. His organizational skills and strategic mind earn unanimous respect from the reviewers. At last, the spotlight shifts to Class A, under the leadership of our protagonist. The female instructor feels a wave of dread, knowing they are about to watch 4 of her students meet their demise. As the recording rolls, the faculty is shocked to get their very first glimpse of the prestigious Imperial Academy. They watch Adele navigate using the secret map provided to him, guiding his team straight to the hidden realm. Upon reaching the destination, the team finds themselves faced with several potential pathways. Yet, the protagonist instantly spots an obscure, hidden gateway that everyone else missed. This puzzles Ayers, who wonders how a newcomer could navigate this complex terrain so flawlessly. The magic instructor clarifies that Adele's acute mana sensitivity allows him to perceive hidden layouts and magical networks. Ayers remains dismissive, arguing that Adele simply drew the shortest straw and got the easiest zone. He argues that despite having 2 high-tier noble heirs on his side, losing 4 squad members, and returning battered points to a massive leadership failure on Adele's part, the female instructor quickly defends him, noting that Adele put his own body on the line and sustained critical wounds. The principal temporarily sides with Ayers, but suggests reserving final judgment until they watch the remaining tape. Back in the clinic, Adele opens his eyes post-surgery and notices his injuries are carefully bandaged. The doctor presents him with warm broth to build up his strength, inquiring if he is still hurting anywhere. When he reassures her that he's fine, she warns him against heavy physical strain, promising a full recovery in a matter of weeks. With the midterm tests behind him, Adele figures he can finally afford to take things easy. But then, the looming threat of the final exams pops into his head, though he's clueless about the schedule. He turns to quiz Samuel about the dates, only to find him fast asleep. So instead, he asks the physician if Luna had dropped by while he was under the knife. The doctor describes how the girl pacing outside the door was a ball of nerves for 3 straight hours. The second the doors opened, she burst in and spent the rest of her energy casting recovery spells on him. She remarks that such intuitive healing talent is a rare find in the demon realm, even if she's untrained. She even offers to take her under her wing and teach her clinical medicine. Adele is stunned, while the doctor adds that combining her raw talent with structured training would make her an invaluable medic. With those final words, the physician leaves, advising him to rest up for a bit more. Left alone, our protagonist realizes this is the breakthrough Luna needs. Having a skilled, highly trained medic on his side will pay massive dividends in the dangerous conflicts ahead. Back in the briefing room, the staff finishes watching Adele's complete assignment. Instructor Idea points out that the recorded evidence clears Adele of any espionage suspicions. The magic specialist concurs, adding that soloing a 5th circle sorcerer is a testament to his high level. Ayers, stubborn as ever, remains skeptical of the boy's actual power. But the female instructor notes that his dedication to protecting his comrades at all costs is his most admirable trait. The staff discusses how formidable the human cadet with the ice mallet was, surprised that the Imperial Academy possessed such high-caliber talent. They also acknowledged that the archer's performance at the climax surpassed all estimates, indicating they had grossly underestimated their rivals. The headmistress speaks up, observing that the fighter who faced Adele seemed even more formidable than the mercenary king himself. Hearing this, the other teachers realize that the sector they dismissed as a breeze was actually a death trap. She asserts that aside from Balton's or Diana's squads, any other group sent there would have suffered a total wipeout. It dawns on the faculty that Adele managed his team beautifully, securing a clean exit under impossible odds. She concludes that the practical scores for Class A should align with her high assessment, leaving little room for dispute. With that, she adjourns the session and commands the staff to finalize and submit their grading rubrics. Feeling rejuvenated, Adele expresses his gratitude to the female doctor and prepares to check himself out. As he heads for the door, she mentions that one of the faculty members was just here searching for him. Stepping into the corridor, he tries to guess who could be tracking him down, but he brushes it off for now, prioritizing a hot bath and some shoot-eye in his quarters. Suddenly, the familiar sparrow flutters right in front of him, catching him off guard. But he quickly realizes the bird brought company. Instructor Ayers is standing right there beside it. Adele tries to slip away undetected, but Ayers halts him, insisting they need to talk. Confused, the protagonist worries that he's about to get grilled about the venomous serpent. Instead, the teacher reveals that he just finished analyzing the recordings of his deployment. He notes that risking his neck for his teammates was highly commendable, admitting he respects that choice. With those words, he surprisingly holds out his hand for a handshake. Surprised by the gesture, our hero accepts it, forging a new sense of mutual respect. Before leaving, the instructor advises him to make full recovery his main goal before the finals begin. Later, as Air sits in his office, the female instructor drops by, guessing he finally spoke with Adele. She reminds him of her earlier recommendation, explaining she picked him for his exceptional, latent talent. Ayres concedes that the kid is tougher than expected, though he worries that such raw power could turn dangerous later. As she turns to go, he tells her to focus on carrying out the headmistress's direct orders. Left alone, he wrestles with whether this kid will be a savior or a curse for the demon world. Still, there's no denying his combat performance at the Imperial Academy was spectacular. It's clear to him that there are numerous adjustments he needs to make for the future. But first, he needs to settle on a proper penalty for Adele's disregard of Citan's rules. In the meantime, Adele enjoys a long-awaited bath, savoring the pure comfort of hot water after ages. He observes that Samuel remains deeply asleep, still locked in his demonic horned state. Nevertheless, he feels immense relief just to have survived the human realm, especially now that he has reclaimed a fifth of the original Adele's strength. Yet, he senses a loss along the way, realizing that at this rate, his grand design might crumble. He resolves to not only push his own limits, but also elevate his team's power to ensure they survive what's to come. He is well aware that their next encounter with the Imperial Academy elite will be infinitely more perilous. Drying off, he consults his information scroll, concluding that the original Adele's mana refinement technique is key to both objectives. He requests the paper to reveal a cultivation style tailor-made for his current physique. However, the artifact demands a steep fee for such secrets, either a legendary relic or 10,000 gold coins. Though taken aback, Adele remembers that a top midterm rank grants entry to Citan's treasury, which is loaded with priceless loot. Yet, a major hurdle remains. Will Ayres actually award him a high enough score? The following morning, the classroom is packed with students. The female instructor announces that the midterm grades will be displayed right after today's lecture. Seizing the moment, Lady Fran approaches our protagonist and proposes a bet. As Luna joins them, the hero accepts the challenge and asks what's on the line. Fran reveals that if he wins, she will grant him an exclusive pass to visit her family's private estate. Recalling how massive the Bear Clan's territory was, Adele feels quite intrigued to inspect her household as well. He agrees to the terms, adding his own twist. If she wins, he will serve as her personal butler for a whole day, obeying any command she gives. She is delighted by this proposal, while Adele, confident of his win, plans to enjoy some premium food at her luxurious home. Furthermore, he insists that Luna must be included in the invitation to her estate. In the middle of their chat, the female instructor walks up and pulls Adele aside for a private talk. Once they are alone, she gets straight to the point, demanding he confess what secrets he's harboring. A wave of panic hits him as he realizes she must have spotted something unusual on the mission tapes. Playing dumb, he claims he merely disposed of those awful tasting emergency rations she provided. The instructor cuts him off, stating that those rations are the least of her concerns. She points out that according to the footage, he smuggled an unregistered beast into Citan's territory. To clear the air, Adele pulls the tiny serpent from his pocket, presenting the culprit she is talking about. Fascinated, the teacher demands to know where he found and managed to domesticate such a creature. Knowing that referencing the Bear Clan might reveal its real origin, Adele cooks up a lie about finding it in a human researcher's lab. He claims the beast was drawn to his dark energy and simply decided to follow him home. Admitting it looks adorable, she warns him that Citan rules demand any kept beast be registered as an official familiar. Consequently, she schedules him for a formal taming assessment a month from now. Just as she turns to walk away, Adele retrieves the sparrow, asking if they can register this one too. She gives the nod, noting that if the bird possesses unique traits, it could prove helpful during his assignments. Shortly after, the entire student body files into the grand hall for the midterm score release. Noticing Luna's anxious expression, she reveals to him that her financial aid depends entirely on a high rank. Adele comforts her, expressing his absolute faith in her and thanking her once again for nursing him back to health. He then spots Lady Fran, who is wearing an incredibly smug grin. Curious, he asks what she's so proud of, and she boasts that she is about to be the star of today's grading sheet. Samuel instantly shoots her down, calling her completely delusional. She looks annoyed, but before a fight breaks out, an instructor calls for silence as the rankings are pinned to the board. Looking at the list of 120 names, our hero begins reading from the 50th spot, knowing the scholarship cutoff is at rank 40. Scanning upward, he spots Luna sitting comfortably at 38th place, leaving her overjoyed to have secured her funding. He then moves his eyes to the top 10, finding heavy hitters like Aaron, Samuel, and Gwar leading the pack. He is quite surprised to find Princess Renee comfortably placed at the 5th spot. Even more shocking is seeing his own name sitting proud at rank 4. He scrolls up further to find Lady Diana sitting at the 3rd spot. Balton takes 2nd place, sending shockwaves through the crowd who assumed he'd easily lock down the top spot. But the real jaw-dropper is the number 1 rank. which belongs to none other than Lady Fran. As the students stand frozen in disbelief, Fran bursts into a maniacal laugh, ordering everyone to bow before their new master. Adele is left scratching his head, but Samuel explains that while the Lust lineage has hundreds of children, only the absolute strongest is selected to represent them. This implies she had to crush hundreds of her own siblings just to claim her title as heir. He notes she truly earned her rank, adding that without her auxiliary buffs, far more students would have perished in the secret realm. Adele assesses the situation, realizing that to grab that top spot, he'd need to pull off practically flawless grades in every single subject. Just then, the lady walks up to him and demands that he sit right in front of her, making sure to remind him of his promise to do whatever she says for a whole day. Our protagonist gladly goes along with it, actually feeling pretty relieved that her taking the top spot has diverted everyone else's attention away from him. A lot of the students look furious, particularly Balton, though the crowd prevents him from acting out or causing a scene right now. At the same time, Princess Renee is scratching her head over Adele's fourth-place finish, since it doesn't align at all with the incredible skills he showed before the exams. While she's lost in thought, Lady Diana walks over to her, only for the princess to playfully mock her about landing in a disappointing third place. Deep into the night, once everyone has drifted off to sleep, Lady Fran sneaks quietly into the washroom. Unwrapping the bandages from her body, she casts an unusual spell to force a fake, painted-on smile onto her face. Meanwhile, back in his quarters, our hero is pushing through a solo training session. He's frustrated to find that despite unlocking 20% of the original Adele's power, channeling his fighting will is still completely out of reach. Realizing he's hit a temporary wall, he crashes onto his bed, fully aware that his body requires proper rest and that taking things slow is his best option. His thoughts then drift to the imminent opening of Satan's secret treasury, making him wonder what kind of loot he'll walk away with this time around. A few days slip by, and as he stands outdoors, he remembers today is the big day the vault unlocks, which explains why Instructor Ayres gathered the top 8 students. He resolves to grab 2 artifacts from the treasury, keeping one specifically for Samuel, who is still stuck without his original physical form. Just then, another student interrupts, asking him why he's still lingering outside when the instructor has already summoned everyone to the Grand Hall. Our hero points out that since 3 of the top-ranking students belong to Class A, walking in together as a group would look much better. With that in mind, he chooses to hang back and wait for Lady Fran to show up. But when it becomes clear she isn't showing up, he gives up on waiting and heads to the assembly hall by himself. Inside the main hall, Instructor Ayres complains about Class A being late, especially since he gave explicit orders to be punctual. This delay prompts a few other students to start talking trash about them, which clearly makes Princess Renee feel quite uneasy. When Balton snaps at them for running their mouths, a guy named Gwar thinks Adele has walked in and starts gearing up for a fight. However, the moment he sees it's actually Balton who spoke, he instantly shuts up, knowing he's completely outmatched. Moments later, our hero teleports right into the middle of the hall and offers a quick apology for keeping everyone waiting. But he quickly notices the hostile stares directed his way, and Gwar immediately takes the opportunity to throw some insults. Tired of the attitude, Adele triggers his dagger rain skill, instantly pressing a sharp blade against Gwar's throat just to teach him a lesson. With things quickly getting out of hand, the instructor steps in to halt our hero, and Adele willingly backs off. The instructor then turns on Gwar, chewing him out and warning him that he'll face severe consequences if he keeps starting fights for no reason. This actually catches Adele off guard, since he was fully expecting to get yelled at himself. Addressing the entire room, the instructor points out that humans are their true enemy, not partners they should be leaning on during a fight. He makes it clear that he won't be handing out rewards to anyone who lacks the brainpower to grasp this fundamental rule. Mid-speech, he pauses as he realizes that Lady Fran from Class A is still nowhere to be seen. Adele speaks up, mentioning that he stayed behind waiting for her until the very last second, but has no clue where she's gotten to. Right on cue, Lady Fran struts in, playfully remarking how flattering it is to have everyone waiting on her. She smugly adds that since she snagged the top rank, a fashionably late entrance is only fitting. Ignoring her attitude completely, the instructor simply tells her to go fall in line with the rest of the class. But before she can take her place, a bitter Balton deliberately steps in her way to block her path. Lady Fran instantly fires back, acting completely clueless as to who he even is. When he angrily reminds her they met before the midterms, she coolly responds that she has a medical condition where she literally cannot remember the faces of people ranked below her. Furious at this savage burn, Balton boils over with rage, his powerful mana visibly leaking into the air. He snaps that, if that's how it is, he'll challenge her right here and now to fix her attitude once and for all. She shrugs and says she has zero interest in wasting her time on him, but he demands she hold on to her rank so he can crush her in a real match later. Adele watches the tension spike between them, finding it strange that Instructor Ayres is just standing by and letting it happen. Fran pushes him even further, asking why he doesn't go pick fights with the instructors or the headmaster himself if he's so desperate for a real challenge. She suggests he only targets weaker students because he knows he'd get absolutely wrecked by the higher-ups. As the atmosphere turns incredibly tense, Adele steps in to de-escalate, knowing a full-blown clash would end in ugly injuries for both of them. Right then, the instructor finally barks an order to end the drama, causing Bolton to reluctantly back off and simmer down. Moving things along, the instructor shifts focus to the secret vault, reminding everyone that access is typically granted based on ranking. However, because the order was randomized during the initial trials, those who went in last were left with a major disadvantage. Adele internally agrees, remembering how he was stuck in the very last slot during the previous run and walked out empty-handed. But this time, the instructor surprises everyone by announcing that Adele will be the first one to step inside. He explains that because the previous entry rules were disorganized and the group composition is basically the same, reversing the selection order is the fairest approach. He clarifies that going forward, entry order will strictly adhere to academic rankings.